Good afternoon, distinguished guests, thought leaders, policy makers, creators, and change makers. Welcome to News18 Network's flagship conclave, Rising Bharat. We gather here at a moment when India is not just participating in global change, it is shaping it. The idea of a rising Bharat is no longer a slogan. It is a lived reality unfolding across boardrooms and classrooms and policy corridors and on film sets, in trade negotiations and in the minds of a confident new generation. The questions before us are larger than any one sector. How does a nation balance economic ambition with strategic autonomy? How does ideology influence governance? How does culture both reflect and redefine power? And as India deepens its engagement with the world, particularly with key partners like the United States, what does that mean for our identity, our institutions, and our influence? This venue is where these threads converge, where economics meets ethics, where policy meets philosophy, where art meets accountability, where education meets aspiration. Today's conversations are not about isolated themes. They are about the architecture of a nation in motion, a Bharat that is negotiating its place in a shifting global order while simultaneously shaping its own social, cultural, and intellectual destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dialogue that defines a rising Bharat. Before we begin, we would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you, our presenting partner, Geo Financial Services, our co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, our powered by partner, Pernod Ricard India, and our Bharat Growth partner, ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our driven by partner, Kia Seltos, our state partners, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Uttarakhand governments, our workspace partner, WeWork India, our logistics partner, DTDC, our energy partner, Vikram Solar, our transformation partners, SR, and our associate partners, NSE M3M Foundation and Reliance Industries Limited. Thank you for bringing an integral part of the News18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. Without much ado, let's begin with a question that sits at the heart of India's economic moment. As India recalibrates its trade strategy in a rapidly shifting global order, every agreement carries weight. Are new trade partnerships accelerating India's growth story, or are they testing the limits of domestic resilience? In a world of supply chain realignments, tariff tensions, and strategic alliances, how does Bharat negotiate from a position of strength while safeguarding its core interests? I'd now like to invite on stage Network 18 Zaka Jacob to take the session forward to navigate the economic strategy and consequences of India's evolving trade posture. We're also being joined by Professor Biswajit Dhar, Professor, Council for Social Development, Mr. Gurcharan Das, former CEO, Strategic Planning, P&G Worldwide, and Mr. Ajay Srivastava, founder, Global Trade Research Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, a hearty round of applause for our panelists, please. Zaka, over to you.
So it's the topic that everybody is talking about, at least for the last few months, certainly in the last few weeks. The ongoing trade wars, initiated, of course, by the US President Donald Trump and his tariffs. All countries have been affected by it in varying measures. India, too, has been affected by it. India was one of the last countries to strike out an interim trade framework agreement with the United States at a tariff rate of 18%. But then a few days after that, the US Supreme Court struck down those tariffs, saying that it was illegal. The section of the US trade law that was used by the president has been deemed as illegal. At least he's not authorized to use that particular section, in response to which the US president has now reimposed tariffs to the tune of 15%. So how does India stack up in all of this? Let me ask Professor Dhar this. So India had struck this, what was seen as a relatively competitive 18% tariff rate with the United States. But now suddenly again, after the Supreme Court's decision, the president reimposing a 15% tariff, what should India do? Should India sort of wait on the sidelines, see what the outcome of this legal process is, or should India go ahead and take that 18% framework that we've already agreed to?
Thank you very much. Sorry? Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. Let me first tell you that it's not 15%, it's actually 10%. He said 15%, that is only verbally, but his executive order of 20th February mentions 10%, and that has not been revised. So it's actually 10% plus, you know, an average tariff that was imposed on us before all this happened was about 2.5%, 3%. So it's about 13% now. Now, I think India must wait and watch because, you know, the US Supreme Court has made it very clear that the right to formulate trade policy in the US lies with the Congress and not with the President. And that's what is happening. The executive has always had to look up to the Congress, get directions from the Congress, and then negotiate trade agreements. There's a legislation called or authority called Trade Promotion Authority or Fast Track. On that basis, the executive actually negotiates. Now, so now the situation is that President Trump will not be able to impose tariffs in an ad hoc manner, sweeping tariffs in an ad hoc manner. He'll only have the flexibility of imposing such emergency measures as he has put on the 20th of February, and this is going to be lasting for 150 days. After that, you know, so on 20th of July, this expires, and then we'll have to see what happens next. So I think
your advice would be that
India should just wait and watch. Let's see how the whole situation plays out between the Congress and the judiciary. There's going to be further action, I'm sure. So we should just wait and watch.
Mr. Das, you know, the only problem with that is I think the president has already tweeted or put it on social that any country that tries to renegotiate, you know, I will put more tariffs on them. And in any case, you know, the imposition or the taking off of these tariffs has been very ad hoc. So in light of that, should India just grab the deal in hand or wait for a better one 6 months down the line?
You know, Zaka, Trump is our best friend and is America's worst enemy. So what, and by that I mean that he is forcing us to do what is right for us, which we have not been able to do for the last 80 years, which is to open our economy and make our economy competitive. And so we are the most over-regulated economy in the world. 69,000 compliances. And so what he's doing actually is in our own favor. And if we want to achieve that Viksit Bharat goal, we will have to create jobs, formal jobs, and this is the only way. It always should be make in India for the world. And if we become competitive, I mean, look, a few months ago, this is a historic moment. A few months ago, we could never have imagined the kind of trade deal we made with the EU. And a few months before that with the UK, and now with the agreement with the US. So we are finally beginning to deregulate the most regulated economy in the world. And this is why I would say, don't try and renegotiate. The answer is, don't say, oh, we made some concessions, can we get them back? Those concessions were in our favor. If we look long term, we have rationalized our lunatic, over-regulated import regime. And to export, you have to import. To export, you have to import. And we have suffered all these years because we've had this pyramid structure of higher duties. So I would say that relax, do the opening, do the deregulation that we have started to do, and I think it doesn't matter. Just keep on thinking, is this going to make us more competitive? That should be the only test that we should have. And so that's what I think.
Okay. Mr. Srivastav, you know, the counter to that is, A, the current system or the law under which President Trump has imposed these tariffs is for 150 days. Now, he has to go back to the U.S. Congress. We don't know if there is appetite there to pass a more permanent tariff structure. In any case, you know, is it also a wake-up call for India that the U.S. was our most important market? I think 18 or 20% of our goods used to go to the U.S. It's time now for us to diversify our trade, or is that easier said than done, Mr. Srivastava?
So, the dilemma faced by India is not faced by India alone. Almost all the countries who have done trade deal with the US, they are facing this dilemma. For example, Europe, Japan, South Korea, they are facing the same US tariffs which India will be facing, with deal or without deal. They have done the deal, India is in the process of deal. And that's the real dilemma, whether to do a deal or not. US have nothing to offer in addition which it used to offer. As far as diversification of the exports is concerned, US is our...
So your advice would be to do the deal, or take the deal that we've negotiated, or to wait it out?
We have seen Europe, Japan, Australia, everybody coming out and seeking clarification from the US. We should ask the US that earlier premises, I mean the tariff concession they were offering is no more there. So what is in it for us which makes us do a deal with them? So the clear question will be, I do a deal with you, I don't do a deal with you, what's the difference? Right now there is no difference.
Right now you think there's no difference,
There is no difference.
whether we do a deal or whether we don't do a deal?
10% plus MFN tariffs, earlier country-specific tariffs are gone. That's why all countries, not only India, you see, everybody is thinking about these things. It's not an easy question. And US also doesn't have the answer. They would have answered. That's why they are resorting to threat. Jamin Greer is issuing threats. Mr. Trump is issuing threats. They have only threats.
So the interesting thing to that, Mr. Das, if you want to respond to that, is that, look, if you were, I mean, the Indian negotiators, I believe they were supposed to go last week and to try and finish the legal scrubbing, and then sometime mid-March, they were expecting to sign it formally between the two trade representatives. But India has said, no, we'll sort of sit back and we won't take this. Let's see. I mean, of course, the reasoning being we want to see how the legal battle plays out between the Congress, the White House, and of course the US judiciary. But what would your case be for them to take that flight back to Washington? Mr. Srivastava has said that there is no case for them to take that flight to Washington.
You're asking me?
I'm asking you, Mr.
Yeah.
Das.
Well, you know, I think, frankly, this is part of the noise. The real story here for us is that we have a very clear goal. Our economic policy, our social policy, our foreign policy, our security policy is 8% economic growth. This is a moment of it's a wake-up call. Wake-up call to realize where we have to go. I mean, since 1991, we have done a pretty good job. 6.5% growth over 30 years for a democracy is unprecedented. So we should be happy, and we have momentum now. But we have still not created an industrial revolution. We have jumped from a green revolution to an IT revolution. And every country had to go through the second stage of the factory stage. Our export of manufactured goods is less than 2%. And I mean, that is tragic. And we employ only 11% of our people in industry, in manufacturing. And 45% of our people are stuck in agriculture. So, if we have to have any hope, this is the only criterion with which we should measure this deal. I personally think this deal has forced us to open up and it's a good thing, and not get caught between the legalese, and let the lawyers do what they have to do.
But Mr. Srivastava, I mean, the larger point that Mr. Das is making is a valid one. Any country that has made that leap from a poor country, developing country, to a middle-income country, you take the case of China, you take the case of the Southeast Asian countries, have all had to go through that manufacturing revolution. We seem to have skipped that, and this is our opportunity to get back to that manufacturing revolution. Mr. Srivastava, then I'll come to you.
I agree with all points of Mr. Das. I respect his knowledge base. But what he is saying, it has no connect with the US trade deal. We should move on manufacturing, services, everything, employment. We are doing that. But it has no connect with the US trade deal. You know, trade deals are not charity. You give me $100, I give you $100. Where is that $100 from US side? They used to be there before Supreme Court judgment. Now it's $0. Unless US side tells me or somebody tells me that there is something returned, it's not a charity, so I'll not go for it.
No, but what were they giving you even before the Supreme Court verdict?
Before, of course, they imposed illegal reciprocal tariffs on the whole of the world, on us also, and they promised they will be cutting that back to some extent. I was having some leverage over my competitor countries.
So the one interesting thing is, so the tariffs were in two parts. The reciprocal tariffs, which were 25%, which has now been reduced to 18. And then, of course, the second one, which was the problematic one, which was the Russian oil tariffs of 25%. That is a threat that the US president has used against India for the last 6 months, and he's finally taken that off. Now he's threatening that any country that tries to renegotiate, I will up the tariffs. And he's done this. He's done this with South Korea recently. He doesn't like the fact that the South Korean parliament did not ratify the trade deal, and therefore he's imposing an extra 10%. He threatened to do that with Europe as well. So do we not run the risk of increased tariffs further if, we don't take the deal in hand?
No, let me answer Mr. Das's, issue first. See, it is a fact that we have not been able to strengthen our manufacturing sector. And all the trade agreements that we have signed thus far, we find that our trade deficit has been going up precisely because our manufacturing sector is not competitive. We have not been able to, develop our manufacturing sector like our partners in the Southeast Asian region have done. And that's our own failing. Let us admit it. Because, for the past 20 years, and I know I was also in the government, we have been talking about a manufacturing policy, yeah? And we have got stuck there, and, every government has come and said, we don't want a manufacturing policy, and this is a rolling plan kind of a thing. And even today, when Make in India was announced in 2014, the share of manufacturing in GDP was about 16%, and we wanted to take it to 25% in 10 years. After 10 years, share of manufacturing sector is down to 13%. It's gone the other way. Now, I think, the entire problem is ours. Trade liberalization, and I'm firmly of the view that trade liberalization alone is not the panacea. You look at all the successful countries. They walked on two legs. They have actually invested in their domestic capacity. Now, tell me something. When we ask our children to go and compete in the outside world, do we tell them to just jump there and then compete there? No, we ask them to prepare themselves. Now, the Indian economy is not prepared. You take agriculture, it's down in the dumps. You look at manufacturing, it's not competitive. And services, most of the service sectors are in a problem except IT. So that is the problem that we face at home. We need to look at ourselves first. Like always, you always say that when you're pointing at others, there are more fingers looking at us. Now, the second problem, just briefly, just one line I'll say about the question that you posed to me directly. See, the thing is that President Trump's flexibility of imposing these tariffs are practically gone now, because he is going to face, lawsuits if he tries to do that. Congress had actually ruled against Canadian tariffs and voted against Trump tariffs imposed on Canada. And that was a very strong political message that was given to Trump. And I don't think he's not now going to overreach. He's just trying to measure. That's why he didn't go from 10% to 15%. It just stuck at 10%. So he's also
That-
watching.
that-
He's
that's
also
a-
watching.
That has a limited shelf life. It has
It's
a
a shelf
shelf
life.
life till July.
Absolutely,
Do you think
absolutely.
he's going to give up on tariffs post that?
No. What he's going to, and he said it that said it very clearly, and Justice Kavanaugh has also given in his ruling. All that the president could do in terms of hiking tariffs, and all these are going to be ad hoc. There has to be some investigation first, which show that U.S. industry is getting hurt, and then tariffs can be imposed. So President Trump has also said, he said, look, it's going to take time, but I'm going to reimpose tariffs. So let us see what he does.
So, Mr. Das, the problem is that Mr. Trump, for better or for worse, believes that tariffs are the way to level the playing field. He wants to get manufacturing back into America. Whether or not that happens, I mean, I'm not getting into the result of it, but he believes this, and therefore, it's a political instrument that he's using. The court has struck it down. He's immediately reimposed it using another section of the law. And as and when it expires in July, he will go back to the Congress and he will try to rally up support, both within the Republicans certainly, and try and see if he can get some Democrat support as well. Do you see him just, giving up on tariff policy?
No, he's not going to give up on tariff policy. And also, I don't need to talk about what it will do to America. He's going to do maximum amount of harm to his own country. But what I'm saying here, and I think there's some degree of agreement here, that anything that makes our country competitive and allows us to create that industrial revolution and allows us to create those jobs. And I just give you one quick example of how we can do it. And that is actually related to trade, international trade. I mean, I believe that international trade is good and free trade is even better. So all this business of tariffs is really noise. So the quick way is, when Vietnam heard that they had lost the iPhone to India, Apple decided that besides China, they were going to manufacture the iPhones in India. And they've done so very successfully, created 2 lakh jobs, of which 70% are women, jobs for women. What did the Prime Minister of Vietnam do? He got onto a plane and he flew to Cupertino, California, the headquarters of Apple, and he met the CEO of Apple. And he said, we've lost the iPhone to India, but will you give us the tablet? Will you give us the iPad? And he said, here are the reasons why you should give it to us. And he got it. Now, talking about low-hanging fruit and talking about becoming competitive, if every chief minister of every state picked a global leader in a labor-intensive manufacturing area and went and did a similar kind of pitch to the CEO, as Vietnam did.
But
I'll tell you-
it's more than that. I mean, it's about acquisition of land. It's about
Yeah.
qualified
So
labor.
what
it's
I'm
about other
saying
resources.
is, you can't just go there.
And
You've
make a
got
pitch.
to get your house in order. And when you have to do all these other things, I mean, there's a lot of reform that we have to do. So what I was trying to say to you from the beginning is that Trump's tariffs are pushing us in the right direction. And I'm now saying there is low-hanging fruit, that India has not produced a single global brand, which shows how uncompetitive we are. But if we open up, as Mr. Trump wants us to, we will get competition. And our industry, competition is the best school to learn to become competitive. And that's why, ultimately, I was just pointing to you how quickly we could move, because in the short term, you're not going to get an Indian company becoming a global leader. But this is the way forward.
So, Mr. Srivastava, the trade policy is also intrinsically linked at some level to the geostrategy of the United States. This is their way of trying to, bring in countries like India, Japan, South Korea, sort of integrate them not just, in the trade framework, but also in the geopolitical framework. So the price that these countries, including India, have to pay is this tariff. So the strategic premium that India is paying to the United States, not just for trade reasons, because in the trade reason it doesn't make sense to be paying, 18% or any percent for that matter, but for non-trade reasons, this is the premium that you're forced to pay for strategic reasons. Is there any merit or logic in that?
So we have to define what advantage this trade deal brings to us, geopolitical or not. US is basically, geopolitically, they are siding with our enemies, say Pakistan, or the trade deal contains certain provisions which will restrict our relationship with third countries. So I have yet to discover the benefits the trade deal will bring to us, especially after the Supreme Court judgment when the tariff wedge is gone.
No, but, the Pakistan connection aside, the fact is that India, the biggest concern for India is this China-Pakistan axis. And if, we were to choose a security partner for the next 25, 30 years, it would naturally have to be the United States.
So I don't see it that way. We are more deeply connected with Chinese supply chains or industrial goods than to US. US is a supplier of energy, aircraft, semiconductors, those things. But for industrial things, we are massively integrated with China. And I want India, we are a large rising power. We should have best relations with US also, China also, and Russia also. We should not commit to anything in any trade agreement which restricts our relationship with China or Russia or any other country.
The Chinese trade imbalance that we've had, it's been for a number of years now. It's not a new thing. But as Mr. Srivastav said, we are totally dependent on the Chinese for our industrial, not just raw material, maybe even a lot of, finished goods, etc. How do we reduce that dependency?
Look, the solution is to strengthen our manufacturing. See,
Why is this not happening? It's been 30 years since we opened up.
This is, I'm not a policymaker. I don't know how, all that I know is that when 6 years back the production incentive was launched, it was launched explicitly to reduce our dependence on China on a whole range of products, from finished products to intermediates. Like, for instance, on pharmaceuticals, the bulk drugs or active pharmaceutical ingredients, we wanted to manufacture all of that domestically. After 6 years, I find to my dismay that our dependence on China has actually gone up. This year, this financial year, which is just ending, the trade deficit that you're going to face is going to be more than $100 billion. Now, that is where I'm saying that, we, I think, are not focused well enough. And the focus is not on strengthening our production, the real sectors, well enough, and which can actually deliver on a global stage. Because now with with open economies, whether you are in your domestic space or in the international economy, it doesn't really matter, because you have to be competitive. And this is where we are losing out, and we are now, unfortunately, we are so dependent on China. It's impossible for us to get freed from, the Chinese dependence, unless we do something drastically different.
Mr. Das, the final word. At some point we have to look inside, and what is it that we've not been doing enough for the last 30 years to build our manufacturing base?
And that's another benefit of this push that Trump has done. It's making us think of alternatives. Now, if we have to think anew, what if we had to make a trade deal with China? Something that was totally inconceivable. But as Mr. Srivastava has just pointed out, let's look into it. Let's look at something that we can sell them. In other words, what I believe is that disassociate your politics and your geopolitics and security from economics and prosperity. Just focus on prosperity and go for that Viksit Bharat goal. And so this flexibility will force us to think. There are things we can sell to China that also China is in a better mood today to look at things. So looking at alternatives. Yes, absolutely right that what he says, we have to make our manufacturing competitive and look within us. And that's the best thing that's happened in this lunatic year of 2025.
Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Dhar, Mr. Das, and Mr. Srivastav? Thank you very much for joining us on this inaugural session at Rising Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that engaging and insightful conversation. It is discussions like these that remind us how critical dialogue, how critical collaboration is in shaping a stronger, more resilient economic partnership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we please have another huge round of applause for the three gentlemen? Our next session turns inward. If economics defines how a country grows, culture defines who it becomes. Beyond policy frameworks and global negotiations lies a more intimate question. What does it mean to belong to Bharat today? From transnational identities to calling India your new home, these individuals did not just find a new home, they found themselves in the cultural amalgamation of India. Finding Bharat, Life, Love in India is a conversation about the emotional and philosophical landscape of our times, about how we live, what we value, and how the idea of India continues to evolve in the hearts of those who come from varied backgrounds and different countries and found peace here. I would request Zaka to please reprise his role as a moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage François Gauthier, French journalist, historian, author. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati, global spiritual leader, speaker and author, also joins us, along with Nick Booker, co-founder and CEO, Indogenius, and actor Suzanne Burnett. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So this is a session of looking at India from the outside and yet through the inside, as it were. These are all expats who've been living, working, traveling in India for the last many, many decades. Surely they've seen this country change, the economy change, the culture change. And what is it that we can learn from what we've seen in these last 30, 40 years for our rise and continued rise, really, towards 2047 and the goal of a Viksit Bharat? So let me start with you, Sadhvi, first. I mean, when was the first time you came to India? What is it that struck you about India? And what is it that you think is the most significant change you have seen in the last 30, 40 years?
Wonderful. So I came almost exactly 30 years ago in September of 1996. I was 25. I was a graduate of Stanford University. I was in the midst of getting a PhD in pediatric neuropsychology. I grew up in Los Angeles, quite literally in Hollywood, hence the Hollywood to the Himalayas title of my memoir. That was really my Jivan Yatra. And I came to India with a backpack. I was not on any kind of a conscious spiritual path or journey. But I came on what I thought was just going to be an adventure in the midst of my PhD program. But that's the power of Ma Ganga. It's the power of the Himalayan Sanskriti, not just the mountains themselves, but the culture, the tradition, the wisdom. It's the power of Bharatiya Sanskriti that actually grabbed me, held me, and showed me not only the very truth of who I was in the most extraordinary spiritual experience that could be gifted to someone, but also showed me the life path to walk. And now I always share कि अब ऐसे नहीं कि केवल मैं ही भारत में रहती हूँ, लेकिन लगता कि भारत मुझ में रहता है. And that's really been for me the experience. Is it doesn't feel like an experience of just expat, here hanging out. It feels like the arms of Bharat Ma, the land, the soil, the air, the culture, the wisdom, the dharma, opened up and embraced me and filled me with the wisdom of how to live. In the West, in the world that I came from, most of us spent our lives learning that the most important question in life is what for me? Mere liye kya? What am I going to get out of it? But coming here, we learn that life is really a yagya. Life is about asking not what for me, but what through me. Mere dwara kya, mere madhyam se kya. And that aspect of service, I have this psychological background, and it's been so fun to watch science and psychological research these days begin to catch up with what the rishis and the sages have been telling us for thousands of years. Every night in Rishikesh we have our Ganga Arti ceremony that we call our Thanksgiving ceremony of gratitude. And these days in the West, you go to any spiritual retreat, and the first thing they do is hand you a gratitude journal. Write down what you're grateful for. It'll make you happier. But our rishis and sages have been telling us these things for thousands and thousands of years. Get connected, be grateful, open your heart, be generous, serve others. Now they're doing altruism studies. Yeah. And so it's been really beautiful to watch this world of science and spirituality overlap. And lastly, just very quickly, I realized you had asked a last question about change. I think the most important change that I've seen that has been so beautiful is a pride in being Indian. When I came 30 years ago, both in this country as well as speaking to NRIs around the world, one of the messages that I was always trying to give was stay connected to your roots, stay connected to your heritage. Your culture has within it the power to give you everything you're looking for in life. But now, they don't need me to say it. Now that pride, that joy, that sense of we are Bharatiya, from the youth in this country, last year in the Mahakumbh, 80% youth coming to the Kumbh, never before. That youth really rising up spiritually and with the culture and pride and love in this country as well as abroad has been a phenomenal change.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause? I think she's captured that well. The transformation that we're seeing in India. Mr. Gautier, obviously, the economic transformation is very visible for everyone to see. I mean, in the 90s, when India was opening up, it was probably a $300-400 billion economy. Today, we're closer to a $4 trillion economy, fourth largest in the world, and so on. So that's a visible transformation. But what has changed in the psyche of the people of this country, the collective consciousness of this country from the time that you landed here to now?
So Indians have become more proud of themselves. As a Westerner who loves India, I was always shocked to see how little Indians are proud to be Indians, especially when you meet them abroad in the United States or in England. The students there who tend to melt, into the American way of life or the Western way of life. So today, I think thanks to Mr. Modi, principally, there is a wave of nationalism and pride in India. I think this is one of the great challenges. Economically, I tend to agree with my friend Mr. Das that India is not on par with China. You know, China is so far ahead of India, and it pains me because I'm not a friend of China. I love the Dalai Lama, I love Tibet, and I know what China has done to them. China's human rights is 100 times worse than India, but India is lagging behind in economy because India has not opened up. You know, India needs to liberalize much more if it becomes that superpower that we all want India to become. There has to be more liberalization.
Suzanne, you know, one of the things that people talk about, and it's been a conversation of late in the last 7-10 years, one of the things that's not making India attractive to the rest of the world, especially for expats to come and settle down and, you know, start a family, live a life, is around this pollution problem, right? Especially in northern India, especially in Delhi, now increasingly in Mumbai as well. How much is that dissuading, you know, people from other countries coming and living here, or is that not a factor at all?
I do not know if this is even coming in the news there, or if it's known fact, you know. Like I was sitting with somebody yesterday who has shifted to Bangkok, and he was saying, oh, it's so great there, they have no pollution. And then you open the news and you know Bangkok also has pollution. So it's nowadays I don't think you can make such a clear statement, but about the attraction, like I'm from Germany, I can tell you that the news about India is very less. I think a lot has come when Ursula von der Leyen was there. The European Union trade deal with India was big news there. But something like pollution or what's been going on, I don't know.
In terms of, you know, what is enticing for foreigners to come to India to live or travel or to work?
It depends what you want to do. If you come with a company, then you automatically have the transfer. They take care of a lot of stuff. If you come for spirituality, that's a different path. I came for acting, that's a different path. So all these things are connected or not connected. You know, I think it depends what you want to get out of the country, and then pollution, you will just live with it. Like
Nick Cooper, just in terms of, you know, the spiritual connection that Sadhvi talked about, that has always been, you know, even before, from thousands of years, India has been known for its spirituality, its spiritual rootedness, and it was always seen sort of in contrast to the Western, almost materialistic pursuit, right? Is the twain meeting somewhere, you see, in India in the last many years? Because we've also been, you know, we've also opened up, we've liberalized our economy. A lot of young people, you know, want branded shoes and branded clothes and cars and so on.
Namaskar, and thank you so much for the opportunity to answer that question. I think, actually, that's kind of a modern view. If you look back over thousands of years, the world has always associated India with material wealth as well as spiritual wealth. And that's the true extraordinary capability of this land that we call Bharat, that is India. We have a land that sustains and nourishes. If you look at the etymology of Bharat, you have, some people say possessors of light, and I actually used that definition last year, but another definition which I'll use this year is that Bharat is the land that sustains and nourishes. And that's where the Bharata tribe, and King Bharat is a descendant of the Bharata tribe, comes from. So this is a land that has bhumi, that has incredible fertile land. It has jal, it has rain from the monsoons and from the rivers flowing off the Himalaya, and it has surya, it has sunshine. And if you have those three together, you have abundance. And abundance leads to material wealth, because out of the plants you can sustain populations, you can create fabrics, you can weave textiles, you can have the natural minerals, the beryl that the Romans sought to trade with India. You have huge material reasons for seeking out India for tens of thousands of years. That's how our ancestors, yours and mine, our common ancestors, 50,000 years ago, when they were in this land before my ancestors or more recent ones disappeared off to Europe and yours remained here, we were coming in seek of a better life for material reasons. Now, what's extraordinary about India is that on top of that material prosperity, that abundance, that natural beauty and gift, that nourishing and sustaining environment, nature, came a spiritual wealth. And that wealth came from an understanding of the huge complexity of creation and the fact that beneath that, one could tap into, through tapasya, through sadhana, through practices, some austerities. So withdrawing yourself from the abundance is one way of realizing the source of that abundance. That's a great teaching of India. That is where the spiritual teachings come from. And they are that there is a unity, a consciousness, a oneness that can be experienced, that it's behind everything, that it connects everything. And I think that whether you are a British Victorian philosopher, spiritualist, or mathematician, you are attracted to India, or whether you're a Chinese empress looking for some spiritual alternative to Confucianism, you turn to India. So that's why the teachings of Buddha, the teachings of Hindu spiritual masters, gurus, have always attracted people from around the world. And just one correction, I no longer see myself, and in fact I never saw myself as an expat. I'm an immigrant. When we talk about Indians in Britain or Silicon Valley, we don't talk about them as expats. So I don't see why it should be that way around here. I'm an immigrant. I came here because I believed that India had something to offer me. I think India has something to offer everybody. And on one side, that can be material, the growth of the economy, the fastest growing economy in the world, the incredible technological creativity scale of India. And on the other hand is this psychological, spiritual wealth that you can experience and even get a taste of if you are fortunate to take that part.
You know, the prism through which, let's say, a young person today in America or in Europe or anywhere else in the world is looking at Bharat is through 3 or 4, stereotypical prisms, right? Either it's spirituality, as you said, or Bollywood movies, or there is now increasingly, Indian companies are going out and people want to work in the Indian tech space and so on and so forth. Indian food, again, yoga. How does one sort of look at India beyond these stereotypes? How would you sell India to the globe or to the Western audience, particularly a young audience?
I don't think foreigners
beyond
should be
these
selling
stereotypes.
India to anyone. I don't think foreigners should be selling India to anyone. I think hopefully we've moved beyond that period of history.
So, fortunately, what India is showing to the world is bringing people anyway. Next week at Parmarth Niketan in Rishikesh, we'll host our annual International Yoga Festival, where thousands of people every year come from almost 100 countries across the globe, sometimes more than 100 countries. And I remember after COVID being a little bit concerned because during COVID time, everything went online. All the things we used to have to travel to learn, suddenly you could learn on YouTube. You want to do a teacher's training program, you want to learn wisdom, you want to learn meditation, you want to learn music, you want to learn yoga, you want to learn scriptural wisdom, mantras. वो सब कुछ online available हो गया. Though I thought कि maybe now people are not going to come. But what I've seen is, interestingly, even more people are coming. And the reason that they're coming is because they're looking not just for a teaching, but they're looking for a touch and they're looking for a transformation. What I see all over the world, and I keep traveling all over the world so much, and what I see is financially, career-wise, scientifically, technologically, in all of these arenas, we're growing, we're increasing, we're expanding, we're rising, we're attaining more and more, achieving more and more. And along with that, rates of depression are skyrocketing, anxiety is skyrocketing, loneliness is skyrocketing, addiction is skyrocketing. The mental health in America and in so much of the Western world these days is awful, in an awful situation. And what I think is happening, and I'm watching it, is more and more people are actually turning to Bharat, turning to the wisdom traditions, whether they call it adhyatma, or they just call it mindfulness, or they call it Ayurveda for some balance and health and alignment in their bodies, or they call it the power and science of mantra to change them alchemically, whether we call it neurohacking, biohacking. I mean, all of these new hot topics across the world. actually arise out of our ancient teachings and ancient Sanskriti. So people are coming. They're wanting to learn this because we have everything. Sab kuch set hai. Lekin swayam upset hai. And we don't know what to do about it. And so we're looking for something that will bring that inner peace, that meaning, that guidance that'll show us how to walk. Every day people come and they say, I don't know what to do. And we don't know what to do because we don't know who we are. And India is the culture and the tradition that offers us that wisdom of knowing who we are. Tattvam asi, aham brahmasmi, all of these core teachings remind us who we are. And so to me, whether you are struggling with mental health issues, physical health issues, any kind of life issues, people know the answer is actually here in India. And the beauty of India is it's open to everyone. Sabke liye. When we say Sanatan, well, sada ke liye or sabke liye? Available for all, applicable for all. It's not about, oh, you have to change your religion or you have to live here or you have to be a certain color or race or religion or whatever. It's open for everybody, available for everybody. So I think India's doing a fantastic job of actually advertising itself just by showing what it has to offer. These days, people have very, very good, especially the youth, very good what I call BS meters. And if you're selling something, jisme koi dum nahi hai, they pick it up very quickly. And they don't want anything to do with it. And people are realizing कि यहाँ इतनी दम है on every level कि अपने आप सब आ रहे हैं.
Mr. Gautier, you mentioned earlier in your first answer, the difference between China and India. China, of course, has sold its hard power, its manufacturing muscle, it's a hard military power and so on, and that's its projection of its image to the rest of the world, to the outside world. For India, it's only now of late, because of its economic prowess, rising economic growth, that some amount of hard power is coming to the fore, but otherwise, it's been essentially about soft power. It's been about, like I said, food and cinema and spirituality. Do you see, again, a sort of common point there, or do you see this, this is how India is going to be known in the rest of the world?
No, I don't like the word soft power because we need hard power. India needs to be strong, militarily, nuclear-wise, industrially. But the greatness of India is its spirituality. What the Chinese don't have is the knowledge that is there in India. When I came to India, I drove from Paris to Delhi. There was a caravan of 5 cars. And the first night I slept in Delhi before going to Pondicherry. I felt, this was my home, and there was a knowledge in this country, in the very soul of this country. All the questions I had as a kid, who am I, what happens when you die, what do I have to do in this life, they were answered here in India. About karma and dharma and, that God manifests at different times with different names. All these questions were answered here. Whatever I learned it here in India. All the rest is what I learned in France is of no interest. But this country has knowledge, and this knowledge, as Swami Vivekananda said, Sri Aurobindo said, to the other gurus are saying, it needs to go around the world. India needs to become the spiritual leader of the world. On par of being, an industrial nation, a powerful nation, a hard nation. I don't like the word soft power, I don't like Bollywood either much. Sorry about that. I believe...
I don't work in Bollywood. I'm in the Indian film and TV industry.
Okay. No, I believe in India. I believe that, India needs to be on par with China. India needs to be as powerful as China. But with that spiritual ethos on top of that, then it will make a super nation,
Again, are we still waiting for acceptance from the West in terms of even our cultural products, right? For the longest time, for many years now, we've been waiting for an Indian film to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. right?
But we do know that the Oscars are just nepotism,
No, I just
and
gave an
that
example.
you have to walk around and you have to. Marlon Brando refused at that time to go around and kowtow to these people, so he gets an Oscar. He was like, I'm not going to play this game.
Cited that as an example. I'm saying, when you compare it to, let's say, for example, Korea, right? The K-pop and
Okay, I knew
K-dramas.
about K-pop in the 90s because I lived in South Korea for 4 years. And nobody knew about K-pop and essence serums and anything. And it was existing at that time. So it's just a matter of getting to know it. But I tell you that my parents are living in a very small city with 15,000 inhabitants, and there are three Indian restaurants. Yeah, run by a Punjabi, run by somebody from Kerala, and I think the other guy is also Punjabi. I'm not quite sure. 15,000 inhabitants, 3 Indian restaurants. So I think, and now with the European Union, the trade deal, I think we can look for a very prosperous and a very enticing and very interesting times ahead in terms of what the trade deals will bring, yeah, because it's gotten easier. It's gotten easier to export, it's gotten easier to import. Just look at how much less you have to pay for a BMW nowadays. I still can't afford one, but yeah, okay, Tika.
But just in terms of, I lived in China for a few years, and back then at least, this is more than 10 years ago, it was okay to live there as an expat. There came a period where they weren't particularly welcoming of expats. How would you see that in India? Is it still welcoming for expats?
Okay, I lived in Taiwan. I was in Taipei. So I can tell you that India is the one country where you don't feel a foreigner.
You don't feel like you're a foreigner.
You don't feel like a foreigner. Even I think tourists who are coming here, they feel welcome. Like I lived in all these other countries and I always had that gap to the people. Here you don't have a gap to people. You do not have. Everybody will start talking to you. You walk into a market, nobody will, okay, they might try to haggle you a little bit, but we know, yeah, kuch to hona hi chahiye, yaar. So it's an understanding, but I think that the tourism can just grow a little bit more. I think that's something that can be more eased out. But I think this is also, we have to be careful what voices we are listening to, no? Because when people are coming here and they make poverty porn of sorts, yeah, and they're shooting all these things just to make a bad picture about India, I think we have to understand that that isn't India, and the high-rise buildings is also not India. I think it's an amalgamation of everything that is, and that's where the problem lies. India is so big, so diverse, that people do not understand it. If I give interviews in Germany, I have to explain to them Hindi is just one language. There are 22 official languages. India is State of Unions, and it's huge. And I think
it's as big as Europe.
Unless you come here and you experience it, I don't think you have an idea what it is.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, as a journalist, I've traveled, from Kanyakumari to Kashmir to Arunachal Pradesh. I was never made to feel that I was a foreigner. I was always welcome. I've never asked my passport. Like in Paris, if you're a stranger, there's a chance that they'll ask for your identity card. So I feel that India is a very welcoming country for foreigners, and maybe a little less now because India has been colonized for so long, and with nationalism comes a kind of,
suspicion?
Yes,
okay.
maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But living in India is a privilege for me.
Living in India is a privilege.
It's a privilege for me.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this panel, Expats in India. Can we have a round of applause for our guests?
Well, thank you to all our panelists for choosing this wonderful nation that is Bharat and for enriching its story with your own. We now move on to the political battleground where our third session titled Ideology, Identity and Governance brings to the stage two of the sharpest voices from India's principal political parties and rival parties at that. In a democracy as vibrant as ours, ideology is not abstract. It shapes policy, influences institutions, and frames the national narrative. Identity informs politics. Governance translates belief into action. So before I reveal who our panelists are, may I request Network 18's Amish Devgan onto the stage, please. Amish, can we have you on stage? Joining us today, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party's national spokesperson and Rajya Sabha MP Sudhanshu Trivedi, known for his articulate and forceful defense of the government's ideological framework. And from the Indian National Congress, we have the fiery and forthright spokesperson, Supriya Shrinate, a prominent voice challenging the establishment's vision. So ladies and gentlemen, expect lots of sharp arguments, clear contrasts, and a robust exchange of ideas. The floor is yours, Amish.
थैंक यू सो मच. जोरदार तालियों से अभिनंदन करिए डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी और सुप्रिया श्रीनेत का. आप दोनों का अभिनंदन है. जी 45 मिनट्स. सो देखिए, दो धुरंधर प्रवक्ता वक्ता अपनी पार्टियों की विचारधारा की यहां बात रखेंगे. मैं न्यूज 18 के मंच पर स्वागत करना चाहता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेता और सोशल मीडिया की चेयरपर्सन सुप्रिया श्रीनेते जी का अभिनंदन है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट प्रवक्ता डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी का. चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं आपसे सुप्रिया जी. बहुत सी बातें हुई, डेली हम लोग भी बहस करते हैं, आप लोग भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है, लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि देश में सब कुछ खराब ही हो रहा है या कुछ मोदी जी ठीक भी कर पा रहे हैं, आपकी राय में?
आपको, आपके दर्शकों को और सुधांशु जी को सबसे पहले तो मेरा नमस्कार, और जो लोग इसको टीवी पर देखेंगे उनको भी मेरा नमस्कार. मुझे नहीं लगता कि हम डूम्सडे सेयर हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष में होने के नाते और सबसे ज्यादा इस देश के नागरिक होने के नाते अगर कुछ गलत होता हुआ दिखता है तो चुप रहना अक्षम्य अपराध है. अगर सरकार देश विरोधी या नागरिकों के विरोध में फैसला लेती है तो उसकी कलई खुलनी चाहिए. अगर सवाल पूछना लोकतंत्र में बंद हो जाएगा तो यह देश लोकतंत्र नहीं रहेगा. मेरी शिकायत इस बात से है कि चाहे वो किसान हो, अगर अपने हक की बात करते हैं, सवाल पूछते हैं, उनको खालिस्तानी कह दिया जाता है. छात्र या प्रोफेसर कुछ बात करने लगे, वो टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के हो जाते हैं. अगर कोई दलित या ट्राइबल बात करने लगे, वो अर्बन नक्सल हो जाता है. कोई महिला अपने हक की बात करने लगे, वो लिबरल फेमिनिस्ट हो जाती है. तो मुझे लगता है ये जो लेबल्स देती है ये सरकार, अगर कोई प्रोटेस्ट कर दे तो उसके ऊपर जिस तरह का पुलिस फोर्स की बर्बरता होती है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप उस पर अच्छे सवाल अभी पूछिएगा. मुझे लगता है लोकतंत्र में सवाल पूछने का, लोकतंत्र में आईना दिखाने का, लोकतंत्र में सरकार को जवाबदेही तय करने का अधिकार विपक्ष को है, इस देश को है. आज की तारीख में उस अधिकार पर प्रहार हो रहा है और उस पर मुझे गहन आपत्ति है.
जी, क्या आप अधिकारों पर प्रहार कर रहे हैं? और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के इतिहास को अगर हम पढ़ें तो ज्यादातर आप लोग विपक्ष में रहे और विपक्ष में आप लोगों ने भी आंदोलन करे, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि अब एकाएक आपको आंदोलनों से भी तकलीफ हो गई है. आप कहना चाहते हैं कि कोई भी कोई बात कहे वो सरकार विरोधी बात हो सकती है, लेकिन वो देश विरोधी भी है. इस नैरेटिव से आप सहमत हैं?
ये बात सही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत लंबे समय तक विपक्ष में रही, तो एक परिपक्व और प्रभावी विपक्ष की भूमिका कैसे निभाई जाती है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भली बात आता है. हम याद दिलाना चाहते हैं कि 95 में अटल जी नेता प्रतिपक्ष के रूप में नरसिम्हा राव सरकार का पक्ष लेने के लिए यूएन में, जिनेवा में यूएन की कॉन्फ्रेंस में भारत का नेतृत्व करते हुए गए थे, और लोगों ने आश्चर्य व्यक्त किया था और पूरा क्रेडिट नरसिम्हा राव सरकार को दिया. घर में आके लड़ाई लड़ी उसके बाद. परंतु यहां पर हमारा यह कहना है कि कभी कभी हम लोग जब बच्चे थे तो एक नारा होता था कांग्रेस का कि सरकार चलाना उन्हें आता है. अब सरकार चलाना आता है या नहीं जनता ने दिखा दिया, पर मुझे लगता है विपक्ष का आचरण करना उन्हें भारतीय जनता पार्टी से सीखना चाहिए. वैसे मैं आज के इस रेफरेंस पे एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं. आज हम लास्ट वीक ऑफ फरवरी 2026 में हैं. आज एक बहुत बड़ी घटना की याद दिलाने वाली तिथि, ये कालखंड है. आज से ठीक 80 साल पहले, लास्ट वीक ऑफ फरवरी 1946 में 16 फरवरी से शुरू हुआ था नेवी का रिवोल्ट, और ये वो सबसे बड़ा कारण बना था जिसकी वजह से भारत को आजादी मिली। दूसरा, मैं ये अभी याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, फरवरी 2026 में हम बैठे हैं, आज से ठीक 30 साल पहले, फरवरी 1996 में गैरी कॉस्परोव जो चेस चैंपियन थे, वर्ल्ड चेस चैंपियन, और आईबीएम के कंप्यूटर डीप ब्लू के बीच में शतरंज की बाजी हुई थी। और उस समय हम कहीं नहीं थे, माने नहीं जाते थे हम कहीं डिजिटल में हैं। आज 30 साल के अंदर दुनिया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तक पहुंची, भारत एआई समिट में लीड करता हुआ दिख रहा है, डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में दुनिया का नंबर 1 का देश बना है। अगर देखा जाए तो आईफोन को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में चाइना के बाद नंबर 2 का देश है। फॉक्सकॉन जो चिप बनाती है उसकी चाइना के बाहर की सबसे बड़ी फैक्ट्री भारत में लगी है। और आज हम यूपीआई वीजा को पीछे छोड़कर दुनिया में एक दिन में डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन करने वाला सबसे बड़ा देश बन गया है। 30 साल में भारत कहां से कहां तक पहुंचा है, मुझे लगता है इस चीज को ईमानदारी से स्वीकार करना चाहिए। इसमें कोई पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात नहीं।
बिल्कुल, मैं टाइम लिमिट को मैं कह रहा हूं कृपा करके जरूर फॉलो करें, छोटे छोटे जवाब रखें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मुद्दे हम कवर कर सकें। लेकिन सुप्रिया जी, अभी इसी भारत मंडपम में एक जब इंटरनेशनल एआई समिट था, एक बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट हुआ और उस प्रोटेस्ट के दौरान युवा कांग्रेस के ऑफिस बियर्स ने एक हाफ नेकेड अर्धनग्न प्रदर्शन किया, जिसके बाद बहुत बड़ा विवाद खड़ा हो गया। क्या आपको लगता है आपके घटक दल भी उससे सहमत नहीं है? मैं एक एक करके उनका नाम लूंगा, लेकिन फिर भी
मुझे ऐसा लगता है युवा कांग्रेस ने जो किया उसका मैं समर्थन करती हूं और पूरी जिम्मेदारी से समर्थन करती हूं। इसलिए समर्थन करती हूं क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में प्रोटेस्ट करना हमारा संवैधानिक अधिकार है, पहली बात। और मैं उस मुद्दे को छूना चाहती हूं जो मुद्दा आप लोगों ने अपने टेलीविजन चैनल्स पर उठाया। 2 मुद्दे आपने उठाए, आपने और बीजेपी ने जुगलबंदी में देश की छवि का एक मुद्दा उठाया और दूसरा मुद्दा आपने उठाया कि इस जगह नहीं होना चाहिए था। प्रोटेस्ट कोई अपने घर के ड्राइंग रूम में बैठकर तो नहीं करेगा। मुझे प्रोटेस्ट करना है तो मैं अपने घर के ड्राइंग रूम में बैठ के नारे लगा लूं, वो प्रोटेस्ट नहीं होता। प्रोटेस्ट बाय इट्स वेरी नेचर ऐसी जगह होना चाहिए जहां पर उसकी चर्चा हो, जहां पर वो अट्रैक्ट करे। मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का ही आपको हवाला दे देती हूं। कल प्रधानमंत्री जी इजराइल गए थे, इजराइल के सदन को संबोधित करने जा रहे थे। जब वो सदन में मौजूद थे तो इजराइल का पूरा विपक्ष वॉकआउट कर गया। और इसलिए वॉकआउट किया क्योंकि वो बेंजामिन नेतन्याहू का अपोज कर रहे थे, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के प्रेसिडेंट को नहीं बुलाया गया था। उन्होंने कहा हमारा मोदी जी से कोई ऑपोजिशन नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि इजराइल के किसी मीडिया ने उनको देशद्रोही या ट्रेटर नहीं कहा, इजराइल की सरकार ने यह नहीं कहा कि इजराइल की छवि खराब हो गई, लेकिन हमारे यहां यह कहा गया। और मैं आपको एक बात इस पर और बताना चाहती हूं।
किसने कहा? मैं आपको बता देता हूं।
एक मिनट पहले मुझे मेरी बात खत्म करने दीजिए। अमित जी, आपने कहा था ना कम टाइम है, मुझे अपनी बात खत्म करने दीजिए। आप कहते हैं देश की छवि। उसके 24 घंटे पहले एक आदमी ने वीडियो बनाया, ओम बिरला जी के साथ तमाम तस्वीरें हैं। उस आदमी ने वीडियो में कहा कि मैं नेता विपक्ष राहुल गांधी के घर में घुसकर उनको गोली मारूंगा और उसके बाद 25 और कांग्रेस सांसदों को गोली मारूंगा। उस पर मुझे कोई विस्मय, कोई आक्रोश नहीं दिखा। आपके यहां कोई डिबेट नहीं दिखा, आपके यहां टिकर और टिप्पणी भी नहीं दिखी। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं देश की छवि उससे खराब हुई कि नहीं हुई? आज दिल्ली की सरहद पर एक सड़क पर कुछ सिरफिरों ने लिखा है ये सड़क मुसलमानों के लिए नहीं है, नेशनल हाईवे पर। उससे देश की छवि खराब हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है? दूषित पानी पीकर लोग मर रहे हैं, उससे देश की छवि खराब हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है? इसी एआई समिट में चीनी रोबोट लाया गया और उसका डिफेंस किया गया, उससे देश की छवि खराब हुई कि नहीं हुई? सैम ऑल्टमन का हाथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उठा दिया, उन्होंने हाथ उठाकर मुट्ठी बांध ली, उन्होंने कहा मुझे पता ही नहीं था, मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया। देश की छवि खराब हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है? मेरा अपना मानना है कि देश की छवि खराब करने का काम हम तब करते हैं जब हम सवालों पर सवाल उठाते हैं। और एक छोटी सी बात
मेरा एक सवाल है।
हम दिल्ली शहर में रह रहे हैं, आप जवाब दीजिए। हम दिल्ली शहर में रह रहे हैं, दिल्ली में बड़ी दूषित हवा है, बहुत सारे लोग आक्रोशित थे, इंडिया गेट पर आए प्रदर्शन करने, उनको अर्बन नक्सल घोषित कर दिया गया, तुरंत हिरासत में ले लिया गया। एक उन्नाव की रेप पीड़िता, वो प्रदर्शन कर रही थी रात को 1 बजे, क्योंकि उसके जो परपिट्रेटर था कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर को बेल मिल गई थी, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया। अरावली को ध्वस्त करने के खिलाफ प्रदर्शन कर रहा है, उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाता है। किसानों को मरने के लिए छोड़ दिया जाता है, पेपर लीक के खिलाफ जो बोलता है गिरफ्तार। मतलब इस देश में क्या प्रदर्शन करना पाप है? सवाल का जवाब आप
ओके, लेकिन देखिए आप बार बार बोल रही हैं, बीजेपी बार बार बोल रही है, बीजेपी बार बार बोल रही है, लेकिन अखिलेश यादव, आरजेडी, आदित्य ठाकरे, इसके अलावा आपकी पार्टी के नेता मार्केट अल्वा जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट थी, उन्होंने भी बोला ये जगह उचित नहीं थी। इस पर भी आप जरूर जवाब दीजिए। उन्होंने बोला, यानी आप सोचिए आपने कितनी बड़ी गलती करी होगी कि आपके घटक दल आपके साथ नहीं है।
अमीश जी,
स्वीकार करने में ज्यादा बेहतर होता है।
मुझे आपसे ये उम्मीद नहीं थी कि आप बीजेपी की भाषा इस मंच पे बोलिएगा।
मैं अखिलेश जी की भाषा बोल रहा हूं।
गलती मत बोलिए उसको। बिल्कुल हमने प्रदर्शन किया, हम उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं। मैं गलती बिल्कुल नहीं मानती हूं। गलती कहां हो रही है अब मैं आपको बताती हूं। 5 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया, उनको बेल नहीं मिल रही है। 3 बजे रात को आप उन लड़कों के माता पिता को उठा रहे हैं। उदय भानु छिप की वाइफ के पीछे आप पड़ गए। आप हमारे काफी सारे साथी हैं जिनके बुआ के चाचा के घर जाके उन लोगों को उठा रहे हैं। ये क्या कर रही है दिल्ली पुलिस? यही दिल्ली पुलिस
कार्रवाई कर रही है।
कार्रवाई करी किस बारे में कार्रवाई करी?
क्या
वो प्रोटेस्ट वायलेंट था? क्या वो प्रोटेस्ट वायलेंट था? मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं।
अलाउड नहीं था। अब वो
अलाउड नहीं था। प्रदर्शन, एक मिनट, प्रदर्शन और प्रोटेस्ट अलाउ करके किया जाता। मतलब ये लड़के एक एप्लीकेशन लिखते, मोदी जी के ऑफिस जाते और कहते आपने इतनी खराब डील करी है, हम आपको कॉम्प्रोमाइज बुलाना चाहते हैं, हमें एप्लीकेशन पर स्वीकृति लिख के दे दीजिए, तब हम आकर भारत मंडपम में प्रदर्शन करेंगे। अगर आपकी बात मानूं तो आप चाहते हैं हम प्रदर्शन जंतर मंतर पे करके। न्यूज 18 ने टिकर नहीं चलाया।
नहीं, हमने बिल्कुल टिकर चलाया। हमने बिल्कुल
पूछना चाहती हूँ,
हमने बिल्कुल टिकर चलाया। और वो ओम बिरला के साथ जिस व्यक्ति की आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, वो इस समय अरेस्टेड है, वो गिरफ्तार हो चुका है।
अरेस्टेड नहीं है, वो बाहर आ चुका है। आपकी जानकारी, आपसे मैं सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। आप तो बड़े प्रबुद्ध पत्रकार हैं। लोकतंत्र में वायलेंस की कोई जगह नहीं। इन लड़कों ने कोई वायलेंस नहीं किया, इनके साथ बहुत वायलेंस हुआ। लेकिन उसी के 24 घंटे पहले जब एक आदमी बैठकर गोली मारने की धमकी देता है,
गलत
तो
है।
आपने डिबेट क्यों नहीं किया?
बिल्कुल करेंगे।
आपने क्यों नहीं बोला? करेंगे नहीं।
नहीं, बिल्कुल एक
आपने अपनी जिम्मेदारी क्यों नहीं निभाई?
बिल्कुल हमने तो अपनी जिम्मेदारी
क्यों नहीं किया?
हम तो अपनी जिम्मेदारी लगातार निभा ही रहे हैं और आगे भी निभाते रहेंगे। नहीं, सुधांशु जी बोलिए।
देश की छवि खराब, देश की छवि जब आप लोग बीजेपी की भाषा बोलते हैं तब खराब।
हम देश की भाषा बोल रहे हैं और जनता भी देश की भाषा बोल रही है।
आप बीजेपी की भाषा नजर आ रही है, ये सब जानते हैं, आपका ऑडियंस भी जानता है। मुझे ज्यादा कहने की जरूरत नहीं।
मैं कोर्ट को मानता हूं और कोर्ट ने जितने युवा कांग्रेस के नेता थे उनको रिमांड दी है। कोर्ट की बात मैं मानता हूं। आज उसी कोर्ट ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को एक्विट करा है। उसी कोर्ट ने।
आज उसी कोर्ट ने
विश्वास करना पड़ेगा या नहीं करना पड़ेगा?
अच्छा अमीश जी, आप बहुत शो करते हैं, आप एजेएल पे बहुत शो करते हैं। उसी कोर्ट ने पंचकुला में खारिज कर दिया पूरा केस। आपने टिकर नहीं चलाया, आपने डिबेट नहीं किया। दिक्कत की बात यह, मीठा मीठा गप और कड़वा कड़वा थूक नहीं होता है।
नहीं, हम मीठा मीठा भी गप करते हैं और ज्यादा कड़वा कड़वा भी खाते हैं।
जो
कांग्रेस और बीजेपी दोनों से
नहीं आया वो नहीं चिपकेगा।
वैसे उस केस पे पहली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस अजय माकन जी ने की थी। आरोप कांग्रेस की तरफ से लगा, इससे कहते हैं मीठा मीठा गप, कड़वा कड़वा थू। अब दूसरी बात ये होती है,
आप खिलाफ है या साथ है?
आप अपने
आप तो ये बताइए ना, आप खिलाफ है कि साथ है?
आप देखिए, इन्होंने कहा लोकतंत्र में वायलेंस के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए, मगर गुस्ताख नबी की एक ही सजा, सरतन से जुदा, सरतन से जुदा। वाह, इसमें कोई समस्या नहीं है, इसमें कोई वायलेंस नहीं है। और यह कहा नहीं गया, उदयपुर में कर दिया गया। और करने के बाद उन लोगों पे यूएपीए नहीं लगा, मगर अशोक गहलोत की सरकार ने, हमारी पार्टी छोड़िए, हम तो विपक्ष में थे, इनकी पार्टी के जो पायलट ग्रुप के सांसद थे उन पे सिडेशन का कानून लगाया। ये होती है फादर जोसेफ का हाथ काट दिया जाएगा केरल में। नहीं, वो हिंसा थोड़ी होती है, वो हिंसा नहीं होती है, दूसरी चीज हिंसा होती है। अब मैं जहां प्रदर्शन की प्रोटेस्ट की बात करना चाहता हूं, अभी इनके मुंह से क्या निकला, एक सड़क के लिए कह दिया गया, एक सड़क मुसलमानों के लिए नहीं। अरे 37 लाख एकड़ जमीन इस देश की कह दी गई कि ये सिर्फ मुसलमानों के लिए है, वक्फ बोर्ड एक्ट के अंतर्गत, और जिस पे उंगली रख दी जाएगी वो सिर्फ मुसलमानों की होगी, बाकी कोई कोर्ट नहीं जा सकता। खैर, अब हम आते हैं प्रोटेस्ट के मुद्दे के ऊपर। प्रोटेस्ट किया जाता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मामलों में प्रोटेस्ट होता है, मगर किन मुद्दों पे होता है? वो होता है सड़क के बाहर, आयोजन के बाहर। दूसरा, वो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विषय होते हैं। कोई क्लाइमेट चेंज पे प्रोटेस्ट करता है, कोई ह्यूमन राइट्स पे प्रोटेस्ट करता है। आपने देखा होगा, अमेरिका में है, जेनेवा में। मगर ये बताइए, आप तो कह रहे हैं आप सरकार के मामले के लिए कर रहे थे, तो ये घर के अंदर आए हुए मेहमानों के सामने सरकार से डिमांड करने का प्रोटेस्ट का तरीका क्या था? दूसरी बात, जहां पर 20 देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष हों, यूएन सेक्रेटरी जनरल हो, जहां 100 देशों के प्रतिनिधि हों और वर्ल्ड की सारी टॉप आईटी कंपनीज के चीफ हों, यानी सुरक्षा की संवेदनशीलता की दृष्टि से वो भी राष्ट्राध्यक्ष से समकक्ष हैं, वहां पे आकर जानते हैं प्रदर्शन कैसे होता है? When the leadership becomes directionless, then the ideas become shameless and the protest become topless. ये प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है उन लोगों के साथ। और वो सुनिए, वो बब्बर शेर जो थे, जो राहुल गांधी जी ने कहा, वो बब्बर शेर अमेठी और आजमगढ़ से जाके शिमला के रिजॉर्ट पे जाके बैठ गए। और सुनिए कितनी मजेदार बात है, वो बब्बर शेर वहां जाके बैठ गए और जब पुलिस उनको लेने के लिए गई तो वो हिमाचल की पुलिस, सोचिए वो हिमाचल की पुलिस जिसको हिमाचल में चौराहे और सड़क पे खड़ी हुई मस्जिद बनी हुई 3 मंजिलें गैर कानूनी, जिनके लिए हिमाचल सरकार के मंत्री ने फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे बोला, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे बोला गया बयान सरकार का बयान होता है। यानी सरकार के बयान के बाद भी जिस हिमाचल पुलिस की नजरें सजदे में झुकी थीं, वो आरोपियों के लिए जाकर बचाव में। वैसे एक और बताएं, वैसे आरोपी और अपराधियों को पता नहीं क्यों कांग्रेस का रिजीम ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है। मुख्तार अंसारी ने भी पंजाब में जब इनकी सरकार थी, पंजाब की जेल में रहते हुए हाई कोर्ट में रिट दायर की थी कि मुझे पंजाब में ही रहने दिया जाए, मैं पंजाब में कांग्रेस सरकार के दामने रहमत में महफूज हूं, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं जाना चाहता। यानी पंजाब में कांग्रेस सरकार के स्नेहपूर्ण सानिध्य में मैं सुरक्षित हूं। तो मुझे लगता है कि, और मैं लास्ट में कहना चाहता हूं, अरे विरोध करिए ना, जो मुद्दे हैं सदन में उठाइए, आप उस विषय पे बात करिए। सदन में आज तक बताइए इन्होंने सो कॉल्ड महंगाई, सो कॉल्ड बेरोजगारी, इन सारे मुद्दों को उठाया। यूएस डील की बात होती है, यूएस डील का ड्राफ्ट कहां है अभी? चलिए उससे पहले ईयू डील का ड्राफ्ट है क्या? वो नुआंसेस आते आते 2-3 महीने लगते हैं। अब बताइए यूएई की डील का है क्या? ये बताइए ऑस्ट्रेलिया की डील का है क्या? नॉर्डिक कंट्रीज की डील का है क्या? कुछ नहीं। कोई सूरत बदलना मेरा मकसद नहीं है, मेरा मकसद है हर कदम पे हंगामा होना चाहिए।
ठीक है, शुक्रिया जी। जिस मंत्रमुग्ध होकर जैसे आप उनको सुन रहे थे, मुझे भी सुनिएगा, बस ये आपसे कह रही हूँ। जैसे आप उनको बिल्कुल मंत्रमुग्ध होकर सुन रहे थे, थोड़ा 10-15 सेकंड मुझे भी सुनिएगा बिना सवाल पूछे। व्हाट्सएप फर्रे पढ़कर डिबेट करने में यह कमी होती है कि व्हाट्सएप अंकल जी फंस जाते हैं। फंस गए सुधांशु जी। सुधांशु जी ने क्या कहा, अंतरराष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर अगर प्रदर्शन होता तो वो प्रदर्शन ठीक था। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स हो रहे थे यहीं दिल्ली में, आप प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, कौन सा अंतरराष्ट्रीय मुद्दा था जरा मैं जानना चाहती हूं। तो कृष्ण करें तो लीला और हम करें तो पाप नहीं हो सकता है। आप बोलते बोलते बोल गए कि ड्राफ्ट नहीं है ट्रेड डील का। ट्रेड डील का ड्राफ्ट नहीं है, लेकिन ट्रेड डील पर बयान हो गया पीयूष गोयल जी का। पीयूष गोयल जी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, आप सब लोग जा जाके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं। पीयूष गोयल जी पानी पी पीकर विपक्ष को गाली दे रहे हैं। आप तो 4 सवालों का जवाब दे दीजिए। अमेरिका से हमारी ट्रेड डील महीनों से फंसी हुई थी। एकाएक 30 मिनट की कॉल पर ट्रेड डील हो जाती है। इतनी जल्दबाजी क्यों थी? क्योंकि उसके बाद तो अमेरिका के सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस टैरिफ को ही बैन कर दिया जो डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने लगाया था। लेकिन आपने क्या माना? आपने बोला ठीक है हमारे ऊपर 18% टैरिफ लग रहा है, जो कि 3% से कम लगता था, 6 गुना हो गया टैरिफ। आप उस पर अपने आप को माला पहनवा रहे थे। लेकिन आपने क्या माना? आपने माना कि हम अपना बाजार आपके लिए खोल देंगे, हम $500 बिलियन का सामान आपसे खरीदेंगे, हम आपकी चीजों पर ट्रेड का जो टैरिफ है वो शून्य करेंगे, हम रूस से तेल खरीदना आपके कहने से बंद करेंगे। अमेरिका कौन होता है कहने वाला? वो हमसे ये कह रहा है कि आप रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदिएगा, और ये भी कह रहा है हम एक कमिटी सेटअप कर रहे हैं जो आपके ऊपर निगरानी रखेगी। क्या हैसियत है अमेरिका की एक संप्रभुत्व राज्य हिंदुस्तान से ये कहने की? वी आर अ सॉवरेन रिपब्लिक। कौन हमसे कह सकता है? हंगरी जैसे छोटे से देश का आदमी कह रहा है हमारा सॉवरेन राइट है, हम डिसाइड करेंगे। हम हाँ जी जी हजूर जो आप कह रहे हैं, हाँ जी क्यों? और अब मैं मुद्दे की बात करना चाहती हूं, क्योंकि आपका, आपके मंत्रियों का, आपके मित्रों का नाम एप्स्टीन की फाइल में है। असलियत यह है कि दुनिया भर में एप्स्टीन के खिलाफ एक्शन हो रहा है। असलियत यह है कि फॉर्मर यूके एम्बेसडर पीटर मैंडलसन से लेकर मैथ्यू मैक्सवीन, वहां का जो रॉयल फैमिली का आदमी एंड्रू है, अमेरिका में लैरी समर्स, जियो ईतो, फिनलैंड, नॉर्वे, इजराइल, वहां तक लोगों के इस्तीफे हुए, वहां तक लोगों के खिलाफ कानूनी शिकंजा हुआ है। हमारे यहां एक मंत्री स्टेज पर बैठ के कहता है यार कुछ किया होता तो बताता, मैं तो इसी सब में फंसा रह गया। क्या मंशा है आपकी? आपने 64 मेल लिखी, मैं हरदीप पुरी की बात कर रही हूं, आप लोगों ने उनका इंटरव्यू किया, 64 मेल लिखी, 14 बार आप उनसे मिले। एप्स्टीन पूरा सिलसिलेवार तरीके से कैसे अनिल अंबानी से वो मिल रहे हैं, कैसे वो मोदी जी को सलाह दे रहे हैं, क्या क्या तारीखें बन रही है, मैं उस सबका विवरण कर सकती हूं। मैं सिर्फ एक चीज पूछना चाहती हूं, हमारा देश जो धार्मिक, जो अध्यात्म की धुरी माना जाता है, ऐसे देश में एक व्यक्ति जो एप्स्टीन जैसे घिनौने दरिंदे से लगातार बात कर रहा है, आपकी सरकार में मंत्री क्यों बना हुआ है? क्या नैतिकता, क्या मर्यादा ये डिमांड नहीं करती है कि आप उसको अपनी सरकार से निकाल बाहर करिए?
जवाब
इतना बड़ा दरिंदा आपकी सरकार में बैठे हुए क्या बात करते हैं?
दोनों बातों का इन्होंने कहा ट्रेड डील कैसे हुई, तो मैं बताना चाहता हूं। पहले हमारी ट्रेड डील हो गई ऑस्ट्रेलिया और न्यूजीलैंड से, उसके बाद हो गई यूएई से, उसके बाद हो गई ब्रिटेन से, और कीथ स्टेमर ने कहा दिस इज द बिगेस्ट एवर बिजनेस डेलीगेशन टेकन बाय एनी ब्रिटिश प्राइम मिनिस्टर एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड। उसके बाद स्विट्जरलैंड और नॉर्वे नॉर्डिक कंट्रीज से, उसके बाद ईयू से हुई, जिसको उर्सुला वॉन डर लेyen ने कहा मदर ऑफ ऑल द डील्स। उसके बाद 72 घंटे में अमेरिका ने डील की। तो क्या अब आपको समझ में नहीं आता कि जरूरत किसकी पड़ी हुई होगी? अमेरिका छोड़ के सब तो हमारे साथ आके खड़े हो गए थे। इसीलिए मैं फिर कहना चाहता हूं, जो उन्होंने डील की बात कही रशिया से, भैया बताइए 2004 से 14 के बीच में रशिया से कितना पेट्रोल खरीदा था?
पेट्रोल नहीं,
Zero.
क्रूड खरीदा जाता है, क्रूड ऑयल।
जीरो,
पेट्रोल नहीं खरीदा जाता।
0.02%। मैं एकदम प्रिसाइज बोल रहा हूं, 0.02%। क्यों? हमारी सरकार की बहुत स्पष्ट मानना है, जहां से तेल सस्ता मिलेगा, अच्छा मिलेगा, वहां हम खरीदेंगे। रशिया पे लग गया था प्रतिबंध और हमने एग्जेम्पशन ले लिया था जी, तो रशिया का तेल सस्ता था, हम खरीद रहे थे। इन्होंने उस समय रशिया से कोई तेल नहीं खरीदा 4 से 14 के बीच में, और वेनेजुला से तेल खरीदा था। अब वेनेजुला से प्रतिबंध हटेगा, अगर हमें अच्छा लगेगा तो हम वहां से खरीदेंगे। हम तो ये देखते हैं कहां से तेल सच्चा मिल रहा है, कहां से तेल सस्ता मिल रहा है, कहां से तेल अच्छा मिल रहा है, वहां पे हम खरीदेंगे। और जहां तक एप्स्टीन फाइल की बात है, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, हरदीप पुरी जी हमारी पार्टी में आने से पहले क्या थे? इनकी सरकार के समय में संयुक्त राष्ट्र में भारत सरकार के स्थायी प्रतिनिधि थे, परमानेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ गवर्नमेंट इन यूएन। 2010, 11, 12, एनीबडी कैन गो एंड चेक। तो भाई आपकी सरकार के तो ऑफिशियल प्रतिनिधि थे। और नाम आने की बात है तो भाई 8 बार मोदी जी का नाम है, तो वहां 4-6 बार राहुल गांधी जी का भी नाम है, 2-3 बार सोनिया गांधी जी का भी नाम है, और 20-22 बार महात्मा गांधी का भी नाम है, पोप जॉन पॉल II का भी नाम है। भाई साहब, नाम होने से अगर ये होने लगे तो मैं इतने नाम गिना सकता हूं जिन चीजों के बारे में इनकी पार्टियों के नाम आने शुरू होते हैं, जिन जिन लोगों के नाम। जी। और अमेरिका के आगे सरेंडर क्या होता है वो मैं बताना चाहता हूं। यूपीए सरकार में विदेश मंत्री रहे नटवर सिंह ने अपनी किताब वन लाइफ इज नॉट एनफ में सोनिया जी को कोट करते हुए कहा है कि सोनिया जी ने मुझे एक पार्टी में बुलाया और कहा कि हम आपको विदेश मंत्रालय नहीं दे सकते, मेरे ऊपर बहुत सारे दबाव हैं इंक्लूडिंग अमेरिका, और उन्होंने लिखा कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता था, इसलिए मैं विदेश मंत्री पद से हटाया गया।
इसका संक्षेप में जवाब, क्या आपको लगता है, मैंने पहले भी ये सवाल आपसे पूछा, अखिलेश जी, तेजस्वी यादव, आदित्य ठाकरे, अरविंद केजरीवाल सब गलत हैं, वो सब कह रहे हैं कि आपने सही नहीं किया?
आपके सवाल का जवाब नहीं दूंगी, पहले इनकी बात का जवाब दूंगी, फिर आपके सवाल का जवाब। जी, टाइम दीजिए। इन्होंने कहा सवाल मेरे लिए कोई मुश्किल नहीं, आपके लिए हो सकता है मुश्किल हो कोई सवाल, मैं तो सारे सवालों का जवाब देने को तैयार हूं। इन्होंने कहा हरदीप पुरी हमारी सरकार में आईएफएस ऑफिसर थे, अमेरिका में पोस्टेड थे। 2014 में रिटायरमेंट के बाद तो आपकी जी हजूरी कर रहे थे। 2014 से 17 तक ही तो उनकी सारी मेल्स है एप्स्टीन के साथ। 2014 के पहले अरुण जेटली जी, दिवंगत अरुण जेटली जी के रहते हुए उन्होंने बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। बीजेपी ज्वाइन करने के बाद 64 मेलें लिखी है साहब। बीजेपी ज्वाइन करने के बाद एप्स्टीन से मिल रहे थे, उनको हमारी योजनाएं बता रहे थे। सब कुछ छोड़ दीजिए, आप लोग तो यहाँ पे पुरुष बैठे हैं। हैव फन, नॉट दैट यू नीड एनी एनकरेजमेंट फॉर दैट। इसका क्या मतलब होता है? एक्सोटिक आइलैंड, इसका क्या मतलब होता है? ये शब्द थे उनके, तो उनका बचाव मत करिए। कभी कभी कह देना चाहिए जो उन्होंने किया वो गलत है, मैं उनका समर्थन नहीं करता हूं, इससे आपकी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ जाती है, आपने और घटा ली। चलिए छोड़िए उस बात।
अब अखिलेश यादव वाली बात
अभी आती हूं। इन्होंने रूसी तेल की बात करी, हमने नहीं खरीदा था। 40% हिंदुस्तान का क्रूड ऑयल अभी तक हम रूस से खरीद रहे थे क्योंकि वो सस्ता तेल हमें दे रहा था। दुनिया का सबसे सस्ता तेल ईरान से मिल रहा था, अमेरिका का सैंक्शन लगा, वो खरीदना बंद कर दिया। अमेरिका के कहने से हमने रूसी तेल खरीदना भी बंद कर दिया। आपका डिसीजन होता, मैं खड़े होकर ताली बजाती। आपका डिसीजन नहीं है, अमेरिका का डिसीजन है, लिखित डिसीजन है, लिखकर बोला है। इन 12 लोगों की कमेटी बन रही है जो हिंदुस्तान पर निगरानी रखेगा। सब कुछ भूल जाइए। 80 बार अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति खड़े होकर कहता है मैंने सीज फायर कराया, मुझे खश करने के लिए मोदी जी। आप बोलते क्यों नहीं है? नरेंद्र मोदी जी खड़े होकर एक बार कह दे अमेरिका गलत बोल रहा है, अमेरिका झूठ बोल रहा है, इंडिया इज फ्री, इंडिया इज अ सॉवरेन रिपब्लिक, हम अपने फैसले खुद करेंगे। ये अमेरिका का नाम लेने में क्यों घबराते? चीन का नाम आप नहीं ले पाते, कोई घुसा हुआ नहीं है आंख मूंद कर। अमेरिका का नाम आप नहीं ले पाते, तो मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि ये सारी बातें करिए।
अब अखिलेश जी,
अरे आऊंगी अखिलेश जी पर, हमारे
बिल्कुल
आऊंगी। आप रूस से सस्ता तेल ले रहे थे ना सुधांशु जी, बड़ी अच्छी बात कर रहे थे, उसका फायदा क्यों नहीं मिला? पेट्रोल और डीजल का दाम क्यों नहीं कम हुआ? सालों से आप रूस से सस्ता तेल खरीद रहे थे, दुनिया का सबसे सस्ता तेल आ रहा था, पेट्रोल डीजल का दाम क्यों नहीं कम किया आपने? अरे इतना सस्ता तेल आ रहा था तो इनकी बात करिए ना, यहाँ पे जो भी आया बाइक से आया होगा, गाड़ी से आया होगा। अब नहीं, पहले मैं बात कर लेती हूँ, आपने
भाई काफी लंबा हो गया।
अरे आप भी लंबा बोलते हैं, आप अपना टाइम नहीं देख पाते, टाइम चल रहा है, सामने चल रहा है। आपने हमारे घटक दल के साथियों की बात करी, आपने कुछ लोगों को उसमें कोट किया, उसमें से कुछ लोग ऐसे भी थे जिन्होंने आर्टिकल लिखा, मनोज झा जी आरजेडी के, उन्होंने आर्टिकल लिखा और कहा कि मेरी पहली टिप्पणी तो ये थी कि शायद ये गलत हो गया, लेकिन जब मैंने देखा कि नहीं मुद्दे क्या थे, मुझे लगा कि क्या प्रोटेस्ट वहां होना चाहिए था, मैं माफी मांगता हूं और मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोटेस्ट किया गया वो सही किया गया। और मैं आपसे अमीश जी एक बात कहना चाहती हूं, आज की तारीख में बीजेपी कुछ झूठ फैला रही है। बीजेपी के लोग कह रहे हैं हमने कुछ रील बनाने के पैसे दिए।
हाँ, काफी सारे वीडियो आ गए
हाँ,
उसके
कुछ लोग
सामने।
कह रहे हैं। सुधांशु जी आपको मैसेज कर दें कोई, और उसके बाद आप ऊपर से वो नाम काट दीजिए और कहिए सुप्रिया जी ने मुझे वो मैसेज किया, वही हो रहा है। 4,000
पर आप इन पे केस करिए, अगर ये
कर रहे हैं,
50-40 लोग
हमने
हैं,
लिख
ये
दिया है,
केस करिए इनके
हमने
ऊपर।
लिख दिया
ये
है।
कह रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी देश को
हमने
बदनाम करने के लिए
सार्वजनिक-
25,000-40,000 रुपए दे रही थी।
रूप से लिख दिया है कि हम एक इन्फ्लुएंसर के खिलाफ केस करेंगे। झूठ ऐसा बोलो कि पकड़ा ना जाए। जिन लोगों के हैंडल्स आप बता रहे हैं वो सारे मोदी समर्थक है। हम मोदी समर्थक को जाके पैसे लेंगे, लो भैया पैसा लो, मोदी जी के खिलाफ बोलो।
ओके सुधांशु जी, अब आप जवाब एक इन्फ्लुएंसर की बाइट भी है, हम सुनाएंगे।
यदि जॉर्ज सोरस ने $1 बिलियन दुनिया में इंक्लूडिंग मोदी गवर्नमेंट हटाने के लिए रखे हैं, तो आप लोग सोच सकते हैं $1 बिलियन कहां खर्च हो रहे होंगे। सोशल मीडिया पे तो खर्च कर सकते हैं, या फिर यूएस एड
दिलाइए भैया $1 बिलियन। सुधांशु जी सोशल मीडिया हेड करती हूँ, काम कर सकती हूँ। $1 बिलियन दिलाइए। आप दिला ही रहे हैं।
सुनिए कांग्रेस के सामने समस्या क्या है? इनका भी भ्रष्टाचार गजब। सरकार में रहते हैं तो अलग भ्रष्टाचार है, पार्टी के अंदर नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में पार्टी को निपटा दिया। अब आ रहे हैं कि पैसे दिए इन्फ्लुएंसर को, कहीं ऐसा ना कोई नेता ऐसा निकला है चला उसमें भी कुछ उसने इधर उधर हेर फेर कर दिया हो, तो उससे आश्चर्य नहीं हो सकता। परंतु मैं यहां पे बात कहना चाहता हूं, अगर आप गंभीरता से देश की बात करना चाहते हैं, आपने कहा अमेरिकन ट्रेड डील और उस पे मैंने तो आपके फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को कोट किया, अब मैं आपको कोट करना चाहता हूं। एक नहीं अनेक फॉरेन के लोगों ने स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है। पॉल मैकगॉर ने अपनी किताब स्पाइंग इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में लिखा हुआ है कि इंदिरा जी की सरकार के समय में भारत के पूरे टाइम में CIA अंदर तक था, और उसने खुद लिखा है, मुकदमा करना चाहिए उस पर जाके। उसने कहा 2 बार उसने कांग्रेस पार्टी को पैसा दिया और मिसेस गांधी को दिया। ये CIA का
पर कांग्रेस कह रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है।
अरे भाई, प्रधानमंत्री कंप्रोमाइज की जो बात करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनके कंप्रोमाइज के तो इतने लंबे चिट्ठे हैं जिसकी की कोई हद नहीं है। जैसे मैंने अभी बोला। और दूसरी बात कहता हूं, मैं नहीं कहता विकीलीक्स में जो लिखा सब कुछ सही है। एज पर विकीलीक्स ये जाके अमेरिकन एम्बेसडर से क्यों मिले थे राहुल गांधी जी? उस समय क्या थे, महज एक सांसद, और इंडिया की इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि लश्कर तैयबा उतना बड़ा खतरा नहीं है जितना कि हिंदू टेरर खतरा है। एज पर विकीलीक्स ये बताइए, हिलेरी क्लिंटन ने कहा कि साहब मोंटेक सिंह अहलूवालिया फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर बनने जा रहे थे, और ये कैसे बन गए प्रणब मुखर्जी जी? ये बताइए, हिलेरी क्लिंटन को ऐसे पता कि मोंटेक सिंह अहलूवालिया का नाम चल रहा था या नहीं चल रहा था? इसलिए हम ये कहना चाहते हैं। और सुनिए, एक और मैगजीन कोट करता हूं, श्वाइजर्स एलेस्टेटे, जाके चेक करिए, नवंबर 1991 का, राजीव गांधी जी की फोटो के साथ लिखा हुआ है 2.2 बिलियन स्विस फ्रैंक इनके अकाउंट में है, जो पहले सोनिया जी के नाम पे थे और बाद में बालिग होने के बाद राहुल गांधी जी के नाम पे आएंगे। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, अगर आप किताब दिखाएंगे तो किताब के हिसाब इतने खराब निकलेंगे कि आपके लिए तो एक लाइन कहना चाहूंगा कि किताबें वो कहेंगी कि बैठी हूं दिल में इतने राज छुपाए, जरा सा पन्ना हिले तो दिल डगमगाए।
ओके, निशिकांत दुबे ने सदन में कुछ किताबों को लेकर आए। आप कह रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, निशिकांत दुबे कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस की तो पूरी सरकारें ही कॉम्प्रोमाइज रही हैं, प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज रही है। उन्होंने सदन में एक ऐसे शब्द का जिक्र करा जिसके बाद तूफान खड़ा हो गया। पीयूष गोयल ने भी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी है, कांग्रेस कॉम्प्रोमाइज है पूरी तरह से। क्या आपको लगता है 26/11 के बाद आपका जवाब ना देना भी एक बड़ा कॉम्प्रोमाइज था उस समय?
बेवकूफी का बयान है बीजेपी की ओर से, उसका मैं जवाब दूंगी। हम सब
बीजेपी की तरफ से बेवकूफी का बयान है।
हम बता रही हूँ, हम सब लोग कम्युनिकेशन के लोग हैं। कम्युनिकेशन का रूल 101 कहता है कि जो शब्द आपसे चिपक रहा है उसको मत इस्तेमाल करिए। पीएम इज कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड हर जगह चल रहा है, ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके उसका पलटवार कर रहे हैं। आपकी सोचने की बैंक्रप्सी को क्या हो गया है, ऐसे ही चलती रहे, ये मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है।
सुप्रिया जी, आपको लगता है प्रधानमंत्री नहीं, अब छोटा छोटा बिल्कुल
मैं आपको भी सुना, आप उनके साथ मंत्रमुग्ध थे, मेरे साथ भी हुई है मंत्रमुग्ध।
मैंने जो बोला
आपको लगता है पीएम में कॉम्प्रोमाइज चिपक रहा है, लेकिन आपने तो चौकीदार चोर है भी चिपकाया था, नहीं चिपका। प्रधानमंत्री 300 सीटों से जीत के आ रहा है। देखिए, मोदी है, इस पे चिपकना खुद मुश्किल होता है।
ओले ओले ओले, ऐसा नहीं है,
ऐसा ही
मोदी जी पर कॉम्प्रोमाइज लग गई, दिल पे लग गई,
दिल पे नहीं, दिल पे नहीं। मैं आपको सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ, सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ। अगर चिपक रहा होता तो आप चुनाव दर चुनाव जीतते। महाराष्ट्र में हारे, बिहार हारे,
अरे अमित जी प्रवक्ता बैठे हैं बीजेपी के, काहे परेशान
मैं तो
हो रहे हैं?
सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ
अरे
ना।
आप परेशान ना हो, ये प्रवक्ता है, वो करेंगे डिफेंस, आप काहे कूद रहे हैं?
मैं देश को डिफेंस कर रहा हूँ,
आप
बोलिए।
देश को नहीं, आप मोदी को डिफेंड कर रहे हैं।
मैं देश
मोदी और
को
देश
डिफेंड
एक
कर रहा
नहीं है
हूँ।
अमीश, ये याद रखना। अब मैं आती हूँ, इन्होंने कुछ बातें कही, इन्होंने फलानी किताब में ये लिखा है, ढिमकानी किताब में ये लिखा है, आधे तो व्हाट्सएप के फर्रे पढ़ते हैं, पहले भी इनका पर्दाफाश कर चुकी हूँ। वो अलग बात है कि जहां कर रही थी उस न्यूज चैनल ने वो क्लिप काट दी, छोड़िए उस बात को, बहुत पर्दाफाश होते हैं।
चलिए कह दीजिए गलत लिखा है।
सुनिए,
बोलिए
सब
किताब
कुछ
का नाम।
सही लिखा है सुधांशु जी, आप कल नहीं आए सत्ता में, आपको 12 साल हो जाएंगे सत्ता में बैठे हुए, करिए ना केस, निकालिए ना सच। आप 12 साल से एजेल कर रहे थे, क्या हुआ? पंचकुला हाई कोर्ट ने भी किया, राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट ने भी खारिज कर दिया, ये असलियत है आपकी। अब मैं आपको एक यहाँ पे बात बोलना चाहती हूँ, आपने यहाँ पर कुछ बातें करी और एप्स्टीन का जिक्र मैं दोबारा से करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि एप्स्टीन इज द एलिफेंट इन द रूम जिस पर बात होनी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड क्यों है? क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री इस बात का जवाब नहीं दे पा रहे हैं कि हम डीडीजी का इंपोर्ट क्यों करेंगे। डीडीजी, प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं मक्का जो है वो नहीं आएगा, डीडीजी मक्के का बाई प्रोडक्ट है। सोयाबीन ऑयल क्यों आ रहा है? सोयाबीन का बाई प्रोडक्ट है। आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, और ये तो आपका सारा ऑडियंस बता देगा, जो प्रधानमंत्री अपने मंत्री को टॉयलेट का इनॉग्रेशन नहीं करने देते हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री रेल मंत्री को एक हरी झंडी नहीं दिखाने देते, वो इस ट्रेड डील पर पीयूष गोयल को ही लगाए पड़े हैं। अपना चेहरा क्यों छिपा रहे हैं? क्योंकि ट्रेड डील ऐसी हुई है जो कॉम्प्रोमाइज है। और आप तो थोड़ी बहुत फाइनेंस की समझ रखते हैं, आपका तो पुराना इंतजाम रहा है सीएनबीसी से। आप मुझे बताइए, ट्रेड डील का इंतजार क्यों नहीं किया गया? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ गया, उसके बाद करते ट्रेड डील फ्रॉम अपोजिशन ऑफ
ओके, जवाब
जल्दबाजी नहीं, अभी जवाब नहीं।
जी,
फिर
समय का
ऐसा समय उन पर भी देगा।
बिल्कुल, उनको भी 20 सेकंड का ही मौका दे रहा हूं मैं, फिर मुझे कुछ ऑडियंस के सवाल ले रहे हो, कुछ बाइट्स दिखानी है।
मैं हिलरी क्लिंटन पर बहुत ज्यादा बोल के आपको शर्मिंदा नहीं करूंगी, क्योंकि आपकी ओनरशिप तक बात चली जाएगी, वहां पर नहीं बोलूंगी। तो आप और मैं समझ गए मैं किस बारे में बात कर रही हूँ। लेकिन मैं एक बात पूछना चाहती हूँ, अगर ये ट्रेड डील इतनी अच्छी थी तो अमेरिका का प्रेसिडेंट, अमेरिका की एग्रीकल्चर सचिव जो उनकी एग्रीकल्चर मंत्री होती है, अमेरिका की प्रेस सेक्रेटरी, अमेरिका का यूएस ट्रेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ये क्यों कह रहा है हमारे किसानों के लिए बल्ले बल्ले पूरा मार्केट खुल गया, हमने पूरा का पूरा डेटा उठा के अमेरिका को दे दिया, हम उनसे अपनी एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर रहे हैं। हम एक छोटी सी बात कहकर अपनी बात खत्म करती हूं, इंडिया और यूएस का ट्रेड सरप्लस है, हम उनसे खरीदते कम है, उनको बेचते ज्यादा है। पिछले साल $40 बिलियन का था। अब हमने कमिट किया है कि हम हर साल अगले 5 साल आपसे $100 बिलियन का सामान खरीदेंगे। मतलब ट्रेड सरप्लस को ट्रेड डेफिसिट बनाने का काम जो चीन के साथ किया। आईफोन की बात करें तो आईफोन असेंबल होते हैं, $116 बिलियन का ट्रेड डेफिसिट आपने चीन के साथ कर लिया, जो 37 बिलियन था।
सुधांशु
और
जी,
भैया जो रुपया 58 पे मिला था,
ओके, बिल्कुल, छोटे छोटे जवाब, छोटे जवाब।
छोटे में नहीं हो पाएगा भाई। इन्होंने कहा पेट्रोल अपना खोलिए भाई, 2004 में जब हम आए थे तो कितने का था पेट्रोल? 32 रुपए। जब इन्होंने छोड़ा 2014 में कितना था? 67 रुपया। कितना बढ़ा? 200%।
67 रुपए था पेट्रोल
जी, और आज कितना है? 97 रुपए। कितना बढ़ा? 60%। डीजल, दूध, पनीर, सबके दाम देख
बहुत
लीजिए।
है।
10 साल में
आप
कितना
पैसे
बढ़ा?
वाले हैं। 97 रुपए बहुत होता है पेट्रोल, 100 के पार चला
अरे
गया
भाई,
था।
मैं-
बहुत पैसा है आपके
आप
पास,
बात कर रही
लोगों
हैं।
के पास
फिर देखिए बीच में डिस्टर्ब करने लगी, क्योंकि मैंने फैक्ट बोला। आपके टाइम में
आप
110%
fiction
बढ़ा, हमारे
आप
टाइम
तो
में
WhatsApp
60%
के
बढ़ा।
ओके।
अब दूसरी बात बताना
वो
चाहता
कह रहे हैं आपका ज्ञान व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी का, इस आरोप पर
नहीं,
आप क्या कहते हैं?
देखिए वो उसमें क्या बताया जाए,
वो तो सभी
जब से
जानते हैं, मैं क्या
WhatsApp
कह रही
आ
हूँ,
गए।
आप भी जानते हैं। आपके
देखिए
पास भी तो
मैंने
पहले
एक
आते हैं
फैक्ट
वाले।
को ये काउंटर नहीं कर पाई, इन्होंने स्वीपिंग स्टेटमेंट दिए, मैंने सारे फैक्ट कोट किए।
कौन सा?
और मैं फिर बोलना चाहता
कौन सा
हूँ,
फैक्ट कोट किया आपने?
मैंने तो आपको स्वाइजर स्टेटमेंट कोट किया, बताइए गलत दिखाओ। फोटो के साथ है राजीव गांधी
अरे
के
12 साल
2.2
से
बिलियन
सत्ता
डॉलर
में
का।
करिए ना कार्रवाई।
अरे कार्रवाई आप करिए,
कार्रवाई करिए।
अरे भाई
आप
हमें क्या
झुंझुना
जरूरत
बजाने
है?
के लिए सत्ता में बैठे हैं।
देखिए, अब यही होता है, यही होता है बीच
झुंझुना
में,
बजाने के लिए
यही बीच
सत्ता
में
में।
डिस्टर्ब करने
मोदी
के
जी
लिए
झुंझुना
होता है।
बजाएंगे
और
सत्ता
सुनो
में।
मेरे भाई,
और आप लोग
अब
उनको
सुनो,
कोशिश
फिर देखिए
करिएगा।
चिल्लाने के अलावा कोई विकल्प नहीं।
झुंझुना की बात ही है।
दूसरा फैक्ट, अब सुनो व्हाट्सएप इनको बताता हूँ। 19 नवंबर 1962 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने कैनेडी को लेटर लिखा कि हमें आपके बॉम्बर चाहिए, पायलट भी आपका होगा, रडार भी आपका होगा, टेक्नीशियन भी आपका होगा, कमांड भी आपका होगा। बोलो सरेंडर था कि नहीं? और उनके जो भारत में के एम्बेसडर थे बीके नेहरू, वो चाचा जी के असली भतीजे थे, यानी वाकई में नेहरू जी के भतीजे थे। उन्होंने ये लिखा है अपनी किताब नाइस गाइज फिनिश सेकंड, उसमें उन्होंने कहा कि जब मैं कैनेडी के एडवाइजर को देने गया तो मुझे इतनी शर्म महसूस हो रही थी कि मैं रोने से अपने को नहीं रोक पाया। काउंट कर सकती हो तो काउंट करिए, आए बाएं साएं मत बोलिए, व्हाट्सएप 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 बोलना शुरू कर देते हैं।
ओके।
और लास्ट में इन्होंने क्या किया, इन्होंने व्हाट्सएप किया, आप सुनिए। इन्होंने कहा पिछले 11 साल में जो जो कहा सब गलत साबित हुआ। इन्होंने कहा राफेल गड़बड़ है, गलत। चौकीदार चोर
अभी भी
पे
प्रॉब
माफी
चल
मांगनी
रही है
पड़ी।
रफेल पे जो आप
इन्होंने कहा,
खरीदना
अब
चाह
आप
रहे
अपने टर्न में बोलिए
हैं।
भाई,
अभी भी
आप
चल
अपने
रही है।
टर्न
संक्षेप में।
इन्होंने कहा एलआईसी बर्बाद हो गई, एलआईसी
मंत्रियों
और
को
टाइम
दो
हाई
तुम्हें
प्रॉफिट
समय,
में।
मंत्रियों
इन्होंने
को
कहा
दो समय तो।
एसबीआई बर्बाद हो
आंखों
गई,
में प्याज हो
एसबीआई
तो
और
क्या
टाइम हाई
हमारे लिए भी
प्रॉफिट
दिखाओ
में।
भाई,
देखिए
ऐसी
मैं
क्या
आपके में
बात
नहीं
है?
बोल रहा था, शांति से। इन्होंने कहा था एचएएल बेकार हो गया, एचएएल के पास 2,53,000 का हमारा ऑलरेडी ऑर्डर है। और तो और इन्होंने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पे क्वेश्चन उठाए, इन्होंने बालाकोट पे उठाए, इन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे। अभी बताइए ट्रम्प ने क्या बोला कल कि 3.5 करोड़ लोग पाकिस्तान के मर जाते अगर न्यूक्लियर वार हो जाता। और पाकिस्तान के प्रेसिडेंट आसिफ अली जरदारी ने कहा कि हम तो बंकर में जा रहे थे, यानी 3.5 लाख
अब इतना
लोगों
टाइम
की
मुझे
जान
देना
हो रही
है।
थी।
बिल्कुल, आपको दिया, उससे ज्यादा दिया है। एक सवाल आ रहा है।
प्रेसिडेंट आसिफ अली जरदारी कर रहे थे बंकर में जाने की तैयारी, फिर भी इनको नहीं दिख रही थी
ओके,
जीत
सवाल,
हमारी,
क्या सवाल
क्योंकि
आपका?
दिमाग
कीजिए।
में है
नहीं,
मोदी
एक
विरोध
मिनट,
की
पहले
भयानक
मैं जवाब
बीमारी।
दूंगी, फिर सवाल
लेकिन
लीजिएगा।
लेकिन
नो, नो,
आप
नो,
बार
नो,
बार कह रही है प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, कॉम्प्रोमाइज है।
एक काउंटर करिए।
आप बार बार कह रही है प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, राहुल जी भी इस बात को कह रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है। अक्साई चेन पे किसने कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया?
एक फैक्ट बोलूंगी, छोड़ दीजिए सब बातों को। एक फैक्ट बोलूंगी।
सुधांशु जी, ओके प्लीज 30 सेकंड शार्प, देन ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन। ओके, मेक योर पॉइंट।
1971 में इस देश की प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी को अमेरिका ने कहा, अगर आपने पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ एक्शन लिया तो हम अपना 7वां बेड़ा 7th फ्लीट भेजेंगे। इंदिरा गांधी ने कहा 70वां भेज देना। पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े किए और विश्व का भूगोल बदल के बांग्लादेश बना दिया। इसको कहते हैं कार्रवाई। हमारी आर्मी की जो हाथ थे वो पाकिस्तान की गर्दन मरोड़ रहे थे। अमेरिका के कहने पर सीज फायर आप करते हैं। सीज फायर का अनाउंसमेंट अमेरिका करता है, हिंदुस्तान को करना चाहिए था। ट्रेड डील का अनाउंसमेंट अमेरिका करता है, हिंदुस्तान को करना चाहिए था। असलियत यह है, चाहे वो एप्स्टीन हो, चाहे वो अडानी हो, जहां जहां शिकंजा कसेगा मोदी जी 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 करेंगे। एक बार खड़े होकर बोले अमेरिका झूठ बोल रहा है।
ऑडियंस, ओके, क्या सवाल है आपका?
71 में एक बात कह दूं, 93
सुधांशु जी,
फौजी वापस किया, 54 वापस।
अरे पाकिस्तान के 2 टुकड़े किए, आप वो नहीं कर पाए।
स्टैंड अप नाउ टू कंट्रोल इट। ओके, प्लीज आस्क योर क्वेश्चन बिल्कुल संक्षेप में।
जी, सुप्रिया जी ने कहा कि आईना दिखाने का काम होना चाहिए सबका, तो चाहूंगा युवाओं की तरफ से छोटा सा आईना दिखाऊंगा और मैम का इस पे जवाब चाहूंगा। मोदी विरोध के चक्कर में भारत विरोध से बचना होगा। संसद से सड़क तक ठीक है, राष्ट्रीय आयोजनों को तो बख्शना होगा। जब आए हो दुनिया भर से मेहमान, उस दिन तो कम से कम सभ्य दिखना होगा। इकोनॉमी को डेड बताया, फिर मोदी जी की मर चुकी मां पर वीडियो बनाया। राजनीति का क्या स्तर देश को दिखलाया। मोदी जी ना सही, अटल जी की इस बात को सुनना होगा। सरकारें आएंगी जाएंगी, देश रहना चाहिए। मोदी विरोध के चक्कर में कम से कम भारत विरोध से बचना होगा।
ओके, जवाब। आप मोदी का विरोध करते करते भारत का विरोध करने लग गए।
कौन कह रहे हैं भारत का विरोध कर रहे हैं?
लगातार आरोप
क्या कहा हमने भारत का विरोध करके? हम भारत के किसानों की बात कर रहे हैं, हम भारत के युवाओं की बात कर रहे हैं, हम भारत के डेटा की बात कर रहे हैं, हम भारत की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी की बात कर रहे हैं। भारत का विरोध कौन कर रहा है? मोदी भारत नहीं है, ये मैं फिर से बोलूंगी। और आपकी बात का मैं जवाब दूंगी। यहां पर आपने अटल जी की बात करी। राजनीति का स्तर हमने नहीं गिराया है, राजनीति का स्तर उस प्रधानमंत्री ने गिराया है जो रैलीज में खड़े होकर मुजरे और मंगलसूत्र की बात करता है। राजनीति का स्तर इनके लफाज सांसदों ने गिराया जो कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री सवालों से ऊपर है। ये लोकतंत्र है, यहाँ पे कोई सवालों से ऊपर नहीं। राजनीति का राजनीति का स्तर इन लोगों ने गिराया है जो नेहरू जी के खिलाफ गंदी भद्दी बातें बोलते हैं। हम नहीं कहते बलराज मधोक ने क्या कहा अटल जी के बारे में, मुझे लगता है वो गलत है, नहीं कहना चाहिए। आप कैसे कहलवाते हैं वो चीजें? राजनीति का स्तर गिराने का काम तुम्हारी भैंस ले जाएंगे, तुम्हारी बेटियों को ले जाएंगे। नरेंद्र मोदी का किया हुआ है। वैधव्य झेलती हुई औरत
आपने राजनीति का स्तर गिराया।
मौत का सौदागर, मोदी तेरी कबर खुदेगी, मोदी की मौत।
महिलाओं को 50 करोड़ की गर्लफ्रेंड कहना, ये राजनीति का स्तर गिराने वाली बात
कभी
है।
नहीं हुआ। मत चिंता मत करिए, जितना आप नफरत देते गए उतना जनता मोदी जी को मोहब्बत देती गई। इसलिए मैं कहूंगा मरीजे नफरते मोदी पर लानत खुदा की। अरे मर्ज बढ़ता गया जो जो दबा।
अरे ज्यादा खुदा खुदा मत करिए, आपके पास चिट्ठी आ जाएगी, पार्टी से बिठा दिए जाएंगे, बिठा दिए जाएंगे। ज्यादा खुदा खुदा न करिए।
इनको खुदा से कितना ज्यादा वो है, बट
आप न करिए, बिठा दिए जाएंगे।
अरे साहब, इनको खुदा भी नजर नहीं आता। कारण जानते हैं क्या, यहाँ चिर युवा है, तो खुदा पे भी कह देना चाहता हूं कि नई उम्रों की खुद मुख्तारियों को कौन समझाए, कहां से बच के जाना है, कहां जाना जरूरी है, उसे एहसास करने का सलीका ही नहीं आता। जो कहता है खुदा है तो नजर आना जरूरी है।
ओके, चलिए मैं देखता हूं अगला वीडियो आ रहा है। सुधांशु जी आपके लिए आ रहा है, देखते हैं क्या वीडियो है ये, सुन लेते हैं एक बारी।
नंगे नाच को जस्टिफाई करने के लिए हम क्रिएटर्स को मोटा पैसा दिया जा रहा है, जिसमें हमें मोदी या बीजेपी के विरोध में नहीं बल्कि देश के विरोध में बोलने को कहा गया।
आज सुबह मैंने ये मैसेज रिसीव किया कि आप AI समिट को बदनाम करके एक वीडियो बना दो, हम आपको 25,000 दे देंगे।
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी किस तरह से एक कंट्री, अपनी खुद की कंट्री को डिफेम करने के लिए इतना गिरी हद तक जा सकती है, ये एकदम मेरी समझ के बाहर जा रहा है।
ये बीजेपी ने आरोप लगाया है। सुधांशु 20 सेकंड, सिर्फ 20 सेकंड इसके ऊपर
मुझे
मैं सुप्रिया जी को मौका दूंगा।
मेरा सिर्फ ये कहना है, इसमें कुछ भी नया नहीं है। कांग्रेस का विश्वास अपने नेताओं पर से हट गया है, गठबंधन सहयोगियों पर से हट गया है, अपने नेताओं पर से हट गया। अब मुझे लगता है अपनी सोशल मीडिया टीम से भी हट गया।
ओके, सुप्रिया जी, क्योंकि आप सोशल मीडिया की चेयरपर्सन है, क्या आपको लगता है
मैं
कि
सुधांशु जी को चैलेंज करके कहती हूँ, मैं चैलेंज कर रही हूँ, लीगल ग्राउंड्स पर भी हमने कह दिया है, हम इन सबके खिलाफ एक्शन लेंगे।
काफी लोग
इनमें से जिसके खिलाफ भी एक्शन लेना हम लेंगे। इनमें से सब एक मैसेज दिखा रहे हैं, मैसेज का नंबर दिखाओ ना, किस नंबर से मैसेज आया, किस नाम से मैसेज आया, आपस में मैसेज खेलो और को कांग्रेस से आया। हम सबके खिलाफ एक्शन लेंगे। और मैं आपको एक बात और बता दूं, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया हेड करती हूं, तो मैं जानती हूं इन अकाउंट्स को। मैंने जाके अकाउंट्स में देखा, ये सारे अकाउंट्स प्रो मोदी की बातें करते हैं। इन अकाउंट्स के 2-2 हजार फॉलोअर हैं। हम इनको पैसा क्यों देंगे? कांग्रेस पार्टी किसी को पैसा देके वीडियो नहीं कराती है, सबको पता है बीजेपी पैसा देके वीडियो कराती है।
ठीक
ये
है,
असलियत है इनकी।
ओके, लेकिन अगला वीडियो
हो सकता है कांग्रेस के अंदर से आया हो, इससे इनकार नहीं किया।
अरे हो सकता है आपने भेजा, उससे इनकार कैसे किया जा सकता है? हो सकता है अमित मालविया ने भेजा, उससे इनकार कैसे किया जा सकता है? हो सकता है अमित शाह ने भेजा, उससे इनकार कैसे किया जा सकता है?
नहीं,
हो सकता है कि क्या बात है?
ठीक है, अगला बाइट सुन लेते हैं। कौन किसका है? ओके, एक सेकंड। ओके, अगला बाइट देख लेते हैं किसका है। ये सुप्रिया जी आपके लिए।
ये व्यक्ति एक फटीचर जैसा जो है पैंट पहन लेता है, एक टी शर्ट पहन लेता है। कभी आपने देखा है पार्लियामेंट की गरिमा का इससे बड़ा हनन आपने देखा है?
निशिकांत दुबे वो कहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी एक फटीचर की तरह घूमते हैं, ऐसे पैंट डाल लेते हैं, ऐसी हरकतें करते हैं सदन के अंदर। गद्दार उन्होंने बोल दिया अपने एक पुराने साथी को, कैबिनेट मंत्री
मेरा
को।
अपना मानना है, आप एक रिस्पेक्टेबल मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, हिंदुस्तान की बड़ी मीडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में तो है ही, एक बड़े ग्रुप से आपका संबंध है। ऐसे लफाज आदमी को आप अपनी समिट में दिखा रहे हैं। ही इज अ ब्लडी क्लाउन। इनको सीरियसली कौन लेता है? एक मिनट, आप नेता विपक्ष को फटीचर के, भाई आप लुई वुइटन पहन सकते हैं, आप गुच्ची के जूते पहनते हैं, आपका, अब मैं उस पर नहीं जाऊंगी, पत्नी बहन जो सब मैं नहीं करूंगी। आप दूसरों पर टिप्पणी करने से पहले अपने घर पर ध्यान दीजिए। मुझे ऐसा लगता है इस देश में जहां पर महात्मा गांधी ने एक धोती पहनकर आजादी का आंदोलन किया, दूसरा आप कपड़ों पे कमेंट कर रहे हैं। आप कभी महिलाओं के
गरिमा उन्होंने बोला सदन की गरिमा रखनी चाहिए,
एक
सदन में गरिमा रखनी चाहिए।
गरिमा है
नहीं, उन्होंने बोला गरिमा का नहीं, मैं तो सवाल पूछ रहा हूं सुधांशु जी।
आप लोगों के, आप कोट क्या पहन रहे, इस पर मैं टिप्पणी करूंगी। ये कौन सा कोट पहने? अरे जिसका जो मन में आए वो कपड़े पहनेगा। ये आदमी बीजेपी में, मैं इनको बार बार कहीं मिलेंगे तो कह दूंगी, आपको मंत्री नहीं बनाया।
ओके, सुधांशु जी,
आपको इसी तरह भौंकने के लिए छोड़ा जाएगा।
ये नहीं भौंकना।
ओके, ये बाइट अच्छी थी, मेरा भौंकना गलत हो गया।
नहीं, आपकी बात, अब देखिए, जो कहूंगा फैक्ट के सिवा कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। 2014 से पहले राहुल गांधी जी का रूप क्या था? एकदम बढ़िया, जैसे क्लीन शेव, और बाबा ब्रिगेड इनके यहाँ कहा जाता था, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, बिल्कुल बढ़िया। और ईश्वर के नाम की शपथ हिंदी में ली।
राहुल गांधी के लुक पर भी आपकी टिप्पणी है। वाह भाई,
आपने
दैट्स द ऑब्सेशन विद राहुल गांधी। वो क्या पहनते हैं, क्या खाते हैं, कैसे चलते हैं, दाढ़ी बड़ी है।
देखिए, अब इस पर आएंगे तो आप लोग भी प्रधानमंत्री पर टिप्पणी करते हैं, सब करते हैं।
19 में चुनाव
आपको
आया,
क्यों चुप जाता है? आप ना चुप, ये है
19 में चुनाव आया तो क्या हुआ?
चुपने लगे।
नहीं, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ कि दोनों ही आप लोग करते हैं। आप उनको कहती हैं, वो आपको कहते हैं।
शांति।
जी।
19 का चुनाव आया तो मंदिर में जाके, पुष्कर के मंदिर में टीका लगा के कुर्ते के ऊपर जनेऊ वाली फोटो दिखाई गई कि हम सब जनेऊधारी हिंदू हैं। अब भाई साहब उससे भी काम नहीं बना तो 24 में सद्दाम हुसैन जैसी दाढ़ी बना के, और फिर इंग्लिश में शपथ ली गई, सोलेमनली अफर्म, ईश्वर के नाम की शपथ नहीं, फिर भी भगवान के, गुरु नानक देव और भगवान शंकर की वो आके दिखाई गई। वक्फ बोर्ड के चुनाव के जब समय वोटिंग होनी थी, रात 3 बजे तक हम लोग भी थे, तो पैजामा पहन के आ गए। और उसके बाद इन्होंने जो पिछली लोकसभा में प्रधानमंत्री जी के गले पड़कर संसद के पटल पे, और जो कुर्सी पे बैठ के अखियों से गोली मारी थी, इतने स्वरूप आपने देखे। तो मैं एक लाइन में कहूंगा राहुल गांधी जी के लिए कि स्वरूप धरे जीने के लिए बैठे हैं हजारों जहर पिए, ठोकर न लगाना, हम खुद हैं गिरती हुई दीवारें।
अमीर जी एक मिनट, जिस देश में आर्थिक तंगी से 19 लोग रोज आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, वहां पर प्रधानमंत्री ही नरेंद्र दामोदर दास लिखा सूट 15 लाख का पहन सकते हैं। मुझे फख्र है अपने नेता पर कि वो एक टी शर्ट या शर्ट पे बैंड पहन के घूमते हैं। मैं बोलने लग जाऊं, आपके बाल ऐसे हैं, उनके बाल, ये राजनीति का स्तर है। ये आपके है ये नहीं, करा लीजिए ट्रांसप्लांट, करा लीजिए, आपके बहुत साथी करा के घूम रहे हैं। ये जो बोल रहा था लफाज, इसने भी कराया हुआ है, करा लीजिए।
निशिकांत दुबे आजकल चुप लग गए आप
दलालों
लोगों
का
को।
डिफेंड भी
निशिकांत
करेंगे।
दुबे बड़ा चुभने लग गए आप
नहीं,
लोगों को।
दलाल है भाई, दलाल है।
नहीं,
नहीं भाई देखिए,
दलाल
मैं
को कैसे डिफेंड करिए?
मैं तो सुनिए वो हेयर
दलाल है।
स्टाइल अपनाता हूँ
दलाल
जो
को कैसे
गांधी जी
डिफेंड
का भी था, सरदार पटेल का भी था, नेहरू जी का भी था, सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी का भी था, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का भी था। यही वाला हेयर स्टाइल ठीक है।
ओके ओके ठीक है, मैं अगला देखता हूं, अगला क्या आ रहा है, क्या सरप्राइज है, आइए देख लेते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी डरे हुए हैं क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने उनकी इमेज बनाई है
इस पर मैं पहले बोलना चाहता हूं।
वो अब उस इमेज को फोड़ने लगे हैं। आप ये बात समझ लो, देश ये समझ ले कि प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है।
प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, नरेंद्र मोदी डरे हुए हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता हैं, शकील अहमद, वो कहते हैं सबसे ज्यादा डरपोक राहुल गांधी हैं।
शकील अहमद क्या कहते हैं? मैं उनकी प्रवक्ता थोड़ी, मैं कांग्रेस की प्रवक्ता हूं। शकील
वो
अहमद
कांग्रेस
बुढ़ा
के
गए।
वरिष्ठ नेता हैं।
शकील अहमद बुढ़ा गए, अब घर में बैठे, थोड़ा अब ये सब चिंतन
अच्छा।
मनन का टाइम होता है, छोड़िए उस बात को। इस हॉल में लड़के और लड़कियां मुझे दोनों दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है ना? अब मैं अंदर आते वक्त कह दूं यार मुझे आदमियों से खतरा है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी सदन में क्यों नहीं आए? क्योंकि महिला सांसद एक प्लाकार्ड लेके खड़ी हो गई। देश की महिला सांसदों को आतंकी घोषित आप कर रहे हैं। आपको महिला सांसदों से डर लग गया, दुम दबाकर भाग गए आप। और आपके साथी इन्हीं के टेलीविजन चैनल पर शायद उन्होंने कहा कहीं महिला सांसद दांत ना काट
जी जी जी,
ये संसद में बातें हो रही। ये
ओके, जवाब,
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी डर कर भाग गए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी लोकसभा में नहीं बोल पाए।
टाइम हमारे पास
और
खत्म हो रहा
असलियत
है
में कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी
टाइम
से
हमारे पास
कहीं
खत्म हो
ज्यादा
रहा है। ओके,
कहीं
ओके।
ज्यादा मार्जिन से जीत कर वो महिला सांसद आई थी।
शकील अहमद
उन्होंने
बुढ़ा
आपको
गए हैं,
बुलाया।
वो इसी तरह की बातें कर रहे
अरे
हैं।
जैसे मुरली मनोहर जोशी, जैसे लालकृष्ण आडवाणी जी को इन्होंने
पर देखिए-
मार्गदर्शक मंडल में भेजा, हमें भी एक मार्गदर्शक मंडल खोल लेना चाहिए।
ओके, ओके।
इन्होंने भेजा ना लोगों को।
पर अडवाणी जी
मेंटल कोमा घोषित करके।
96 के हैं इस समय।
सुनिए, इन्होंने कहा शकील अहमद ये हो गए, कोई बात नहीं। मार्गरेट अलवा वो क्या हो गई हैं? मणिशंकर अय्यर
यशवंत सिन्हा क्या हो गए हैं?
इसीलिए नहीं
मुरली मनोहर जोशी क्या हो गए हैं?
पार्टी खिलाफ कुछ नहीं
अरे
बोले।
सब छोड़िए, बेचारे धर्मेंद्र प्रधान क्या हो गए हैं? कहीं दिख ही नहीं रहे आजकल।
अब देखिए, इन्होंने कहा महिला सांसदों वाला। देखिए, कोई भी व्यक्ति संसद में अपने सीट पे खड़े होकर जो बोलना हो बोले, शाउट करना तो भी अपनी सीट पे खड़े। उसके अगला स्टेप होता हम सीट छोड़ के आगे आ गए, चलो वो भी चलता है। उसके अगला स्टेप होता हम वेल में आ गए, चलिए वो भी आपका हक हो सकता है। वेल में आप अपने साइड से छोड़ के दूसरे साइड के वेल में आ गए, वो भी चलता है। अरे भाई, आप ट्रेजरी बेंचेस के अंदर क्यों जा रहे थे? इसका मतलब फिजिकल धक्का मुक्की करना चाह रहे थे।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं? क्या बात कर रहे हैं? आप महिला सांसदों पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि वो फिजिकल धक्का मुक्की
अरे
करना
भाई,
चाह रहे
पूरी
थे।
बात तो होने दीजिए, अभी समझ जाए। और इतना बड़ा बैनर लेके महिलाओं की शील्ड बनाकर ये आगे बढ़ने का तरीका शाहीन बाग से सीखा या गाजा से? मैं जानना चाहता हूँ।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
एक मिनट समीर, सीरियस,
एवरीथिंग इज सीरियस।
दिस इज वेरी सीरियस। ये कह रहे हैं कि महिला सांसद गाजा से सीख कर आई हैं। शर्म आनी चाहिए। आप चुने हुए सांसद नहीं होंगे, वो चुनी हुई सांसद हैं। 3-3, 4-4 लोग की मार्जिन से जीत कर आई हैं। आप उनके इलेक्टोरेट पे सवाल उठा रहे हैं। माफी मांगनी चाहिए, शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। और अगर आपको लग रहा है कि वो ऐसा कुछ करने वाले की कार्रवाई कीजिए, पुलिस में केस कीजिए।
ओके, ओके, सुधांशु, 10 सेकंड।
खाना जवाब नहीं देना चाहिए। संसद
लफाजी
के
करते हैं
पटल
आप।
पर खड़े
आप
होकर
लोग
पुलिस का
लफाजी
केस
करते
नहीं हो
हैं।
सकता। मैं
आप
पूछना
लोग
चाहता
लफाजी
हूँ,
करते हैं।
सुनिए, गाजा को लेकर CWC का रेजोल्यूशन है, बताओ किसी और चीज के लिए क्यों नहीं है? बच्चे गाजा में मरे थे, उसके यूक्रेन में बच्चे मरे थे, वो उनसे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
है,
भाई,
CWC
बोलो,
का है, क्योंकि
CWC
आपको
सुनो,
सूट करता है, आप नहीं
सुनिए,
बताते हैं।
फिर आपने टर्न में
प्रधानमंत्री
ओके, 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 ओके।
सोनिया गांधी का आर्टिकल और सुनो, फिलिस्तीन का बैग लगा गई, यूक्रेन का बैग लगा कह नहीं गई।
ओके, 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 ओके। अच्छा, ठीक है, ठीक है। लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है एक मंत्री का, फेलो मंत्री का हाथ पकड़ लेना, उनका बाइट देते हुए, क्या सही था? सुप्रिया श्रीनेत प्रहलाद जोशी का हाथ पकड़ लेगा।
मैं सुधांशु जी का हाथ पकड़ूं तो मैं इनको क्या मारने
वो
जा रही
बाइट दे रहे हैं।
मैं ये कह दूं सुधांशु जी अभी आपने मैं बात करूंगी, मैं इनको मारने जा रही हूँ। क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप?
ये नहीं, पर ये क्या आपको लगता
क्या
है?
हो गया?
ये मर्यादा है, ये मर्यादा है।
कुछ तो
सदन
ढंग
की
की
तो
बातें
मर्यादा
पूछो।
होगी।
क्या हो गया?
आपने भी पार्लियामेंट को कवर करा होगा। क्या सदन में क्या अरुण जेटली बाइट दे रहे होते थे? अरुण जेटली या चिदम्बरम साहब बाइट दे रहे होते थे? अरुण जेटली
अरे गले मिल लेते थे।
ऐसा हमने कभी नहीं देखा।
मैंने देखा है, मैंने पार्लियामेंट के बाहर का वो वीडियो देखा है। मैंने देखा है।
मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, ट्वीट करिएगा।
मैं करूंगी।
जरूर करिएगा।
चिदम्बरम जी और जेटली जी एक साथ अंदर घुस रहे थे, कैमरे
एक
वाले
साथ
आए,
अंदर घुस
उन्होंने
सकते
ऐसे हाथ पकड़ के उधर लेकर चले
नहीं,
गए।
कोई
क्या
बाइट
बात करते हैं
हाथ
आप?
किसी से
आपको लग
पकड़ा
रहा है और राहुल गांधी जी ने हाथ देते हुए क्या कहा? आइए हम लोग एक साथ बाइट देते हैं।
फोटो राउंड
काहे घबरा कर भाग गए? काहे करके भाग गए? अश्विनी
क्या वो
वैष्णव
घबरा
को दबाकर भाग
गए?
गए।
अश्विनी जी, अनिल बलूनी जी घबरा गए।
वो कह रहे
प्रहलाद जोशी
अनिल
घबरा
बलूनी
गए।
नहीं थे, वो थे प्रहलाद जोशी थे। डर कर भाग गए। क्यों भाग गए? आप कह रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा ये साथ बाइट देते हैं।
ओके, 20 सेकंड।
सुधांशु जी आप भी डर गए क्या? भागेंगे क्या आप? भागेंगे क्या? भागिए भागिए, भाग के दिखाइए।
ये
क्या बेवकूफी की बात
मुझे लग रहा है,
मतलब ये बचकाना लेवल ऑफ डिबेट तो मत करो। क्या कर रहे हो बेवकूफी की बात?
देखिए अब कौन सी हरकत बचकानी थी आप लोग तय कर लीजिए। बाकी सब
मैं तो बड़ा परस्पर सौहार्द दिखा रही थी।
सुनिए,
आपने परस्पर सौहार्द
देखिए,
दिखाया।
हाउस
होती है
हाउस एंड ज्वाइन करना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर।
यहाँ है यथा नेता तथा प्रवक्ता।
ओके ओके, हाउस एंड ज्वाइन
आपके
करना
मन में
पड़ेगा।
इतनी नफरत है अपने नेता जैसी, मैं तो प्यार से
फोटो राउंड देख लेते हैं, फोटो राउंड
फोटो
देख लेते हैं, फोटो आ रही है कुछ, आइए देख लेते हैं। विपक्ष का कौन सा धुरंधर नेता है? सुधांशु त्रिवेदी, इसका जवाब आपको देना है। फोटो आएंगे अभी। विपक्ष का कौन सा नेता धुरंधर है? राहुल गांधी, ममता जी, अखिलेश यादव। चूज वन, चूज करना पड़ेगा।
मल्लन से मल्ल घनेरे, बाहर ना तो घर में बतेरे, आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, क्या बता?
अरे एक तो बताना पड़ेगा। चलिए अब मैं आता हूं सुप्रिया जी के पास। धुरंधर मंत्री कौन है? आइए प्ले करते हैं। कौन कौन से मंत्री हैं? पीयूष गोयल, निर्मला सीतारमण, एस जयशंकर। चूज वन।
एक से एक फेलियर है, इनमें से कोई धुरंधर नहीं, सब कलंदर
अरे दोनों में से कोई तो अच्छा बोले।
एक ने इकोनॉमी को डुबो दिया, एक ने विदेश नीति
चलिए
को डुबो
सुप्रिया
दिया, एक ने
श्रीनेत के
US
लिए,
डील को डुबो
सुप्रिया
दिया।
श्रीनेत के लिए एक बोनस क्वेश्चन है। बहुत सारी हार्ड बातें हो गई।
बोनस
अगला
आंसर
राउंड-
नहीं है, बोनस क्वेश्चन है।
बोनस
अरे
बोनस
अभी-
क्वेश्चन है, बोनस क्वेश्चन है। प्ले करते हैं। कौन सी फिल्म आपको देखना पसंद होगा? कौन सी फिल्म इनमें से आपको बेहतर नजर आती है? आइए दिखाते हैं कौन कौन सी हैं। एक तो कश्मीर फाइल्स है, एक इमरजेंसी है, एक धुरंधर है।
एक से एक घटिया प्रोपेगेंडा पिक्चरें। मैं ऐसी वाहियात पिक्चरों पे अपना पैसा काहे खर्चा करूंगी, अपना टाइम काहे खर्चा करूंगी?
देखती है वैसे
मुझे
फिल्म
नहीं-
देख लेती है?
नहीं, ऐसी सड़ी हुई पिक्चरें नहीं, अच्छी
अच्छा
पिक्चर
कौन
देखती हूँ।
फेवरेट आपका एक्टर है? फेवरेट एक्टर नेम वन।
इरफान बहुत पसंद थे।
अच्छा अभी आज के युग में
राहुल गांधी।
आपको राहुल गांधी पसंद है?
नहीं, नरेंद्र मोदी। नरेंद्र मोदी।
चलिए दोनों में एक पसंद है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत जोरदार सेशन रहा।
रोने की एक्टिंग, हर बात की एक्टिंग। मोदी से
मैंने
बढ़िया
एक्टर
एक्टर कौन
पूछा।
है?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
मोदी से
जोरदार
बढ़िया एक्टर कौन है?
अभिनंदन करिए इन दोनों का। अच्छी चर्चा हुई, सार्थक चर्चा हुई। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you to both the wonderful speakers for bringing in such fire and josh to the Rising Bharat Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for a short pit stop. We'll be taking a short break for lunch. I'd request the students wearing the pink lanyard to proceed to level 4. Level 4 is where you need to go. And the other guests may please proceed to level 1 for lunch. Before we...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, the Union Minister for Communications and Development of Northeast Region. He will share his vision for a rising Bharat in conversation with Nalin Mehta on the theme Aspirations Uninterrupted, Connecting a Billion Dreams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scindia, for joining us for Rising Bharat and for sparing your time. Let me start with a question that affects all of us with a mobile phone and a SIM card and WhatsApp. There is a guideline coming in force from tomorrow on SIM binding directions कि अगर आप WhatsApp को अपने कंप्यूटर पे खोल के देख रहे हैं तो और all of us using laptops, computers, phone तो उसमें कुछ घंटे के बाद वो बंद होगा and you have to do it again. So is that guideline, is there any chance of an extension on that and is Meta going to comply?
So, first of all, Nalin, it's wonderful to be back at Rising Bharat and News18. It's an event that is always calendarized now. It's almost as if this event has become an institution in itself. So I'd like to congratulate you and Network 18 in terms of putting together a very thought-provoking platform for the country, as well as globally, as India's rise is now being accepted across the globe. Let me first start by saying that telecom and mobile technology today is no longer a luxury. If you will, in many ways, it is almost like the blood coursing through our veins. It is the invisible digital highway on which not only communications run, but it becomes in many ways a carriageway on the basis of which commerce, communication, livelihoods, and economies across the world run. So very akin to what happened in the Industrial Revolution almost over a century ago, where you had the world powers building out railroads and highways. This is what I call in Hindi the adrishya adhosanrachana, the invisible highway, which enables a lot of content to go through it. Now, when that happens, then there are a lot of economic positive externalities, but there are also some negative externalities that accompany it. And it is our job at the Ministry of Communications to make sure that we have a firewall, if you will, in place that prevents negative externalities from taking advantage of this system. Whether it be cyber fraud, whether it be digital arrests, whether it be even beyond that, other nefarious activities, and I won't allude to it, you know what I'm talking about from a national security point of view. And therefore, SIM binding has become the need for the day. Because otherwise what happens is that when you first connect your phone to a lot of these OTT platforms along with a mobile number, and then if you remove your SIM, those OTT platforms are still very active. But I can't trace who the identity of that person is who's conducting these activities. So if Nalin, for example, conducts those activities and he's removed his SIM from his phone, I cannot trace the identity of Nalin Mehta. And therefore, to be able to do that, SIM binding today becomes mandatory from a security point of view. Now, we've issued a regulation that stands, as I've mentioned in a few interviews before, and we do hope that all service providers come on board, because this today is my fiduciary responsibility to 140 crore Indians, which I cannot stray away from.
So, Mr. Sindhya, you've said that India followed the world on 4G, walked with the world on 5G, but will lead the world on 6G. What do you mean by that? And say with the tech stack, for example, how do we compare with other countries, especially with China, for example?
So, India has, let me back up a little bit. When I graduated from Harvard and I came back to India as an investment banker many, many moons ago, the first transaction we looked at was in those days, early 90s, when licenses were given out for those 6 metros for mobile. And India in many ways has followed the world on mobile technology, whether it be GSM or then 2G or then 3G and even 4G. 5G was the first time when technology across the world was promulgated, and India actually had the fastest rollout of 5G in the world. We rolled out 5G across the length and breadth of India in 22 months. We talk about 4.5 lakh crores of capex, close to 500,000 BTS-based transceiver stations, colloquially known as mobile towers. And today we have almost ubiquitous connectivity on 5G. Close to 99.9% of districts are connected. You'll be surprised to know that today, out of the 120 crore customers on mobile in India, 40 crore have already transferred onto 5G networks. So we have almost close to 35% of our market today on 5G. And my projection is that by 2030, that's going to grow to 100 crore customers. Which means exactly what I said, that we walked with the world on 5G. Now, we intend to lead the world on 6G. What does that mean? That means that when telecom technology is promulgated or standards are set, that is set by a world body called the ITU, the International Telecom Union, or 3GPP. And when those standards are set, then international countries that are world leaders sit at that round table, for example, in front of me, cogitate, and based on their ideation, come up with a set of standards that all other countries, for example, everyone else in this room, will follow. But on this table are the standard setters. India has never been on this table. And it's for the first time with regard to 6G that the Prime Minister set the vision in 2023, and he set the goal that Bharat 6G Alliance, which is a group of companies, entrepreneurs, engineers and scientists from IITs across the country, telecom service providers, ISPs, telecom equipment manufacturers, the whole value chain is a part of the B6G Alliance. And we have grown from initially 15 members to over 100 members today. We have alliances with similar 6G platforms across 30 countries across the world, from UK to US to Brazil, to Africa, to all across the world. And so therefore we are working on a global alliance. And India for the first time is sitting on that table where standards are getting set for 6G. And for the first time, our proposal of ubiquitous connectivity to every single citizen across the globe as a paper has been admitted and accepted as part of the 6G standard setting protocol on that table. We propose to have contributed 10% of patents towards 6G. So India today is no longer following. India today is no longer walking. We're on that table, setting the standards along with other stakeholders for the world as 6G gets rolled out over the next 3 to 4 years, which is a huge transformation for India.
Right. So, when do we expect SATCOM services to be in effect, like Starlink or OneWeb or GeoSAS?
So, satellite connectivity is, if I may say, is mandatory. As communications minister, it is my job to ensure that every single citizen in my country has the full bouquet of services in front of him or her to choose from. And that means not only 4G, 5G technology, that means not only broadband, that means not only VSAT, that also means satellite, because satellite can go where no other technology can go. So where it is very difficult terrain, you cannot lay the OFC fiber, you cannot have backhaul, you can't have fiberization of towers. That's where satellite takes over, one. Two, God forbid, but in the case of natural calamities, when all other systems go down, satellite is the only system that stays up. And therefore, for me, it's mandatory that to have this technology in India. Now, we've given out 3 licenses, as you know, to OneWeb, to Geo, and to Starlink. All 3 companies have also been given a normative spectrum assignment to be able to show compliance with regard to all the security protocols that are required. All 3 companies are working on that today. Now that is on their table. As far as government is concerned, because spectrum is going to be given by assignment and not by auction, we have to come up with a spectrum price. TRAI has just reverted with their recommendations. DOT will synthesize those recommendations and come out with their decision on it. And then we will announce the spectrum pricing. When both of these happen, one responsibility on the side of the satellite operators and one responsibility on our side. When both of them converge, operations will start very soon thereafter.
One of your cabinet colleagues, Mr. Vaishnav, yesterday spoke about how media companies should get a fair share from big tech companies for content. There's a similar demand on fair share in a very different way from the telecom companies for fair share, from companies like OTT platforms like Netflix and so on. What's your view on this?
So that's not something that's under my mandate or my ambit. This is something that has to be decided by MeitY. And I do not believe in either interfering or commenting on what is not my domain. In life, Nalin, I've been very clear. I'm very fixed in terms of what is my area of mandate and to be able to execute to the satisfaction of both my ecosystem constituents and the public of India to be able to get the best performance out of a system that's there. I do not believe in straying outside my domain.
So on the telecom operators who are demanding a similar thing, right?
That's something that METI has to decide on and not telecom.
Right. So after the relief to Vodafone, there are demands from Bharti Airtel, for example, to seek parity. Are you considering any relief for them? And what is the status, sir, of the committee to review the dues for Vodafone?
So we have, as you're aware, we have a 49% stake in Vodafone now with the conversion of the AGR dues, which is close to about 38,000 crores. We have also followed the Supreme Court verdict and executed on that. And I think things look quite promising as far as Vodafone is concerned. But let me be very clear, we are an equity holder. Now, when you are an equity holder, that does not mean that you are in management. We are in management vis-a-vis BSNL, and I can speak to the strategy of BSNL and how we're changing things around and bringing that mothership around and making sure that she serves the people of India and she is a profitable enterprise. As far as Vodafone is concerned, we are a minority shareholder at 49%. We do not believe in increasing our stake beyond 49%. It is for the management of Vodafone now to be able to chart their course going forward. As far as other telcos are concerned, I've been very categorical on this. In the case of Vodafone, the decision was taken by the Supreme Court, and if there are other telcos that want to follow suit, they must follow the same route.
Mr. Sindhya, do you believe with the telecom industry, do you think it needs another round of tariff hikes for growth and investments? What's your sense?
So as you're aware, telecom is a sector which is in forbearance. Tariffs are not announced by us. It is for the four telcos to determine their strategy in terms of pricing. As you're aware, this is a very inelastic market in terms of pricing. We have this is a country where high volume is the key to growth. And it's for them to be able to chart that path. Suffice to say that India has shown the world how you can permeate technology right down to the grassroots level. When you have 120 crore telecom subscribers, 1.2 billion telecom subscribers, when internet subscribers go from 250 million 12 years ago to a billion today, when broadband subscribers, which is greater than 2 GB, go from 60 million to a billion today, that kind of exponential growth, you're looking at a CAGR of over 30-40% per year, also results for the consumer in a very steep decline in prices. So 11 and 12 years ago, voice used to cost 50 paise a minute. I can convert that into cents. Today, voice costs 0.03 paise a minute. I can't even convert that into cents. So for all practical purposes, it's free. Data 12 years ago used to cost 287 rupees a GB, which is roughly $3.2. Today, 1 GB of data costs in India less than 8 rupees a GB, which is less than 10 cents. The world average is $2.49. So India is operating at 5% of world costs with a billion subscribers in place. Now, that's the secret recipe of India's success. And within that ambit, each company has to decide its strategy.
So we just had the AI Impact Summit, which led to a huge amount of announcements, and Delhi was put at the center of the World AI Map. But we also had Congress stormtroopers attacking it, shirtless protests. What's your sense, as a former congressman, now in the BJP, what's your sense of how the Congress is approaching this right now?
I think it's an unmitigated disaster. The Global AI Impact Summit was not a NDA program. It was not a BJP program. it was Bharat's program. And you had delegates from 160 countries in the world. You have 26 heads of state visiting India. Because everyone realizes that India is the next growth potential for the world. From a human resource angle, from an innovation angle, from a capability angle. And on that platform, if you're going to exhibit the vacuousness of your Desh Bhakti, then good luck to you. Because the people of India have rejected you multiple times. And even at Bharat Mandapam, which is where we are sitting, when that absurd exhibition took place, it is the people in that arena that took these protesters down.
So what's your message?
And I think that if you are so negative in your perception towards your own country because of your pursuit, your naked pursuit of aggregation and aggrandizement of power, that thought process at the cost of the country is not going to be acceptable to any citizen across the length and breadth of India.
So what would your message be to Rahul Gandhi?
I have nothing to say to him.
Well,
and I don't think anyone in this audience has anything to say to him either.
So Rahul Gandhi is talking about on the tariff deal, things about India being sold out, all of that. How would you respond to that?
If you are so anti your own country in your mind, then I don't think this country has any place for you.
Mr. Scindia, one final question, which is, when do we expect the next round of on telecom, on spectrum auctions? When do we expect to see that?
The TRA has come out with their recommendations just a few days ago. Based on those recommendations, we will proceed to look at what the appetite for demand is. Shortly thereafter, we shall take a view and if there is an appetite for demand, come around with another round of spectrum auction.
Right. You have also, let me ask you one more question. You've also said on record, and you've recently argued, that AI could contribute somewhere around $950 billion of India's GDP by 2030. How would that happen, and what is your view on the big fear that jobs will go?
So what's going to happen with AI is my belief, putting on my hat as an economist and less of that of a politician, is that you will see what, from an economic perspective, has been the concept of creative destruction. And you had creative destruction many times during humankind's history. You had it when, post the Second World War, when technology assumed significance again. You had it in Y2K. You had it in COVID, when there was a huge suppression of time where digitization just pole vaulted. And AI is going to be another inflection point. And unlike what a lot of skeptics say, I think is going to create more opportunities than extinguish them. There is going to be a huge amount of intellectual opening up for creativity across multiple sectors, from manufacturing to services. And that's where I believe now India is poised to take the lead. The Prime Minister, with his AI mission, close to about 2 lakh crores, looking at setting up, and in my generation, and I'm sure you'd agree with me, Nalin, I never thought that we'd be setting up semiconductor fabs in India. And you've got a multiple amount of fabs that are being today set up in India. So what India is setting herself up for, and this is what Prime Minister saw 12, 15 years before this has happened, is that the next revolution is going to come from technology. And we have to move, i.e. India has to move from being a services nation to a product nation. And that's only going to happen when the whole value chain of that ecosystem is going to be set up in India. to making sure you productize on the telecom equipment side, which is why we've got our own India 4G stack now with BSNL. So India's positioning herself for this new revolution that is already on the anvil. And I believe that that is what is going to move us to the forefront. And India is going to become what she was almost 2,000 years ago, where she contributed 25% of the world's GDP. As an Indian citizen today, I have great confidence that by 2047, we will be leading the world on the stage in terms of contribution to GDP, an economic giant, and not only that, I believe that we will be a philosophical giant in terms of creating Vasudeva Kutumbakam and that prosperity for all notion for countries across the world.
Want to know what's the best way to grow? Let's go. Go farther. So far ahead that the competition can't spot you. Let alone catch you. And grow your audience's insight. Because stocks may go up or down, but knowledge is invaluable. Go. Assemble the A-team. The ones who reach the top and then keep going. Go into uncharted territories. Blur the lines between media and technology. And watch as you make wealth grow. Go. Build partnerships with the very best. And grow your voice. Because the world needs India's perspective more than ever. Go. Hustle your way into India's pulsing creator economy. And then transform the whole ecosystem. Go into India's heartland. Speak her languages. Tell her stories. Grow her ambitions. Go. Make a difference. Create a platform for policymakers, trendsetters, and change makers. Because the only way to grow is to grow together. We are Network 18, and we are always on the go. Enabling India to grow.
Now, distinguished guests, let's zoom out to the big picture now. India's bold bet on its economic future. From redefining trade playbooks to scripting new chapters in global partnerships, one leader has been at the forefront of this remarkable journey. After hearing how businesses harmonize profit with planet, let's unpack how India's commerce and industry are charting a path of resilience and growth. Our next session is a conversation with a person who has shepherded one of India's most remarkable periods in economic and trade calculus. He is one of the principal architects of India's trade strategy and has steered India through choppy waters, forging partnerships with the European Union, the UK, and the USA, among others. He has been championing our nation's interests on the global stage and has been a key driver of India's Atmanirbharta push, while also opening doors for Indian businesses worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. He will be joined by Rahul Shivshankar, and this is a session that is titled Bharat Unstoppable from Atmanirbharta to Global Ascendancy.
Well, Mr. Goyal, you're going to be speaking to this august audience today, this great occasion. You're really the man who's shaping the news. You're the lead negotiator now for multiple FTAs with different countries and partners. 8 already under your belt under the Modi government, and you've been all over the place. You're almost like a blur. How much of you have had to give to this? I know you've had an operation recently, and taking time out is never easy in circumstances like this. But it is also so rewarding, isn't it? You're putting India right up there.
Thank you very much, Rahul, and what a pleasure and delight to be at the Rising Bharat Summit. My best wishes to you and to all the friends assembled here. I really love your title, Rising Bharat with Strength Within. And that's the India story of today. The journey of India's engagement with the world has been based on the strength, the resolve of 140 crore Indians who have taken it upon themselves to make India a developed nation, a prosperous nation by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. And I think when 140 crore Indians are backing you up, when you want to make sure that the journey towards Viksit Bharat provides opportunities for our young men and women, our talent, our skill, youthful population, you clearly need to engage with the world. No country in the world has become a developed nation without significant international trade, technology, partnerships with innovation, greater tourism, friendships, strategic alliances. And I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very clear right from 2014. And if you were to carefully look back, you will realize how systematically Prime Minister first set our house in order, got rid of the stigma of the corruption scams that had started defining India to the world, which the UPA era almost presented on a weekly or monthly basis to the world. He had to strengthen our macroeconomic fundamentals in the initial period. He has relentlessly pursued building bridges and friendships across the world, east and west, north and south. And having reached a position where India became the voice of the global south, where India earned the trust and respect of the world, we started engaging from 2021-22 with developed nations to build bridges, to build partnerships. Unlike the Congress era, where they used to do free trade agreements largely with competitors with whom India was in competition for world markets, Prime Minister Modi's strategy was to engage with the developed world, but engage from a position of strength, engage on the back of the strength of our vibrant population, engage keeping in mind our strategic interests, our sensitivities, yet open the doors for greater engagement with the world. And that strategy, I think, helped us in our own effort to quickly build up very, very robust, very good win-win situations with our trading partners. Tali do haath se bajti hai. It has to be a win-win. You can't do a good deal without ensuring that you get the best for your offensive interests, and at the same time you save your defensive interests, the sensitivities. And keeping this strategy, today we cover 38 well-developed economies. 2/3 of global trade is covered by the free trade agreements India has. This opens the doors for resilient supply chains and will provide lakhs and crores of our farmers, our fishermen, our MSMEs, young men and women, huge opportunities in the future.
So we concluded on favorable terms, as you have spoken so often, the framework for an agreement with the United States. That happened, however, before the SCOTUS, or the Supreme Court of the United States, came out and basically declared President Trump's tariff war illegal. Now, has the US Supreme Court's ruling, has it given us more negotiating, perhaps, space with the Trump administration? अब क्या पूरा जो हमने एक दफा सोचा था कि जिस तरीके से ये पूरा शेप लेगा, वो क्या बदल गया है पूरा हमारा अप्रोच?
This is an evolving situation. We are watching what is happening. We are in dialogue with the administration in the US and, of course, internal consultations. We will have to wait and watch and ensure the best interests of India are protected. And I can reassure all the friends in the room and all your viewers and all our countrymen that India stays committed to engaging for the best possible opportunities which were negotiated with the US to continue to provide us the best deal in terms of competitive advantage from our other emerging economies or developing nations, continue to open the doors for greater engagement in areas of our interests like
but
technology.
Mr. Goyal, we were better placed, no doubt, when it came to the 18% with regards to some of our neighbors, Asian partners.
All of our neighbors.
Yes. We were supposed to send negotiators. बातचीत चलने वाली थी और 15-20 तारीख तक we were supposed to have the trade deal signed. ये एक किस्म से किसी ने glide path दिया था. अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक किस्म से पूरा जो एक कहते हैं जो मंच है उसको बदल दिया. Now, you surprised everyone by meeting Howard Lutnick, your counterpart, and I can show you the tweet that you put out. In fact, we're just going to put it out at the back of us. And you are looking extremely comfortable. There's also Mr. Sergio Gore, who played such a crucial role in building that bridge. Now, are we rethinking what's happening? Because लटनिक साहब ने तो कहा था कि हम दौड़े दौड़े आएंगे, उनकी टेबल पे बैठेंगे और उनसे मिन्नत करेंगे. ये तो उल्टा हो गया.
राहुल, आई एम सो सरप्राइज्ड. आपको तो ध्यान होगा कि कोर्ट ने तो मई में रूल कर दिया था, मई या जून में कभी, एट द लोअर लेवल कि IEPA is not the mechanism which should sustain. But they were in appeal and it was a process that was simultaneously going on. For us, US is a very important trading partner. For us, US is a very important strategic relationship which encompasses our quads, which covers our technology partnership. We are members of Pax Silica, which is our effort to create resilient supply chains. So it's a very multifaceted relationship. And there is so much opportunities. After all, we had a very successful AI summit at the same venue. And if we are looking for $200 billion of investments in data centers and other AI-associated ventures, if we are looking for large amounts of opportunities for our young men and women, we will need investments, we will need technology, we will need GPUs, we will need equipment from the ICT world. And these are partnerships. We have a lot of strategic interests in the pharmaceutical sector. We just had the Gold Council gentlemen here. A huge amount of opportunities in our gem and jewelry and diamond sector for that matter. Our textiles will flourish and we have 40 million people, 4 crore people working in the textile sector.
But now we have the
want
opportunity,
much
you
bigger.
see, of getting it on better terms. I'll just show you that photograph. It was just over your shoulder. There's Mr. Laknik. If we can just put that out, it'll be great.
I was there myself,
I
so
know.
I don't
So
need to see
I want
the
to ask you,
photograph.
what happened in the room? What happened in the room? Because this is a photo that really sparks a lot of conversations. Can we have that photo? Yes. So what happened in the room? Come on, tell us.
You are reminding me of Mona Lisa's picture. It sparked so many.
It did. I mean, there it is. You're right in the
So
middle.
you don't like my smile?
I
What
love
do you
your
not
smile.
like in that picture?
There is
I have an ODOP product which I gifted him.
Yeah.
एक गाय थी, उसका बछड़ा था, and the cow and calf together made in an Indian
तो आपने
handicraft shop.
उनको डेयरी की सिग्निफिकेंस आपने उनको बताई कि देखिए ये हमारी रेड लाइन है।
डेयरी तो एग्जेम्प्ट है, आपको कई बार बोल चुका। वो एक राहुल नहीं समझ सकते, उससे इसका ये मतलब थोड़ी है कि सब राहुल नहीं समझेंगे। अब कुछ लोग तो ऐसे होते हैं जो समझ के बाहर ही होते हैं, पर मैं उस तरीके का नहीं हूं कि मैं शाहरुख खान की तरह बोलूंगा कि नाम तो सुना ही होगा। तो मैं समझता हूं कि राहुल शिवशंकर ने तो बहुत भली बात ही समझ लिया होगा कि भारत के किसानों के, भारत के विश्वकर्मा के, भारत के जितने एमएसएमईज हैं, इन सब के हितों को भी सुरक्षित रखा गया और इन सब के लिए नए अवसर भी शुरू किए गए, अपॉर्चुनिटीज उनके लिए नए मिले, उसकी भी चिंता की गई है। तो भारत की डेयरी पूरी तरीके से बाहर है, भारत के राइस, व्हीट, मक्का। अब मैं रोज देखता हूं ट्वीट में कि मक्का मक्का बोल रहे हैं, पता नहीं, समझ नहीं आता कि उनको मक्का मालूम भी है कि नहीं क्या होता है। Does he know that maize is मक्का और कॉर्न? And I have announced कि वो ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट में उसमें कोई छूट नहीं दी गई है। I have announced कि सोया मील के ऊपर कोई छूट नहीं दी गई है। अब ये पोल्ट्री पे कोई छूट नहीं दी गई है, कोई जीएम फूड्स भारत में नहीं आएंगे। अब मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है देख के कि राहुल, नॉट राहुल शिवशंकर, कि एक बड़ी बेवकूफी कर रहे हैं कि हमारे अन्नदाताओं को, जो बहुत ही सरल होते हैं, बड़े मेहनती होते हैं, पर इतना ज्यादा उनको इन सब चीजों की गहराई से खबर नहीं होती है, इससे हम पब्लिकली बार बार कहते हैं। पर वो राहुल जी जाके गुमराह करने की जब कोशिश करते हैं झूठे आधार पर, तब कभी ध्यान में आता है कि शायद राहुल गांधी कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, पर गांधी फैमिली तो कॉम्प्रोमाइज। कुछ किस्से किस तरीके से इस परिवार ने देश के हितों को दांव पे लगाया, देश के हितों के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है। राहुल गांधी जी एक प्रकार से विदेशी ताकतों के हाथ में खेल रहे हैं, जो हमारे किसानों को गुमराह करके देशवासियों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये डील भारत के हितों को सुरक्षित करती है, भारत के भविष्य को और हमारे युवा युवतियों के लिए नई टेक्नोलॉजी, नए युग के साथ जुड़ने के लिए और भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए एक मार्ग प्रशस्त करती है। ऐसे में मुझे लगता है राहुल गांधी जी ने शायद अच्छी तरह समझा नहीं होगा या समझ के बाहर होगा उनके।
मगर एक दो सवाल, a couple of questions that are being asked is that could we have waited after the Supreme Court verdict? And I'm asking you again, because this is the first interview after that Supreme Court verdict. Is our position changing with regards to the negotiations, sir?
This is, as I said, it's an evolving situation. We'll have to see. The Trump administration has made some comments. I'm sure
So
all of
Mr.
us
Trump
have heard
has
those
said, don't play
comments.
games with us.
They have many other tools that they could possibly use. They've already used one of them, Section 122, by which they put a 10% tariff. I think they are on record that next week they may increase it to 15% for the first 150 days. So there are different evolving dialogues that are going on. We'll have to watch. And by the way, you must have read my joint statement that we had finalized with the US. It has categorically said that should the circumstances change, the deal would be rebalanced.
So you're talking
to
about clause
ensure
8?
that the balance of the deal is maintained on both sides.
Important statement there. So you're talking about clause 8. That's the one that allows
It provides that the deal will be the sanctity of the deal is both ways.
So given this change, and given the fact that even talk of 15% is less than 18%, is that an incentive for us? Does that strengthen our
Well, it does, of course,
bargaining position?
give an opportunity for everybody to continue to export without hindrance. But bear in mind, the deal was better because it had many other elements, which, of course, whenever you will finally see the deal, you will realize, oh my God, this is also there, this is also there, this is also there. So till we finally ink it, I'm not in a position to share every detail, though all the sensitive matters I've already clarified. But I can assure you, there's so many more positives to the deal that we should wait. Let us see how the situation moves forward. Remember, trade deal or international trade is about comparative advantage. You must have heard the theory of competitiveness coming out of comparative advantage.
True.
So the trade deal, if everybody is at X rate, nobody gets a competitive advantage. But if I'm lower than somebody else who is my competitor, I have a comparative advantage. So I hope your channel, your viewers will take this message that remember always, trade deal is not only about what the tariff is, it is more about the competitive advantage that you get over your competition. And certainly at 50% tariff, we were at a huge disadvantage in our exports. And the fact that we were able to bring it down to lower than the rest of our competition was a huge win for India. It would have opened the doors to a lot of agricultural exports also to the United States. It would have opened the doors for our labor-oriented sectors, textiles, leather, sportswear, handicrafts, handlooms. It would have given a huge leg up for the sectors like diamonds, for pharmaceuticals. Our smartphones are growing relentlessly. I think you saw in the paper today, its export of smartphones has just shot up in the last 2 years. So India is on the move. And despite all the global turbulence, this year our exports will be higher than last year.
Talking about competitive advantage, some people, and I won't say one particular critic, I'll say quite a few critics are saying that had we waited, we might have been better placed. Some economies that have concluded the deal now find that they might be at a disadvantage after the Supreme Court order. So I'm only asking you, Piyushji, do you believe that that competitive advantage after the SC's verdict no longer exists because everyone now starts
We'll
at
have
the
to
same?
wait and watch and see what tools the administration plans to use and how the situation progresses. It's too early to venture a guess.
This is something that comes up quite often. And this is the conversation about timelines. It's important to have a deal with America concluded within a certain span. Especially if you're going ahead and talking to others, there's Canadian Premier coming and so on and so forth. So what would be the timeline now that we're looking at? Is it not the March 15th and the other sort of...
I think I would urge somebody from your research team to look at my statements right from 2021. That's 5 years. You will find consistency, unlike some other people. You will find consistency that I never negotiate with a deadline or a timeline. We negotiate to get the best deal for India and for 140 crore Indians. And I don't think we need to set any timelines on any deals whatsoever.
So why do you think that the government hasn't been able to convince the opposition that keeps asking these questions?
Well, the day you are able to convince, maybe I won't take any name of a channel, but if you want, I can take. The day you are able to convince Aaj Tak that your viewership is higher than theirs, irrespective of the facts. I mean, I'm just telling you. The day you are able to convince Aaj
data
Tak
speaks
that your viewership is higher than theirs, that day I'm sure I'll be able to convince Mr. Rahul Gandhi also.
Now, I want to ask you, because as you said, so many moving parts. There's the prospect of tensions looming with Iran. The joint statement did not mention any pledge by India to stop oil trade with Russia. But the White House insists that the deal is linked to India stopping purchases. Now, at this moment, as we speak, Ural oil is cheaper than some of the other Gulf oil and so forth, and different varieties of it. If there is a conflict, and we're expecting, therefore, oil prices to harden, would we still reach out to Russia to bring in oil?
I think the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Ministry of External Affairs, has very categorically made the position of India clear on this subject. This is not a matter of the trade deal. I don't handle this subject. And I would advise you to go by what the Foreign Office has said.
Talking about the AI summit that has just concluded, an interesting event on all accounts. There were also theatrics on the last day. But one comment that has come through is that in a world of content creators, this is what some people are saying, India has chosen to be a consumer. What do you make of this question that is being posed increasingly of the government?
Well, first of all, I'd like to condemn the way certain congressmen, I don't know whether they had the directions from their leader, because it's quite possible such a shameful act cannot be visualized or planned at a low level.
There are videos that have come out that seem to suggest that, I know the BJP is claiming that there might have been something more to this.
It clearly must have been at very high levels, possibly at the top of the Congress. And in Congress anyway, for the last 100 years, it's only been one family at the top. So I wouldn't be surprised if this had the blessings of the leadership of the Congress. But I want to condemn in the strongest words possible that absolutely shameless behavior of the Congress in front of 20 world leaders, delegations from 118 countries, to try and belittle India's achievements, the achievements of 140 crore Indians, to try and belittle our progress, our development, our offerings to the world, the opportunities that are opening up for our youth, I think was the worst anti-national act that could have been done. And I think they really need to be condemned in the strongest terms. वैसे तो rightly said कि वो वैसे इतने exposed हैं, इतने नंगे हो चुके हैं उनके एंटी इंडिया स्टैंड पे, इतने कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो चुके हैं, उनसे भारत की प्रगति देखी नहीं जाती है. मुझे लगता है उनसे भारत की सफलताओं से उनको ईर्ष्या हो रही है और शायद इसीलिए बार बार वो भारत को रन डाउन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. आप यहां सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हो राइजिंग भारत, उनसे राइजिंग भारत टॉलरेट नहीं होता है, वो वीकन करने में लगे हुए हैं. आप स्ट्रेंथन कर रहे हो, स्ट्रेंथन विद इन, वो वीकन करना चाहते हैं विद इन. तो एक प्रकार से दे आर प्लेइंग इनटू द हैंड्स ऑफ फॉरेन पावर्स, दे आर प्लेइंग इनटू द एंटी इंडिया, एंटी भारत फोर्सेस एंड वीकनिंग इंडिया. अदरवाइज टेल मी what a fantastic success story AI Summit was. We got response far beyond our expectations. We didn't know, imagine, I mean, you can look up the earlier AI summits. Nowhere were so many world leaders present. Nowhere were so many countries represented. Nowhere did so many people come out in such large numbers to experience new age technologies which will define India of the future. And I think I just want to make sure that people understand the evil design of the Congress, evil design of the Gandhi family to run down India's achievements. And to that extent, this is something which 140 crore, their own partners, every Indian feels ashamed of their behavior. As far as the AI summit itself is concerned, it opens up huge opportunities for India. Some people are too focused on areas like job losses. I personally believe, as do many friends who are from the technology field, this is going to open up a huge plethora of opportunities for India. Where else in the world do you have the kind of talent, the kind of skills that India offers? Where else in the world do you have youthful energy which our brothers and sisters, our boys and girls offer? Where else in the world do they have 23 lakh STEM graduates, science, technology, engineering and mathematics graduates, 2.3 million every year coming out of our universities and colleges, providing talent, providing the aspiration that young India today holds. And therefore, AI will be good for consumers. AI will be good for our young men and women who will not only develop good applications, good solutions, good language models in India, but also provide talent to the world. And I personally think newer types of jobs. So you'll see cyber security coming into focus. You'll see data scrubbing becoming important. And for heaven's sake, Rahul, mark my word, come what may, howsoever much AI may evolve, there'll be so much data corruption, there'll be so much bots getting into databases that don't ever prepare a final interview or your talking points based on an AI search. You'll end up becoming Chatur of Three Idiots.
Yes. So let me ask you a question. AI leadership requires constant innovation, keeping ahead of the competition and so on and so forth. That requires R&D. What we are seeing, and this is a concern, and I've been speaking to people who are innovators and so on and so forth, and they say the percentage of R&D GDP, India is much lower than China or the United States or some developed economies in Europe. How do you view this? Has the time come to sort of change that?
See, every country evolves with time. So there was a time for many years we didn't have much of a culture of innovation and R&D. Things are changing. The government is also at the forefront of that change. What is Startup India? Now, we don't count the investments and the effort that our young men and women are doing or our startups are doing, but all of that is innovation. I mean, when they come up with these fantastic ideas that our startups do, the unicorns who have been very, very good at their work, all of this is innovation. Only yesterday or day before, I was at some forum where the Misho gentleman was also there, day before yesterday. And this question of R&D was posed to him. He said 70% of my investment is all innovation, is all R&D. So I think a lot of the R&D spend is not captured, point one. Point two, previous governments never supported innovation the way Modi government has done. First, we came out with a fund of fund, 10,000 crores, which seeded almost 1 lakh crores worth of investments into the startup ecosystem. We've already come out with a second 10,000 crore fund of funds, phase 2, where we are focusing that mainly for deep tech, particularly early stage deep tech, so that they don't have to sell out their equity at low valuations and, lose the future benefits. We've come out with 1 lakh crores, RDIF, the Research and Development Innovation Fund, which will seed again the private sector and the government together in a PPP trying to bring innovation into India. So this is the time. Other day I was with, again day before yesterday, in a program with a pharma major company. And the figures that they were talking to me about their forthcoming investments in innovation were really fabulous. I think India yet has to recognize the benefits of innovation and R&D. So the stock market, for example, has to realize that this R&D is the future. And R&D is going to help these companies become the captains of tomorrow, the big guys of tomorrow, which is happening. So you find reverse flip of many startups coming to India, wanting to list in India. Because now the stock market, earlier days it was not. Now it started recognizing that these companies which invest into the future are the bright stars which should be supported.
Just a few questions more. I want to take you out of the trade orbit into the political orbit. You are going to be heading to Tamil Nadu very soon. You're in charge of the campaign there in a sense. What's it looking like for the NDA? You have a partnership with the AIDMK. You've changed tact and you've gone in with the AIDMK.
We have a very strong alliance which is well poised to win Tamil Nadu. The people of Tamil Nadu are absolutely tired of the corruption scandals of the DMK government, DMK Congress government. They are very unhappy with the kind of liquor scams, the TASMAC scam. They're very unhappy with the law and order position there. They're very unhappy with the anti-Tamil, anti-Bharat pronouncements of the ruling family there. Of course, it's only one ruling family there. Again, like in Delhi, you have the Gandhi family. There you have the Karunanidhi family. And people just cannot accept the kind of statements that the heir apparent or Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin has been repeatedly making, the anti-Sanatan Dharam. I mean, imagine, would anybody in this room endorse a comment which says that India's very ethos, our culture, our heritage, our traditions are bad and they have to be eradicated like mosquitoes? That's the comment Udayanidhi Stalin made.
True.
How can any well-meaning Indian or Tamil accept the kind of behavior that the Karunanidhi family's scion, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, is making? How can they accept the levels of corruption that we are witnessing in Tamil Nadu? They want a change, and the AIADMK-led NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu is well poised to win, and Edapadi Palaniswamy will be the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
That's a view that obviously you would be pushing very hard and you would hope for the outcome. But there is, many people are saying the alternative may not be you. There is another player, TVK's Vijay. How do you assess Vijay? There is talk, and he spoke to us a few days back, our group editor-in-chief, Rahul Joshi, and there was talk that he believes that he is going to be king, not kingmaker, that he's in a position to sort of provide that alternative.
Well, Sheikh Chilli ke sapne to sabhi dekh sakte hain. Everybody is entitled to have their own glorified view of their own self. He's a good actor. He may be popular for his films, but if he is self-anointed himself as the chief minister, my own, I mean, whatever little bit of politics I understand, I'm sure all of you understand it far better than simple people like me. But we have seen in history that film stars have come, film stars have gone, film stars have had a very high rating of themselves. Mr. Kamal Hassan is a very recent example. He had thought he will storm Tamil Nadu. I think he got what? Less than 2% votes?
Yes.
We've had earlier examples of film stars. Vijay Kant-ji had come a few years ago, 10, 12 years ago. All fanfare, everybody thought now this is the future. if I remember correctly, the first time when there was the star attraction also, he couldn't get into double digit.
Yeah.
After that, of course, even that collapsed. We don't mix up with MGR or Jayalalitha, because both of them were in established political parties. They had a long political career before they made a claim for chief ministership. So MGR worked in the party for many years before he broke out and then became the chief minister. Jayalalitha ji worked under the tutelage of Miss MGR for many years, and Thiru Jayalalitha then became the chief minister after years of work and with the whole organization of the AIADMK backing it.
So I'm asking you.
Now an upstart without any organizational backing,
so no question,
is not going to be a possible winner. We had somebody like that in Bihar whom all of you had hyped up so much. Did he win even one seat? Even one seat?
No,
Zero.
so no question of a tie-up. My final question, no question of a tie-up with Vijay?
Well, I don't see any tie-up happening, but if he had any good sense prevailing on him, and if he had better advisors, he would realize that he cannot become the chief minister. But just like Jayalalitha ji or MGR worked with the party for many years, tried to bring good governance as we are assuring the
So
people
there are no
of Tamil
back-channel
Nadu,
talks happening with
probably
Vijay?
he would benefit a lot.
No back-channel talks, nothing like that?
I don't know him. I've never met him.
Okay.
But the NDA is a party whose doors are always open for good people,
Interesting.
well-meaning people.
Is he a good
people who are
person?
looking for good governance, people who are looking for eradicating corruption, who want to bring development to the state,
Does he fit
not
those bills?
TASMAC-type liquor scams, who want good law and order so that the women feel safe.
Does he tick those boxes?
Sorry?
Does he tick those boxes?
I don't know. We'll have to examine should he approach
Okay.
us.
हर खबर तक पहुंचने के लिए, बेबाक सवाल पूछने के लिए, हर चुनाव की महा कवरेज के लिए, सबसे पहले और भरोसेमंद नतीजों के लिए, रिपोर्टर के सबसे बड़े नेटवर्क के लिए, एंकर की नंबर 1 टीम के लिए, एक नहीं अनेक है कारण, बार बार न्यूज 18 इंडिया के नंबर 1 बनने के लिए। तो देखते रहिए सिर्फ न्यूज 18 इंडिया।
CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's #1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. We invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
सबसे ऊंचा मकाम, सबसे बड़ी हो देश की पहचान, भारत छुए तरक्की का आसमान। इसी जज्बे के साथ 21 सालों से CNBC आवाज का यादगार सफर करोड़ों लोगों को बड़े ख्वाब देखने और उन्हें पूरा करने में अपना योगदान दे रहा है। हर दिन लोगों को मुनाफे की बात पहुंचाने की आदत और लोगों के भरोसे पर खरा उतरने की ताकत ने बनाया है इसे हिंदी न्यूज चैनल की सबसे बुलंद आवाज। अपने यूनिक और एंगेजिंग कंटेंट की वजह से सोशल मीडिया में भी है CNBC आवाज की गूंज। बिना थके बिना रुके ये कारवां बढ़ता ही जा रहा है और अवार्ड्स पे अवार्ड्स अपने
बीट द ऑड्स, ग्रूव टू ग्रो। इंडिया का डीजे कल्चर अब सिर्फ पार्टीज तक सीमित नहीं है, ये एक बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री बन चुका है और भारत से बाहर दुनिया भर में अपना इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर रहा है। और इसी के साथ इट इज माय प्लेजर टू इंट्रोड्यूस डीजे लिल आरोही, दुनिया की यंगेस्ट फीमेल क्लब डीजे, और साथ है उनके IDA वर्ल्ड चैंपियन स्किपस्टर जो कि एक फेमस डीजे और प्रोड्यूसर है। So let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, lock in, lean close. We got the one, the only, the skipster, the skipster, the skipster. Lock, lock, the skipster. Everybody put your hands up. DJ Skip. Open heart, feel the vibe now. Everybody put your hands up. Open heart, feel the vibe now. DJ Skip. To the king of the funk fused scripture, the gifter. DJ Skip, aka Skipster. Hey, world champion, funk tongue twister, spoken word wizard, crowd transistor, looking deeper to the blister red mixture. DJ Skip, aka Skipster. Flip that phrase, let the beat hit quicker. World champion vibe uplifter, bow to the king of the funk fused scripture. Whoa, everybody put your hands up, sabolo ho, Skipster go blow up. Hey, oh, but how feel the vibe now, sabolo ho. Right side bolo, hey, left side bolo, पीछे वाले bolo, ये सब मिलके bolo you. Hey, everybody put your hands up, sabolo ho, open heart, feel the vibe now, sabolo ho.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the youngest DJ representing India. Make some noise for DJ Lil Arohi.
Everybody put your hands in the air!
Thank you, everybody. Now we're going to show you something called a jugalbandi. We are turntablists, so this is a turntable, and I'm using it as an instrument. So I have full control over my songs, something like this. So any piece of recorded music is actually an instrument for us. We're going to show you what a jugalbandi looks like.
Wants to know what's the best way to grow? Let's go. Go farther. So far ahead that the competition can't spot you. Let alone catch you. And grow your audience's insight. Because stocks may go up or down, but knowledge is invaluable. Go. Assemble the A-team. The ones who reach the top and then keep going.
कैसा लगा परफॉर्मेंस? Was it something different जितना आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे उससे कुछ हटके? There are a lot of youngsters over here. आपको कैसा लगा? Do you listen to techno music? Guys, can I get a cheer from here? क्या यहीं पे सिर्फ नौजवान बैठे हैं इस कोने पे? Over there. I think इनकी आवाज ज्यादा थी. People from here. So anyway, do you usually listen to techno music? Anyone from the crowd? Was it something different? कुछ अलग जो आपने सुना? Anyone? It was a delight for you, ma'am. Amazing. Delightful. Anyone else? So a lot of youngsters, जिनसे मैं जानना चाहूंगी, and other people as well. आपके लिए ये कितना different experience था? Because ये जो म्यूजिक है हम अक्सर जब सुनते हैं तो मोस्टली डिस्कोस में सुनते हैं या फिर क्लब्स में सुनते हैं. A very different kind of music for a very different kind of crowd. I would like कि माइक यहाँ पे आए and हम जानेंगे इनसे. Over here. The ma'am wants to talk. Yes, ma'am.
Bandi, I would say, was amazing, and the little Arohi really rocked very well.
Yeah.
She was really an inspiration, though we could not even shake our hands while she was just saying us. So a big applaud to her, and I am really thankful to Rising Bharat Summit for being here.
Okay, so I would like others to vote. Who would you rather prefer? The Jugalbandi, Skipster, or Lil Arohi? Come on, guys.
Arohi!
Lil Arohi? Or the
And
Jugalbandi?
the Jugalbandi as well.
No one from the crowd wants to vote for it. Or do you want a re-performance? Or do you want them back on stage? But who do you want back on stage? I can't hear you guys. Yeah? किसकी जुगलबंदी किसकी? स्टेज पे कौन चाहिए अब? आरोही और स्किपस्टर? लाउडर गाइस, लाउडर यार, अभी तो खाना खाया है. Yes, yes, yes. What do you say? So don't worry, you'll hear them back on stage soon. अभी आपने उनको उनका जो कमाल है वो दिखाते हुए देखा, जो उनका आर्ट है वो दिखाते हुए देखा. अब उसके पीछे की स्टोरी क्या है, बैक स्टोरी क्या है, उस कला के पीछे की कहानी क्या है, हाउ डिड दे स्टार्ट स्पेशली एट सच यंग एजेस, ये भी हम जानने की कोशिश करेंगे. एंड फॉर दैट आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट देम ऑन स्टेज. आप उनसे जानेंगे, उनसे बात की जाएगी, उनसे जाना जाएगा कि उनकी कहानी कहाँ से शुरू हुई. एंड ये इतनी छोटी यंगेस्ट फीमेल डीजे ये आखिर बनी कैसे? बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ अस, क्या किसी को इतनी कम उम्र में पहले पता था कि डीजे क्या होते हैं? एटलीस्ट आई हैड नो आइडिया अबाउट इट. आप लोगों को पता था? ओवर हियर, हाँ, आई कांट हियर यू गाइज. आप लोगों ने खाना खाया? तो डीजे का पता था? सो ये भी जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि एट सच अ यंग एज ये डिवाइसेस, ये आर्ट फॉर्म, म्यूजिक, इन तमाम चीजों के बारे में कैसे जाना, कैसे समझा, एंड हाउ आर दे इंट्रोड्यूसिंग इट टू द वर्ल्ड फ्रॉम देयर आईज, फ्रॉम देयर सोल. वो क्या सोचते हैं, ये तमाम चीजों के बारे में हम जानेंगे. और उनकी पहचान, भारत की पहचान, all the cultural and the heritage part that they include in their performances, how are they bringing it forward in front of the world, ये सारी चीजें हम जानने की कोशिश करेंगे, इनसे बात करेंगे. एंड ऑफ कोर्स आई बिलीव कि जितना मैम के लिए डिलाइटफुल रहा होगा वो परफॉर्मेंस, उतना आपके लिए उनको सुनना भी डिलाइटफुल रहेगा. सो ये अंडरग्राउंड गिग से कैसे एक ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म पे इंडियन आर्ट फॉर्म एंड इंडियन आर्टिस्ट आ रहे हैं, इन चीजों के बारे में बात करने के लिए अब से कुछ ही देर में जो हमारा अगला पैनल है उसकी हम शुरुआत करेंगे. एंड आई होप आप सभी उसको इतना ही एंजॉय करेंगे जितना आपने इस परफॉर्मेंस को एंजॉय किया है. एंड आई एम श्योर मेरा तो मन बिल्कुल नहीं भरा है उनको सुन के, आपका भी शायद नहीं भरा होगा. भर गया क्या? So should I call them on stage? But can you wait for them? Okay, okay. So from underground gigs and college festivals to global stages and streaming platforms, India's DJ culture has evolved into a powerful creative industry. हमारे देश के इन बीट मेकर्स ने कैसे अपनी पहचान बनाई और दुनिया को अपनी धुन पर नचाया. तो आइए मिलते हैं देश के सबसे धुरंधर डीजे से. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम शिवानी बजाज ऑन स्टेज टू टेक दिस सेशन फॉरवर्ड. शिवानी, प्लीज कम अप and take the session forward. I'm sure the audience are waiting for our little Arohi and DJ Skipster.
Thank you so much. Is it working? Can you guys hear me? My voice is not as good as the performance just before me, but please bear with me. Now, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A lot has been said already, but there was a time when electronic music in India lived in the underground rooms and niche circles. But today, it headlines global festivals, builds businesses, and defines youth culture. Our theme for today is Beat the Odds, Groove to Grow, and is exactly what this journey represents. From first gigs to empty dance floors to packed arenas and international lineups, India's DJ scene hasn't just grown, it has evolved into a powerful creative economy. Joining me are three voices today who have lived that evolution as artists, entrepreneurs, and cultural shapers. Let's talk about how India found its beat and how it's now taking that sound to the world. Now, please help me welcome the guests for today. Please, a huge round of applause for Nikhil Chinappa, DJ, VJ, music producer, anchor, co-founder, and all of you know him, so I'm not going to take a lot of time introducing him. DJ Skipster, you just heard, genre fluid DJ and music producer, and Samatake, artist and label marketer and music enthusiast. Guys, a huge round of applause. I was just, when the MC was asking who do you want on stage, you all said Nikhil. I heard it, right? Nikhil, you heard it, right? So right now I want a big chair for all three of them before we just get into this panel. Nikhil, I'll start with you since, you know, the ladies in the back wanted you on the stage and of course you guys as well. The techno scene, the DJ scene in India has evolved from where to where, right? Today it's just on a different scale and you have lived it, you have seen it grow. Tell us about what is different. How did this happen in less than a decade?
Well, the scene has actually been around for much, much longer. Globally, the scene has been around since, I'd say, the 1920s, when people first started playing records instead of having bands during the Great Depression in America, when clubs couldn't afford to hire the entire band at the club. Somebody had the bright idea of putting a record on, and that's where technically the first DJ started. In India, the scene's been around since the 70s and the 80s as well. And I must also point out that what you saw on stage just now with Skipster and Aroy. Skipster, by the way, is India's first world champion in the electronic music space, which is a fantastic achievement. What you saw on stage is actually just one aspect of the art of electronic music and DJing. It's kind of like going abroad and somebody saying, I love Indian food, but the only thing that we've tasted in Indian food is one dish, whereas Indian cuisine is so much vaster. Similarly, electronic music has between 25 and 30 recognized genres and about 200 subgenres that people are familiar with. What you saw today is something called turntablism, which is one aspect of being a DJ. And it's a very small part of it, but it's also a very recognizable part of it. It's something that's very entertaining to watch as well. So like I was saying, the Indian music scene and the electronic music scene has been around since the 1980s. In the 1990s, when I first started going to Goa, the scene was very vibrant over there. And then when the internet happened in the mid-2000s was when all of these various scenes that were prevalent in Delhi and Mumbai and Bangalore and Hyderabad and Kolkata and Pune, all of those scenes got connected through a forum that we started called the Submerge Forum. And DJs and fans started talking to each other, and that's what I think first started to kick off what was a community and a scene, sort of a foundation in India.
Okay, you know, that was about the background and where we stand today. But you spoke about Skipster and the amazing things that he has done already. And he's very humbly smiling right now, guys. But please give him a huge round of applause. What an achievement. I want to know from you, from a career standpoint, India is a very different kind of a society, culturally also. What does it take today to build a career like this from ground up? I would want to hear from you, first person.
Me? Shamelessly being myself. I think a lot of, I would say, my career highlights or whatever is because of people like him. I have immense amount of gratitude towards Nikhil Chidappa. He has done, I would say, the most amount of things to the Indian electronic scene. I don't think anybody can be him, first of all, because...
You're leaving out Pearl, my wife. Because she was the one who started the entire idea, and I just sort of executed all of it.
Yeah, so support from people, because his support comes unconditionally. So I was part of Submerge as well, and I'm a hip-hop DJ, because there's this idea of turntablists are hip-hop DJs. So, but these guys, Submerge was very much oriented to electronic music, but they accepted me with open arms, you know, and support is the most important thing, I would say. And then again, if you know who you are, just not being restricted by, I would say, the norms, or understand that you are there to, your art form has a certain, I would say, value, and you value the art form. That's it. I would say that's
So that is about art.
If I may just step in for a second. You know, earlier on, the anchor was talking about how DJing as an art form or as a career didn't exist, right? Most people didn't know that you could become, and I would say that nobody knew that you could have a career as an anchor about 20 years ago. Yeah. There are so many different professions now that people can get into, whether it's being a music blogger, whether it's being an anchor, whether it's being a DJ, whether it's being a fashion stylist. But what it takes for any of these professions, like what it takes for Skipster to be world champion, you have to be in the top 0.001%, or sorry, 0.001% of people in that industry to be recognized as a professional and to make a career out of it. It's not easy to do. Like any profession in the world, even a doctor or an engineer, you have to be the best in the game in order to have a great career. And that's what he does. That's what anybody in any career, any profession does.
True, true. So it takes art, it takes hard work, but
Support.
it also takes support, but it also is very important to have commercial viability. I'll come to you, Samarth, on that. Where do we stand today and how it has changed in the last perhaps 5 to 6 years?
Yeah, honestly, with the digital era, things have changed so much. Just to add on what Nikhil said, 10 years back, these things didn't exist. I was a fan, but now I'm able to contribute to the scene. So, and it happened completely because of digital era, because, we started reaching out to folks. Otherwise, earlier, we just had to be there in person, talk to that guy, network with him at the conference. But now, with the digital era, the things have gotten so simpler right now. It's just, right now, you are seeing more and more people who were fans earlier, they are now entering the scene. So I think that's something which I absolutely love. But just to continue with what you're saying about the commercial. So I have been working with a bunch of artists who literally started from zero. We have built, as a label marketer, we have built a lot of artists who are now streaming greatly on all the platforms. But it all happened because, all the access they got from the labels. The digital era opened a new wave, a new pathway for everyone in the scene.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to add that right now is the best time and the worst time to be an artist. So
It was the best of the times. It was the
no,
worst of
it is, because right now you can become a superstar by being shamelessly you, and our biggest strength is our people, and we can reach out to people now in the easiest way possible, I would say. Yeah.
So globalization, internet, and the access to the world has really helped Nikhil, right? But with that also comes the global eye on you. From your perspective, where are we when we compare ourselves to the global giants in this scene? How far do we have to go, or are we comfortable where we are?
So I'm going to answer your question in parts. Firstly, I don't think we need to compare ourselves to anybody. It's kind of like trying to compare a great dish in the Western world to a great dish in the Indian world. Probably not the best analogy to use, but I think when we start saying we need to see where we are compared to the rest of the world, we're doing ourselves disservice, because our sound, our community, our people is so powerful and so vast that you may not need to, while there is no restriction of, looking anywhere else for validation. We don't need to compare ourselves to internationally traveling, touring artists to say we need validation only when the Western world says we're good enough. We don't. We actually don't. The community that we have in India, not just in India, but the diaspora that lives across the world, supports Indian artists and Indian music globally. There's no problem with that. But there's lots of Indian artists that don't necessarily play Indian music. Like Skipster, when he plays hip-hop, he doesn't only play Indian hip-hop, right? When I play music, I play a lot of international music. We don't need validation from somebody else to say, oh, only when you get to this level will we recognize you. Having said that, there's loads of Indian artists who found that validation. Arjun Vagle is a friend of mine. His records get played regularly by one of the biggest DJs in the world, Carl Cox, right? So the recognition, the validation is there. It's been there for a while. But I don't think we need to compare ourselves to anybody or any other ecosystem for us to thrive and for us to be the best that we possibly can be.
But on that note, while we don't need to compare ourselves and there is enough validation in our own system, for artists like you, what is it that you right now want more from the ecosystem, from your supporters, from people who are watching you globally, internationally, the diaspora? Of course, there is support. There is a lot of recognition that you're getting. What else do you want at this point? That can be a lot, but of course, that's a very open-ended question I put to you.
I just want, personally...
Bigger paychecks. Artists want bigger paychecks.
I'm going to Samarth with that question, okay? The next question to him.
Samarth's the fan. He's contributing to that page. I mean, one of the reasons Samarth is on this panel is because I've always wondered, what do fans want from the ecosystem? Sometimes these panels are just about people saying, maine ye kiya. Maine ye banaya. Nobody's asking the fan, ki, bhai, tere ko kya chahiye? Like, what is it that you really want from the industry, from the artists, from the events, from the festivals? So you're right. Artists, I'm sorry, answer that for you, Skip. Bigger paychecks.
But let me come to the artists first. Tell me what you want. Not just from the industry, from people who your paychecks come from, but for the entire ecosystem.
Okay, so one thing that I would want is, people to be more open-minded and understand that artists evolve. So a lot of times what happens is the identity of the artist becomes the song. As an artist, I would like, because I'm an open format DJ, it's a very difficult market to, I would say, enter because it has everything, right? I play everything, and my sets are, I say, like box of chocolate. You don't know what you're going to get. And there are times when Nikhil also is like, bhai, bahut ho gaya, thoda kuch aur bhajayega. I'm like, okay. So the idea is to be more open because, and understand that the artist that you're listening to also has a process of evolution. And that's, I think, just to be more open and give the artist a chance to express themselves rather than expecting what you've heard in the Spotify playlist of his, I would say.
Samarth, he has put a question to you also in that. Are you open? Of course you are because you're a fan. But tell me about the commercial side of it. What do you want from the artists and the ecosystem?
From the artists and the ecosystem, that would be a very long answer.
It's okay, we have time.
No, but
tell me a few things. Tell me 3 points. What does it take for an artist to become commercially viable for you?
Yeah, of course, he has to get a lot of streams, a lot of views. That would be a very generic answer, but, I feel in this era, it's really important for an artist to build a community because, that will give that longevity because there are numerous artists that I can name who have, like peaks, like they get a lot of streams, but after a few years, they just disappear from the scene. That's not you should aim for as an artist. I really love artists who, very community first. And there are a lot of examples in the Indian market. Like, for example, one of the prime examples would be like Seedhe Maut. Like, they do a lot of these listening parties. They make sure they hear back from their fans. They make changes to their, music or some show stuff. So I think every artist should be a community first. And, of course, as a label, the goal would be your artist gets more streams. But I think even labels are, they're changing the way they look at the artist now. Another one of the prime examples is Fred again. These kind of artists are very community first. And, that's how you'll sell more merchandise, more tickets. And that's what brings the main revenue as well.
Okay.
May I speak from the overall scene perspective? If you look at the Indian scene and where we've grown to, where we've got to from where we've come from, a lot of it has happened because of the hard work of individuals and of people that are committed and passionate to the scene. What I'd like to see personally as someone who's committed to growing our scene and wanting to see more of what we're doing already is better policy in the center, better, definitely an implementation of global best practices in India. And I think these are two areas that if we try and make some changes in these two specific spaces, the sky's the limit. We're nowhere near recognizing our full potential as yet because right now, policy is not necessarily in the favor of growth of the entertainment and the IP industry, and nor are we implementing too many of global best practices. I think if we do these two things, we will see a phenomenal change in the ecosystem and the economy in the IP and the live events industry.
Yeah, I totally agree to this because nowadays we are all about experiences. So, like he said, if the policies are in place, the experiences become better. And that's the most important thing. Because at the end of the day, you're there to have a good time. Artists apart, it's not just the music, You're there with, think of it like a social gathering. So, policies in place makes a lot of difference in general.
Okay, so we need to implement some policies to realize our global best potential, and we are still, a long way before we sleep, clearly. But thank you so much, Nikhil, Skipster, and Samarth for joining us for this quick chat. I'm sure our audiences want more of your performance and less of my talk, so thank you so much for joining us. A huge, huge round of applause for all three of them and for the techno scene in India. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here on this panel.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shivani, for such a wonderful session. And moving forward, after such an amazing performance and an amazing session and an amazing discussion, we would like to move forward towards our next panel, towards our next session. आज के दौर में जब AI और नई टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ बदल रही है, तो हमारी पढ़ाई का तरीका क्या होना चाहिए? हमारे कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स को सिर्फ जॉब के लिए नहीं, बल्कि लीडरशिप के लिए कैसे तैयार करें? अब इसी पर चर्चा करने के लिए मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी नेटवर्क 18 की गृहा अतुल को, और हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं देश के सबसे अनुभवी एजुकेशन एक्सपर्ट्स प्रोफेसर प्रभु राजगोपाल, डीन स्कूल ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड साइंस एंड डायरेक्टर इंचार्ज IIT M ज़ांज़ीबार। मैं साथ ही साथ बुलाना चाहूंगी निमय कल्याणी, कैंपस डायरेक्टर इंटरनेशनल ब्रांच कैंपस इंडिया, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ वोलागोंग ऑस्ट्रेलिया, और इनके साथ मैं मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी प्रोफेसर M सतीश कुमार, डीन क्वींस यूनिवर्सिटी बेलफास्ट गिफ्ट सिटी कैंपस। तो इस चर्चा की हम शुरुआत करेंगे। अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। Over to you, Griha.
Thank you so much, Bharat. So, new era of education. Let's get straight to it. What should it be? AI innovation? Global campuses? What is this new era that we're talking about? Post-NEP, of course.
Shall I?
Sure.
So the new era is definitely transnational. So the older era was about national universities, serving certain geographies. But definitely I think the newness is about exchanging ideas and personnel all across and learning the best practices from everywhere. And connecting back to our roots, Ano Badraha Krataho Yantu Vishwataha. Let noble ideas come from all directions. New connecting to old.
My thoughts resonate with him. And we use what you just said, AI, ML, technological platforms, cross-cultural learning as the backbone to enable transnational education. And with education is one thing that does not know borders. I don't think there's any educational institution that is restricted to one single country. And so because there are no borders, we can transcend anywhere in the world. That's the power of knowledge.
Professor.
Yeah, I think it's very important to recognize that in today's field of AI, there's no disciplinary boundaries. That's the most important differentiation I would like to make in the context of AI and education. There's no boundaries. So when you look at the fact that it is a transversal space, everyone has to be an expert in something, okay? And that is what AI demands, that you have the agility and the flexibility to be able to deal with problems, global challenges at the same level. How do you embed that at the national level?
Since we have already begun talking about artificial intelligence, we just had an AI Impact Summit right here at the Bharat Mandapam, before Rising Bharat, of course. Want to know, you guys as educators, how much of that regulation problem do you all deal with, that over-reliance on artificial intelligence? Is that a problem of today or no more?
Shall I start with that?
Sure.
So yes,
Yeah.
I think it's important to recognize that when AI was first announced, there was a lot of apprehension. And it was normally said that AI is for computer scientists. That was the usual understanding. But what we have tried to do in the context of Queen's University Belfast and the context of Gift City is that we have opened the space of AI across disciplines, across STEM subjects, across humanities and social sciences. And what we have seen is that when you embed understanding the critical skills of using AI much more imaginatively, much more usefully, you'll find that there is an opportunity to really expand the scope of AI rather than keeping it confined to computer scientists.
Professor Rajgopal.
Yeah, definitely. At IIT Madras, I'm an IIT Madras student as well. As a faculty, we used to debate on should we establish a general engineering discipline for a long time. And now in IIT Madras Zanzibar, our primary discipline is AI and data sciences. I think AI is emerging as that general engineering. We definitely don't see AI as the killer of all traditional engineering, but rather it enriches our understanding and inspires us to go deeper into the subject. Now, within the AI community, we have physics-informed neural networks. There's a lot of, new developments that seek to learn from the physics and improve the AI, actually. So as Professor says, this is the general engineering that we aspire towards, and many of us are creating these AI programs to draw both engineers as well as social scientists, and it's not just across engineering, it's also across sciences and humanities.
Since I just have a follow-up question. Since Professor Rajgopal has mentioned IIT Madras, the Zanzibar campus, and many of you in the audience would want to know about that, how much of a difference will a campus, an overseas campus, because it's the first IIT to go overseas, for aspirants, and I'm purely talking, on account of the people who want to know this aspect, that how do you differentiate for them that this is not an elite campus? Why would an aspirant choose to take up something in Zanzibar, what he or she can choose to do it in India?
It's a beautiful question. Definitely one thing is that young people are very adventurous. There's not a young person who you can ask and say, I don't want to travel abroad. So, this is a beautiful opportunity to be at a fantastic place. Zanzibar is a beautiful island, set of islands actually. You meet international people over there, and at the same time get a top-notch degree as well.
So edu-tech to edu-tourism.
Edu-tourism, edu-tech, and also opening yourself up to, the best from everywhere. East Africa is like a melting pot of lot of cultures actually. So this gives you that perspective. And then look, if you're graduating in India, you have to put an effort to go to Middle East or to Europe or to the US, for example. Now, East Africa is in a place that's at the intersection of the Middle East, India, as well as Europe. You can take jobs anywhere you want. That's the pitch to all of you guys here.
Professor Kalyani thinks, sir, exactly the opposite for you, because it's an overseas campus that you've got to the country and set up here. Of course, the local needs need to be kept in mind, the law here needs to be kept in mind, and that's something where this entire sensitization for the people who would want to come into a campus like AOW really comes in. How do you make it or set it apart so that people don't really think that this is just another elite educational institution where possibly I do not belong? How do you change that notion?
So the simple answer to that is Bata of the world. Everybody thinks Bata is local, but they're not. And that's what Wollongong has been doing for the last 30 years. Whether you talk of our presence in Dubai, whether you talk of our presence in Malaysia, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, each of these places, we have more than 10,000 students, and each of these places, the degrees, the programs, everything is tailored to the local needs. So similarly, if you look at University of Wollongong in Gift City, each of our programs, like we are in Gift City, Gift stands for FinTech City. Our first program was FinTech. Then the program that we introduced after that was complementary to FinTech, which was technology. And again, artificial intelligence, as Satish rightly said, it's applied artificial intelligence. So it does not sit as a vertical or a school, but it sits across all the schools, be it technical studies, non-technical studies, or even culture and arts. We've got AI sitting across horizontally. So we try to, and we have successfully managed to, I would say, localize our global context, and we can call it a global context, where students get to understand that businesses no longer are restricted to a particular domain, but they operate across the world. And so even if you think of as simple as buying, say, a chewing gum, there's a label that says that it comes from somewhere else. The supply chain is across the world. And so students need to, or the leaders of tomorrow, I should say, need to know how to deal across cultures, how to work across cultures. And then comes the next question, which was next part of your question, which is how do you make it not look elite, but still be aspirational? Eliteness is generally associated with the price tag. Studying at the campus in India is 70% cheaper than studying at Australia or Dubai or any other place. So that cuts off the eliteness. But the aspirational value remains because you still get top 1% university degree, you still get a global exposure, like students who study at Gift City have the option of taking a semester abroad at any of the campuses at no extra cost. So we make it aspirational because we want to ensure quality input ensures quality output. And a standard example of that is our first batch of graduates are about 3 months away, but they're all sitting on a job.
You know, there are two questions that have come from, Professor Kalyani's version, which he's just presented. One is the commercial viability. So I would ask that to Professor Kumar. While keeping the educational depth intact, the academic depth intact of your educational institute, the Queen's University that's also now, has set up campus in the country, how do you ensure that there is no compromising even on the commercial viability? That's one question. So first answer that, then I'll get to the other point that I'm trying to make here. Yeah. It's not a trap, I assure you.
No, thank you very much. In fact, that's a good question. Just to put that in context, Queen's University Belfast has a legacy of 180 years. We are the second oldest university in Ireland and the 9th oldest in the UK. So it has, as part of the Russell Group of Universities, we bring in a long pedigree of pedagogy. That's the first point in terms of the marker. The second aspect is in terms of the commercial versus. Queen's University Belfast is recognized globally as a civic university. So we work very closely with the communities in Northern Ireland, but we also have the same aspiration to work very closely with the communities in Gujarat, across India. So one of my main targets was to bring students from all across India. And the idea that bringing students from all across India, we have the opportunity to share our ideas and perspectives together. And in the programs, particularly in Masters in Financial Analytics and Business Analytics, it's two major verticals. We have students from both sitting together, learning to design in Python and other programs, and really understanding the challenges that one another faces. So in a way, we have, as I said, the commercial side is that when the student says, or the parents ask me, what can I get after the degree? The degree, as I said, the returns on investment is very important when you look at the commercial side of it. We have invested, Queen's has invested a quite significant amount of money in India, in the Gift City, to promote the whole idea of globalizing education in Bharat. That has been the focus. How do you globalize education in Bharat? I've been involved with internationalization and internationalizing the whole higher education since 2007. And that's a pretty long time to see the transition, the transformation in the higher education landscape in India, even before NEP came on board, because I was part of that whole process and journey. So we really appreciate that there are huge opportunities for average student in India to be able to get the same world-class education in India. And that's where we stand with.
So now is my next question. With this entire commercial viability part also comes in the whole capitalism that has so seeped into educational institution. I want to open this question to Professor Rajgopal and Professor Kundlani as well. And Galgotia is a very recent example. It happened right here at Bharat Mandapam. How do we ensure an esteemed educational institutions like all of yours, which you've been associated with, that Galgotialization of the educational institute doesn't happen? How do you think that can be ensured?
Do you want me to start with?
Sure, sir.
Perfect. In fact, as I said, I've been in the higher education sector for almost 47 years, and have worked in India. All my degrees are from India. I worked in India, I worked in Cambridge, I worked in Queen's University for 27 years. So for me, I come with that whole perspective that it is a huge challenge that we don't fall into the trap of doing something really fast. So one thing which comes out quite interestingly is that when I was studying and when I was a student like all of you here, education was a public good. We had a social commitment to provide education to all. And because it was a public good, education was free. But we knew that free education cannot last for long because we had a huge demand. Our youth population has expanded. The demographic dividend is there in front of us. how do you meet the aspirations of education for all those students? Public sector universities are not able to meet the demand. And that's where we found the eventual introduction of private universities. But maintaining the quality of private universities and maintaining the quality of public universities has been a challenge. If you look at the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, it's about 28%. The government of India's aspiration and Prime Minister Modi's aspiration is to make it 50%. How do you reach that? So we have the aspiration, every child should go through the educational framework, but parents have to pay for it. So for me, those are critical challenges. But at the same time, when I look across India, science and technology, the enrollment is only about 11.8%. Okay? Science engineering, again, about 15-14%. There's a huge demand to meet that gap. 80% of students going out of India to the UK are going for the master's program. They're paying almost 27 lakhs just for tuition fees. We are providing the same education in India for less than 40% of that cost. So we are very determined to maintain the quality and the quality standards of our educational program. And as I said, at the same time, when we look at the public and private good, we know that we have to maintain excellence. We cannot reach the global standard in QS ranking in India without maintaining excellence. And that's the target.
Professor Rajgopal, the tables do turn in your case because yours is a campus that is gone from the country to Zanzibar. Does that monetary aspect come into play? And again, I'll go back to the earlier question that I was asking you. In that case, an aspirant, why should they go ahead and look at Zanzibar as opposed to India when the money is more?
Yeah, this and your earlier questions touch upon a few raw nerves as well. Where I am, this is a little bit sensitive as well, right? So Africa is also a continent largely emerging out of colonialism, just like India has actually. And here, the notion of charging hefty tuition fees to maintain your sustainability is actually a little bit of a touchy subject. How we are trying to address that is by saying that we look for scholarships to support our students. So there is charity, the same corporate world that is corporatization that we're talking for is also indulging in a lot of charity. Airtel Africa has been a big sponsor of our students over there, for example. Now, in terms of maintaining quality, at IIT Madras, we've been the #1 university in the country for the last 10 years in a row, as per NIRF rankings. And we have maintained, very high standards personally, for all faculty members. And we have said that, our sustainability in the long term is not just coming in from fees, but through our participation in industry interactions, research, consultancy, and increasingly startups. Right? Our equity in startups is what we see as ultimately leading us to sustainability, actually. So we're not just looking at fees in this sense. This is the same model we want to replicate in Africa, where there is a startup-led growth, where fees, have to be a little bit on the higher side to maintain sustainability in an international campus, but then we look for sponsors from charity, CSR, those kinds of donations. And regarding why should students come to these campuses, really what Nimesh had answered earlier. Really, workforce is getting internationalized. You better start, internationalized right from the beginning in your training. Yeah.
So a lot of aspiration is still going west or going outside of India in Zanzibar's case. But let's talk about the geopolitical climate a bit. And I'm saying this why? Because the Prime Minister is going to be here tonight, has just returned from Israel. There is a very significant aspect to the strategic partnership with Israel that speaks about education, that speaks about setting up these campuses in Israel as far as Indian education institutes are concerned and vice versa. How do you see this move?
See, these are creating opportunities. And I have always noticed that education institutes and education as such is generally excluded of the geopolitical risk because of the nobility of the profession, the nobility of the institute, and most cases, as he rightly pointed out, if there's a term called financial viability versus commercialization. If you focus on commercialization, you are going to become a for-profit institute. you are now a corporate, you are subject to geopolitical risk because you're taking money out of that country back to where you're going, or you're essentially taking it out and depriving the institute. But institutes like IIT, like Wollongong, like Queen's, we are all not-for-profit. And not-for-profit does not mean that we will survive on charity. What we mean is we will not take profit out of it, we will reinvest it back. We will have corpus funds. We will reinvest in research, we'll reinvest in startups, we will reinvest in the enablement of progress of the society. And when you talk of that, you by default get excluded of geopolitical risks.
Okay, we started talking about pedagogy. Closing comments, one word each. The importance on education, which aspect do you think is going to be at the forefront in future as far as education goes? Starting with you.
Starting with me?
One word.
One word. Can it be two?
Two is fine.
Global integration, for sure.
Sir.
Openness to ideas.
Transversal skills.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that very, very enriching conversation. And I hope the audience really enjoyed and learned something from it. And we'll see where your children are going. Thank you so much.
All the young people, please come to Tanzania.
You're more than welcome.
And you all as well.
Thank you so much, Griha. It was a wonderful session, and I'm sure the youngsters over here, the ones seeking for jobs, the one who are going to be in the market very soon, did get something to learn out of this session. Now, moving forward, our next guest hardly needs any introduction. He's a composer whose music doesn't just entertain, but elevates, educates, and inspires change. A 3-time Grammy Award winner whose work beautifully bridges cultures, continents, and causes. Known for blending Indian classical traditions with global sounds, he has redefined what it means to create music with purpose. So beyond the stage and studio, our guest is a passionate advocate for environmental awareness, climate action, and social responsibility as well. He serves as a UN Goodwill Ambassador with the United Nations Environment Programme, and through his concerts, collaborations, and community initiatives across 100 countries, he demonstrates how art can transcend language and politics to spark real change. So before I reveal who it is, I would like to invite Network 18's Anand Narsimhan to steer this special conversation. And now, please join me in welcoming Ricky Cage. Big round of applause, please, everyone. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful conversation. Over to you, Anand.
See, it's always easy to talk to friends. Namaste, Jai Hind, and Namaste, Jai Hind.
Namaste to you. Great to be sitting down with you after a very long time, actually.
Okay, tell me, what are you busy doing these days? Composing change or changing compositions?
Composing, I mean that I would like to compose as much music as possible, and then once I compose that music, I like taking that music live in front of audiences. So I've been doing a lot of that, traveling around the world and performing my music everywhere possible.
Is there a formula to compose for the Grammys?
Of course, I've won it 3 times, but there's no formula to it. I guess the way that I work is that, and it's a boring answer, and I'm sorry for that, but the way I work is that I do not work based on current trends, as you know, and I do not work in the mainstream music of India, which is usually the movie industries of various, various languages. What I do is that I create music based on topics that are very near and dear to me and topics that I feel very strongly about. And so the music making process is absolutely sacrosanct, where I make the music based on what I feel like making, what is based on my sensibilities and my philosophy. But once I finish making the music, then I take off my creator hat and I put on my marketing hat, you know. And then I take that music and then I try to give it an as wide audience as possible, even though it's niche music and it cannot go as mainstream as, you know, as Bollywood or something like that. But I try to give it an as wide audience as possible all over the world. And that's what I do. So the marketing hat does not come on during the creation process. During the creation process is just me being a creator.
Don't tell me that you're not influenced by kya bikega aur kya nahi. Kya chalega aur kya nahi when you're trying to create something. Especially after you won the first Grammy, you want to win the next one. Okay, let me figure out.
No, but actually, if you look at art in general, like a person like, let's say, a person like Vincent van Gogh, if he was making a new painting, I cannot even imagine him going to all the neighboring art galleries and thinking that, okay, what is everybody else doing? What is in vogue? Let me do something like that.
Correct.
So I guess art is art, and for me, music is also an art form. And that's why I believe that the music making process should definitely not be consumed by what will sell or what will get accolades. It should be based on what I absolutely love and what I would love listening to, and make it a piece of you completely, so that people in the future will be able to recognize what kind of a person you are by listening to the music that I create.
See, we recently saw the NBA halftime break, Durandar being performed.
Exactly, exactly.
We've seen in Korea opening to RRR and Japanese going crazy about the RRR steps. But it's not that the West has not been, or the world has not known Bharatiya music. But I want to ask you now, how is it different today, the perception? Indian sounds, Indian tunes, Indian instruments. Someone like a Flipperachi uses a Shehnai for the tune. That means Indian instrumentation sounds are now becoming global. How do you see that? Because you've worked with rural children, you've worked with women, you've worked creating music from the Northeast, you've brought instruments which are not even known to common Bharatiya from different parts of the country, and you've tried to globalize it. Are people receptive to such sound?
Absolutely, actually. So now when it comes to music in India, we can divide them into two major buckets. One would be the mainstream forms of music, which is usually the pop forms of music and, the movie music, the music that is made for movies. And the second style of music would be the more traditional forms of music. That is, your North Indian, your South Indian classical music, your tribal forms of music, Drupad, basically all your traditional forms of music. Now, the thing is that I'm going to try to keep this answer as short as possible, but the thing is that when it comes to breaking cultural barriers, I do not believe that the mainstream Bollywood music has actually broken cultural barriers. Simply because if you look at Bollywood composers and Bollywood singers, they perform all over the world, and they're able to fill up stadiums, they're able to fill up complete auditoriums. But who shows up for these concerts? The only people who show up for these concerts are members of the Indian diaspora. There are a few Bollywood songs, like you mentioned, which have actually broken cultural barriers, but you can count those songs on your 10 fingers. There are very, very few songs that have actually broken cultural barriers. Whereas if you look at the classical musicians, like, for example, when I was 19 years old, I had watched a Pandit Ravi Shankar concert in San Francisco, and I was shocked that the demographic of the people who were sitting down in the audience inside the theater was very representative of the demographic of the city itself. Like, the city had a 5% Asian population. There were 5% Asians in the theater. There was about a 80% Caucasian population, 80% Caucasians inside the theater. Because people like Pandit Ravi Shankar, Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasia, Ustad Ali Akbar Khan, Ustad Zakir Hussain, Pandit Vishwamohan Bhatt, these are artists who had actually broken cultural barriers and reached out to people who would normally not be exposed to Indian music.
But एक बात बताइए, in today's day and age, अभी तो सब कुछ music, jingle, सब कुछ anthem, सब AI से create हो जाता है. तो how are you going to be able to compose in the future if AI is going to take over music?
So the thing is that AI is going to affect the music industry in a very big way, but technology has always done that. I remember in the early 2000s, something known as VSTI technology had come out, where you could get very authentic instrument sounds on the keyboard, and you could get very authentic instrument sounds using the computer. Everybody said that drummers are going to go out of fashion and guitarists are going to go out of fashion. But what happened? These musicians actually, thrived rather than going out of fashion. It's the same with AI. AI will always be used as a tool in music making process. But what's going to happen is that the composers who do not have much creativity in them, and composers who are just making generic forms of music, like, for example, if a filmmaker is making a comedy movie, and the filmmaker just wants some basic comedy music, or a filmmaker is making a horror movie and just wants some basic horror music. So for that, I think AI will take over. But where human beings will be very important is where a filmmaker or a composer requires a piece of music which has never been done before, which is unprecedented, which is completely new, which is absolutely unique. because at the end of the day, AI uses machine learning and past precedents to create pieces of music. So what will be needed is that for us musicians to be constantly ahead of the curve and create music without precedents and create music that has never been heard before.
Right.
And create your own unique identity.
Right. Now, to that group there right at the back. Yeah. You are busy talking to each other. Now, have a look at these pictures. Have a look at these pictures and tell me who do you see on these pictures. Can you turn your chairs towards us, please?
I can't see the picture.
Fantastic. Have a look at these pictures and tell me who's that.
I can't see the picture. There, I can see it on that screen. Yeah.
Who's that? Who do you see there on the picture? That table there. Yeah. I've got your attention now. Can I see your front, please, and not your back? Turn towards me, please. Thank you. Yeah. You see the pictures? Thank you. Tell me, who's that? Who's that on the pictures? You see the pictures here? Yeah. Who's that? The person sitting on the stage? Yeah? That's Ricky Cage. Who's the person next to him? That's the French president, Emmanuel Macron. And who's the person next to him? Prime Minister Modi. So this gentleman here on our stage was part of the French delegation that came to Bharat along with Emmanuel Macron and then went back. So it's the first time an Indian has been part of a French delegation and spent time in the plane. So now do you think this person deserves your attention and respect? Thank you. Turn around here, please. So tell us, how did this happen?
So thank you for that. And so President Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, he's been a friend of mine for a few years now. We first met at the state dinner where he had organized this beautiful state dinner at the Louvre Museum in honor of our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. So he had invited me and we had a beautiful talk because President Emmanuel Macron is also a musician and he loves the arts. And then we kept in touch after that. We also met in Saudi Arabia a little bit after that. And he believes the soft power is one of the most important, entities when it comes to bringing nations and bringing people together and bringing about people-to-people connections. So I happened to be in Paris at the time, that is last week, for a concert. And then that is when President Emmanuel Macron's team told me that President wants you to travel along with him in the plane to India. Wow. And, be a part of his delegation for 4 days. That is 2 days in Mumbai and 2 days in Delhi. And so I got to fly with him on the presidential plane, got to have dinner with him on the plane. So it was quite a great experience.
So what's his opinion about Bharat? What's his opinion about Prime Minister Modi? Is it really changing the perception of India under Prime Minister's leadership?
No, that's
what they say off camera and what they show on camera is different?
No, he's been quite verbal about it, about his immense respect and his friendship for Prime Minister Modi. He also mentions about innovation because France and India just started the French-Indian Year of Innovation. So he speaks about that, saying that it's not about whether India will innovate or not. He said that India will be the largest power in the world when it comes to innovation. What matters is who is going to innovate with India. And that's the reason why France wants to innovate with India. And also, he loves the music of India. He loved traveling to India. He told me about all the artists that he likes in India. So it was a very, very good conversation.
All right, so let's do another fun one. Anybody can guess these set of pictures. Who's this in these pictures? This is at the Grammys. Now you'll see these pictures. Can we call them up? The next set of pictures, please. Yeah, thank you. Are they up? Can you see the pictures? They'll come. हाँ.
Okay.
ये देखो अलग अलग अटायर में परिधान बदल गए हैं लेकिन व्यक्ति वही है. ये रिकी केज हैं. रिकी केज के साथ कौन खड़ी है ये बताइए. ये इनकी डेट थी at the Grammys. She was his date at the Grammys. इनका किसी देश के राष्ट्रपति से कनेक्शन है. Her name is Marla Maples. Now can someone make the connection? She's Donald Trump's ex-wife. So tell me, how did this happen?
So Marla and me have been friends for about 10 years now. Very, very close friends. And in fact, she's even traveled to India. She
was your date at the Grammys, but you're still very good friends.
Yeah, we're very good friends, and we went together for the Grammys, and that's why all these pictures went all over the world. But nevertheless, we've been very good friends, and she's also a singer. So we've been working on collaborating with each other, and she also is into yoga, into meditation, and also she visited the Brahma Kumari's ashram some time back. So she's quite an amazing woman, an absolutely amazing woman, and I'm very grateful to be friends with her and to
What
go
is the
out
next
with her.
question you think I should ask him? What does she think of Donald Trump?
So Marla was married to Donald Trump for 8 years, and they have a daughter together, that is Tiffany Trump. And sorry for the boring answer, but Marla Maples strictly does not talk about Donald Trump at all. In fact, every single news channel everywhere in the world have offered her huge amounts of money to speak about Donald Trump, but she always refuses to do that.
Is there an NDA that she has signed, a non-disclosure agreement?
No, I think she's just a very, very nice person, and she believes that all the secrets of marriage should remain within marriage.
But you're still very good friends.
Yes, I am.
All right. So, you walked down a path. Let's bring it back to you now. You've walked down a path where you're not just meeting leaders of the world, you're also taking Bharat's story to the world. Tell me, say 5-10 years ago and today, what's the change? What's the change that perhaps the West and the world believes about Bharat, which a lot of us here still are not willing to believe?
I believe that, I can talk about the arts and I can talk about music. I can say that there's been an exponential, huge increase in curiosity for Indian artists and Indian art, especially when it comes to music. Indian music used to always be considered as exotic and ethnic and something that, Western musicians would just sprinkle a little bit of sitar or a little bit of tabla into their music. But right now, there are heart-to-heart, soul-to-soul, and 50-50% collaborations between Indian musicians and Western musicians. And in fact, Indian musicians taking the lead. The prowess of our arts, the power of our culture is being recognized by everywhere in the world, and everybody wants to either collaborate or wants to learn from it. And this is not something that I'm just saying, this is something that I'm saying absolutely from the heart. In fact, in 2022, I did a collaboration with this drummer called Stuart Copeland, who is said to be the greatest drummer in the history of music.
Yes.
In fact, the drummer of the band The Police, he auditioned Sting into the band The Police. Brilliant person. I've done now 3 albums with him, but when I was working with him on the first album, it was amazing to see how receptive this great musician is to Indian music and the respect that he had for all the Indian musicians that I brought on board on the album. Because if you listen to that album, the first name on that album is Stuart Copeland because he's, as I said, the greatest drummer in the history of music and also done 50 Hollywood movie soundtracks, won 7 Grammy Awards. His films have been nominated for Oscars, all of that stuff. But at the same time, the album was completely and primarily Indian because of the respect that he had for Indian music.
But, these collabs cost money. And when you're trying to create this music, you've got to market it so that you're able to work into your next project. Is this something which is possible? Do you think about how am I going to make money out of this so that I can move to my next project?
See, that's another thing that you brought up, which I did not think about, because these collaborations with Western artists and these big artists like Stuart Copeland and all these different orchestras all over the world, to be honest, the collaborations actually nowadays don't cost any money because everybody just wants to collaborate with Indian musicians. So I don't think, in the last few years, I don't think I've paid any money to a collaborator because it's been a heart-to-heart and a 50-50% collaboration. So there's not been any exchange of money when it comes to the collaboration. But of course, the marketing becomes important simply because other things cost money, like, the post-production of an album, the dissemination of an album, all of this stuff costs money. So I guess we have to recover back that money in some ways. And nowadays, the way to recover back money is through concerts. And I've been doing concerts all over the world. And I've been comfortably recovering back my money whenever I create a piece of music.
Fantastic. No, may those earrings only grow bigger around you.
These are actually from these are inspired by Rajasthani earrings.
Yeah. And finally, what's your next project? When are we going to see the next project from Ricky Gage? Final question. Yeah.
So I'm working on a symphonic project, which I will be touring and traveling around the world. So it's something that I'm yet to announce, but what I'm going to be doing is that it's going to be very Indian in its essence. It's going to be about the story of India, And what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be traveling from country to country, at least 60 countries, and we're going to be performing with the symphony orchestras in those countries, and we're going to be bringing this music to life, and we're going to be spreading Indian values and Indian traditional music all over the world through this project.
Composing change like only he can. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ricky Cage. Thank you very much, Ricky.
Thank you so much.
So promoting Indian culture, Indian heritage in his own style. At this juncture, we would be taking a short tea break. You may step outside for snacks and beverages, but do join us back here at 5:15 p.m. for the final set of sessions for the day. Thank you.
Now, we've seen how connectivity, infrastructure, and appropriate policy enablement can empower people, fuel dreams, and fulfill aspiration. So now, let's explore how grit, talent, and teamwork have propelled champions to the pinnacle of sporting success. Let's shift gears to a different kind of turf and stage now to the gleam of Olympic medals. India's sporting heroes are rewriting the nation's playbook. India is soaring, and so are our sporting ambitions. From tech hubs to podium finishes, Bharat is raking up wins. For our next session, join us on stage. They are two icons who are in fact, the glory for Indian sports. They are here to share their journeys, their challenges, and also the making of India's sporting dream. Please join me in welcoming Saina Nehwal, badminton player and Olympic medalist. Also, P.R. Srijesh, hockey player and Olympic medalist. They will be in conversation with my colleague Shivani Gupta for a session on smashing goals, winning rallies.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Thanks a lot for coming, and a big round of applause for two of the biggest, the most prolific athletes India has ever produced. I'm joined by two athletes who achieved success at the greatest stage, and in sports, it is, of course, Olympics. Saina managed it all the way back in 2012. Didn't take very long for her to become an Olympic medalist winner. And she was the first, of course, from badminton to do so. We've got P.R. Srijesh, who's known as the wall of Indian hockey. And he's back 2 Olympic medals with the hockey team. What a dream come true. The last 2 editions have been for us after a long gap. How many years was it? 30 years plus, right? Since our... Approximately 41 years. Your mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. It took almost 40 years to get back that glory days back, but still we are continuing with consecutive 2 years, 2021 and 2024. So I hope that journey continues.
Yeah, so not one, but 2 of them. Amazing. Both of them have now, of course, taken a backstage from active career. And, Saina, while you were not playing for a while, you only recently confirmed that you were a retired athlete. How tough was that decision? For any athlete, it's a very tough decision to make when to call it quits. So how tough was that?
It was really tough. Obviously, when you play for almost 23, 24 years, it's not easy to say bye to that sport. I became world number 2 at the age of 20 and then world number 1 at the age of 25. A lot of memories which were there along the journey, and being in top 10 for almost 12 years, playing 500 matches, and finally you get to know that you got arthritis and your cartilage is totally degenerated. अब आप खेल नहीं सकते हो. Doctors ने बोला surgery नहीं हो सकती है क्योंकि कुछ improvement नहीं होगा. It's going to be the same way. Of course, initial 3-4 months were really tough. You cry, you show different emotions, क्योंकि player की journey में everyday different emotions होते हैं. You're happy, you're sad, you're everything in a day, and
Was this one of the toughest periods for you as an athlete, knowing that, to be told that you can't play anymore? You wanted to play more, right?
Yes, of course I wanted to play more, but as an athlete you become like a machine. You tend to accept all these challenges, and we have faced so many injuries throughout the career. इतने सारे दुख देखे हैं, इतने सारे losses देखे हैं. So somehow you accept it, because all the athletes, former athletes, they retire because of these injuries. They don't want to retire also. I've seen Roger Federer, who's played for so many years, won so many tournaments. एक साल पूरा उन्होंने अपने knee को test किया, check किया कि मैं नहीं खेल सकता हूँ. Finally, he gave up after 1-2 years of struggling. So every athlete want to just keep on playing, make the nation proud continuously. अपने parents के लिए जिन्होंने इतना बड़ा risk लिया at that point of time when I didn't have an role model to look up to. But my mom, being a housewife, she just said कि इसको Olympic champion बनाना है, and somehow she manifested and I did it. So all these memories come forward, and then you feel really sad कि इतनी जो job usually आप 20-21 साल में शुरू करते हैं, वो हमारे लिए 7-8 साल में शुरू हो जाता है, और 34-35 years में we stop it. तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा दुख तो होता ही है, लेकिन you accept it somehow.
You accept it. And Shrijesh, you had announced that actually the Olympics was going to be your last event before the last Olympics, where the Indian team won a medal once again. So you kind of put more pressure on yourself for a very, for a good swan song, isn't it? Why did you announce it before the event?
So I mean, just like Sain, I too had a very long career. I just played that hockey for almost 24-25 years. And I never seen any hockey players taking a good retirement. I mean, everyone just vanished from the system. So I just wanted to start a trend after having a wonderful career. I was like almost before Paris, I already played 3 Olympic Games, and I thought, okay, once you are an icon for your youngsters, you just need to set a level for them. So that thought was there after Tokyo with me. It's like, just want to stop hockey. So I just want to check when. So the very next year, 2022, it's supposed to be Asian Games and Commonwealth Games. So I thought that's the right time for me to take that call. But again, China, thanks to COVID, they postponed Asian Games to 2023. So my targets become really short. So I planned for 1 year. I thought, okay, I will play Commonwealth in 2022. Once I done with that, we got a silver medal. Then another 1 more year, there's an Asian Games. Then I thought, okay, let's play that as well, because only one year gap. Then I played Asian Games, we won gold medal, and directly we qualified for the Paris Olympic Games. Again, as Saina mentioned, the greedy mind of a sports person said, okay, 1 more year.
1 more.
Then, okay, that's it. Then when Paris reached, it's almost 3 years of, thinking, rethinking. Discussion with seniors, coaches, everyone, especially with family. I thought that going to be my best platform, because after that Paris, 4 more years for an Olympic Games, with my age, with my body, it's going to be a bit tough, because people always believe that sports persons are the fittest and toughest people, but what happened is like we train ourselves, our body is overused. We train a lot, more than 6 to 8 hours a day. So that's put you in a trouble situation. It's really hard for you to think about another 4 more years. So I thought that's the right time for me to take my day off. But why I announced it before the event is like that decision of retiring from hockey was like really tough, and I started to overthink. So when I started to overthink, that started to affect my performance. Okay. Then I thought I just want to unleash it before this start. Then I had a very good discussion with my coach. I said, Coach, I can't play with that big news inside my mind. I
just wanted to let it out.
That's what I done.
Oh, interesting how, sometimes so many things affect an athlete's mind. But can I just say, they may be retired, but how fit do they look? How fit do both of these look? I know your bodies have been battered and you've taken knee injuries and surgeries, but they're certainly setting goals for us. But I want to ask you, Saina, what we're discussing strengths within. And I don't think there's anyone better than athletes to tell us what strength truly is, both mind and body. Take me through your lowest point in your career, and what was it about you that took you out of it? What was your strength, and how did you, rely on it?
I think a sports person has many low points and only few high points, I would say. And it makes you really disciplined, and you tend to come out of the situation very fast because now you have experienced all of them. And that's why I think retirement became much more easier because you went through all that. And I think one was the 2016 Olympics, Rio Olympics, when I was very well prepared. I was world number 1. In fact, 1 month back, I defeated all the top players, and I was one of the medal contender over there. Last Olympics was bronze medal, so I was like, "Ye time usse better karke jana hai." I was very well prepared, and I didn't get any kind of hurt. I didn't fall anywhere, and usse pehle koi major surgery nahi hua. I was very strong physically, and I don't know. Suddenly, I felt a kind of pinch in my knee. While practicing, and I was like, "ठीक है, 2-3 दिन में ठीक हो जाएगा." That's what my physios were telling me. And in 2-3 days, we had to fly to Rio, which is like 30 hours away. And I think I was thinking कि ठीक हो जाएगा. I think by the time I land in Rio, but I was I don't know. After the 3rd day, also when I practiced, the knee was hurting very badly. We tried to take cortisone injection to not feel the pain, but usse bhi zyada improvement nahi hua. I was limping on the court. I was limping basically everywhere. I was not able to go up down the stairs, and I had only one option: go back and do an MRI and check what the issue is. But I still played those 2 matches, even though I lost. I don't even remember to whom I lost the match, but the only thing was happening was I was crying on the court. I was crying everywhere. I told my dad. He came there actually especially to see me do well. He was always there when I won tournaments, and I was very happy to take him over there. And he was like, I'm sure she's very upset and she's not going to stay one more day here. So within 2 days we came back to India. We went directly to Mumbai, not to Hyderabad. And the first thing I did was an MRI. I went to Mr. Dinshaw Padiwala sir, and the best orthopedic surgeon for all the sports persons and everyone. And he said, hats off to your great, you played 2 matches with this. I would have cried, and I was like, what are you saying, sir? We just want to do well for the country and get medal, and these things happen at this point of time. But he was like, it's very unfortunate, you had the extra bone growth in your knee and it just broke before the tournament. And I was like, what luck, it is. And he was also saying that, 10 din baad ho jata, at least a tournament ho jata. Lekin it had to happen at that point of time, and I think it's just bad luck. But you played with your everything over there, and I was watching the matches. Of course, I was also in pain to see you like that, but you tried your level best, and the only thing we can do now is surgery so that we can remove that extra bone and you can play again. And I was like, kuch bhi kar do sir, ab to Olympics to gaya, abhi aur 4 saal hai. And you have this once in a lifetime dream to do well, and you're like 4 more years to push again. But obviously to learn something from that kind of a...
So was it the motivation to play for the country and not really walk out of the matches that forced you to do so? Or was it because you really wanted another medal for yourself?
I think we as sports person who are in top 10, who achieve continuously, are mad to win medals, I would say. Ek josh aa jata hai in every tournament, it's not only Olympics, every tournament you just want to win, you want to do well. And when you see those Chinese and Japanese and all that, उनको देख के ही ऐसा लगता है इनको आज से छोड़ना नहीं है. But you can't fight your body, and that's what I understood in that tournament. It's just so painful to see athlete who is in top 5 and who's ranked in the Olympics just couldn't play because of the extra bone growth, and it broke at that point of time. And there are no words to explain that feeling, but only thing I could do is उन्होंने surgery किया, and the next 4 months was so difficult to come out of it. But I fought back. I did proper rehab, and when I came back, I won the Malaysia Open, and again the winning started. But I can't forget it. Sometimes it gives me sleepless nights to just feel that कि वो 5 दिन पहले ही होना था. But I think you just have to believe in yourself when you have played at the highest level. When you have played for so many years, it's your job. You have to just talk to yourself. I know you speak to your parents, your coaches, everyone gives you advices, but nobody can help you if you don't self-motivate yourself. तो मैंने अपने आप को बहुत सब चीज़ें कोशिश कर ली, रात में नींद नहीं आई, खाना भी ज़्यादा भी खा लिया, कम भी खा लिया, कुछ भी हेल्प नहीं किया. बट ओनली थिंग विच हेल्प मी वॉज गोइंग बैक टू जिम एंड अगेन स्टार्टिंग द रिहैब एंड फोकसिंग ऑन द गोल अगेन. एंड आई थिंक जिस चीज़ से आप प्यार करते हैं उसी को अगर आप करते रहते हैं तो आपको खुशी मिलती है. एंड दैट्स व्हेन ऑल्सो आई रियलाइज जितना भी पैसा या कुछ भी आप अचीव कर लो, nothing feels good when you don't have the thing which you love. And I obviously, as I mentioned, you learn with experiences, and this is one big major learning that, you know, आपके पास अगर आपका काम है which you love, I think that's life, you know.
That's the biggest achievement in life. Absolutely. Speaking of Chinese, I mean, Saina is that trailblazer for us who broke the Chinese domination on the badminton court, and nobody had managed to really do that. And you were the one who gave everyone the belief that Indian players can do that. But Shritesh, I want to ask you, when you look back, what has been your greatest strength that, you know, gave you such a long career? Can I just tell our guests, we were talking backstage and I was talking to him about his long career. He had played, 18 years with the senior team and overall 2 decades in hockey. And I was talking about the fact that he had also suffered his knee injury. And that was the only big break that he had. And I said that, you know, in a long career, you are bound to have these injuries. So he said something interesting. He said, actually, it's the other way around. If you overcome those injuries, then you have a long career. And I think that's the mindset that is really important for an athlete, and that's what makes them different. So tell me, what is your biggest strength that helps you?
As you just mentioned, that's it. Because you never get satisfied with what you are, and every time you look forward. That's a really big thing. That's Saina just mentioned. 2012 when she won bronze medal, it's always about how can I change the color of the medal, and that is what pushing every athlete. So my career as well, the Olympic journey started with a disaster. 2012 London, where Saina won medal. I was in the bottom place. We finished 12th, and okay, for your kind of information, in an Olympic Games, there used to be 12 players before. 12 teams. So we used to finish 12th. Then again 16, we finished 8th. So
you were the captain in 16 as well.
Yes, I was a captain in 2016. And 2017, again I had an injury, ACL, MCL, meniscus, everything gone in your knee. So that's almost a career-ending injuries. It's always about your ambition. What do you want to? So when I had that injury, I just put one of my jersey in an hanger in front of my bed, and I thought, I just want to wear that jersey one more time. That's it. So all my great achievements came after that. 2 Olympics medal, 3 world's best goalkeeper awards, the rest of the awards what I got related to these all. So the best part is that the ambition, you just need to keep it high. The passions, your dedication, your hard work, everything's helps you to reach there. So the best part for you to keep your ambition really high, you need to dream big, and you just need to work hard to achieve that dream. So 2021 Tokyo Olympics, we got a bronze medal. Then again we started to dream about how can we change the color of that medal. And again, when we reached in Paris, we had that confidence. So in India, we do have an expectational pressure on us. You know, when Saina won 2012, every Indians want her to win a gold medal in 2016. So by the time she reached there will be an expectation pressure on her. The same way with us. We, Indian hockey players, Indian hockey team won huge number. We have got 8 gold medal in Olympics. So automatically, when we go for Olympics, everyone expects us to win or gold medals. But this time when we reached Paris, we had that confidence in ourselves that we are capable to win a medal. So that's the transition, I think, which all the players had. So the only one thing which pushed me hard is like dreaming big and achieving for that target, that big aim.
Yeah, great. It's so amazing to hear from them to how they keep themselves motivated, because we can use all of those lessons in our life. But I want to ask both of you, pick one. Individual sport or team sport? Which one is harder? Saina?
Just first.
No, both the part. I mean, individual team sports got its own his struggles and positive side as well, because Saina was on her peak time when she won a bronze medal, but she couldn't win it when she was on world number 1. But in team sports, there is a bit different because both the sides she was alone. But for me, it's different because 2012 we all didn't play well, so we all lost. But in that 16 members team, I mean, 1 or 2 guys used to be the world number 1 players. You know, Sardar Singh were there, Sandeep Singh were there. They were all non-players during that. Tushar Khandekar, Shivendra Singh. But as an individual, they were great, but they couldn't perform. And over the period, if you see, in 2012, I was like a teenager. I mean, I was like 20 to 23. I mean, a young guy who was dreaming about playing more Olympic Games. But for them, that may be the last tournament. So you should have that balance to win medals. So by that time, 2021, I used to be a veteran. I in my team, I had players like 18 years, 20 years old, whose first Olympic Games, who was dreaming about playing more Olympics. So it's quite hard for me to say that, okay, I'm great, we are going to win. No, that's the time somewhere I need to kick their butt to perform up to my level.
You have to bring them to your level.
Yes, I can't sit and relax and say that, okay, guys, we are going to win. No, I need to make sure that those players are equal to me to win a medal.
So in team sport, obviously you depend on a lot of players and everybody has to click together. But in individual sport, you have nowhere to hide. You know, you can't have a bad day and your team cannot still win. So is that...
So, no, not that way also, but I feel आपको थोड़ा rest मिल जाता है team sport में. Individual sport में भागते रहो. I mean, it's just like, I understand team sport में you have to, as a captain, as players, you'll have to, मतलब दूसरे का frustration भी आपको लेके चलना पड़ता है. You know, it's not easy to show that frustration out, but you'll have to really control yourself, your emotions. But in individual sport, you're doing it yourself, you know, everything, even the coach is like, sometimes अपना सिर पीटता रहता है, ये ठीक से क्यों नहीं खेल रहे हैं, but that pressure when you play those last few points, it's so tough to execute at right point of time. But at least in team event, maybe एक से नहीं हो पाया तो दूसरा somewhere comes.
Someone can cover for
your help. But
Absolutely.
either, you know, after the matches, इतनी हमें गालियाँ पड़ती है, you know, sometimes the coach is like, खेलने को वो बोला, उधर पॉइंट मिला है, लेकिन फिर भी बिकॉज आई एम समवन हु रिट्रीव्स अ लॉट, अच्छे रैली करती हूँ, तो लकीली कुछ पॉइंट्स आ जाते हैं गलत खेलने के बाद भी. बट सम प्लेयर्स को तो मैंने देखा है, इतना हमारे कोचेस ने मैच के बाद मतलब बोला है ना कि व्हाई डोंट यू प्ले व्हाट आई से. सो आई थिंक यू हैव टू ट्रेन योर माइंड अ लॉट मोर. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई से फिजिकली हम स्ट्रांग तो लगते हैं, लेकिन समटाइम्स मेंटल जो ट्रेनिंग है वो भी बहुत जरूरी है. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आजकल तो आई सजेस्ट कि आप 8-9 साल से इफ यू आर प्लानिंग टू बी अ प्रोफेशनल स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन वो शुरू कर देनी चाहिए. बट मेरे टाइम पे जब मुझे ट्रेनर, फिजियो या कोई भी ऐसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो लोग चाहिए थे वो 19-20 साल में मिले. बट अब जब गेम इतना पॉपुलर हो गया है, इट्स द सेकेंड मोस्ट पॉपुलर स्पोर्ट इन इंडिया, then I think, you know, mental training is something which is very important. Otherwise, training तो बहुत लोग करते हैं, लेकिन champion
बनना एक अलग बात है. 2 quick rapid fire questions. Is on field tougher or off field tougher as an athlete? Shrijesh.
Off field is much tougher.
Off field is tougher? Okay, I didn't expect that. Saina, for you?
I mean, on field is crazy. You know, you have so many emotions which you don't want to even express. You know, sometimes you're singing songs in between the match, you're actually crying, you're sad, you're laughing in between the rallies. So there's so many emotions. You shout at your coach, you shout at yourself. So I think on field it's very different. You don't know what you're doing, and after the match you're like, "Acha, ऐसा किया था क्या मैंने?" So on field, I feel for me
it's still tougher.
It's little difficult, yeah.
Because, you know, so many athletes have to deal with pressure off field, controversies. I'm sure you had to deal with team dynamics, etc. as well. But quick last rapid fire. Is winning an Olympic medal harder or being the number 1 or being the goalie of the year harder? To be that consistent. Saina, you want to go first?
So I think Olympic medal is dream of everyone's, and world number 1 is consistency. You have to show consistency maybe for years to be number 1, and I would say world number 1 is harder, but Olympic medal is the dream.
Is it the dream?
For me, as a team, winning a medal is more important than being the number 1. Because you are the best goalkeeper in the world and your team is not winning an Olympics medal. Doesn't matter.
It wouldn't mean anything.
Want to know what's the best way to grow? Let's go. Go farther. So far ahead that the competition can't spot you. Let alone catch you. And grow your audience's insight. Because stocks may go up or down, but knowledge is invaluable. Go. Assemble the A-team. The ones who reach the top and then keep going. Go into uncharted territories. Blur the lines between media and technology. And watch as you make wealth grow. Go. Build partnerships with the very best. And grow your voice. Because the world needs India's perspective more than ever. Go. Hustle your way into India's pulsing creator economy. And then transform the whole ecosystem. Go into India's heartland. Speak her languages. Tell her stories. Grow her ambitions. Go. Make a difference. Create a platform for policymakers, trendsetters, and change makers. Because the only way to grow is to grow together. We are Network 18, and we are always on the go. Enabling India to grow.
There is one person who is leading that conversation around AI governance in India, and I want to turbocharge that conversation further. India's infrastructure and innovation engines are roaring to life. Let's dive into how they're propelling the nation forward now. From digital leapfrogs to AI ambitions, India's growth story is unfolding at lightning speed, ladies and gentlemen. From securing borders to shaping global tech narratives. How's India leading? With Digital India, smart railways, and AI for all. What's next? Our next session is about Rising Bharat, about technology, about tracks, and AI sovereignty. Let's unpack India's tech leap, digital infrastructure, AI ambitions, and chart the future with a person who's plotting this momentous transformation. Please welcome Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting, Electronics and IT, in conversation with Bodhisattva Ganguly and Chandra Shrikant for a session on Built in India, Trending Globally. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I was at the same venue last week, Bharat Mandapam, and I can't tell you, it was overflowing with people who were just talking about AI everywhere. And so globally, they talk about AI diffusion. Here, AI diffusion has happened at the level of 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds. So I think we are safe.
Of course, AI diffusion in India is among the if you look at all the economies which are comparable, we have probably the highest diffusion rate, both in the consumer sector as well as in the enterprise sector. And that is actually giving us a big strength because our IT sector, of course, there is a lot of, at this point of time, the sector needs to understand how they will pivot fully, but they are pivoting very rapidly towards providing AI services. And in the consumer sector, lots and lots of new creators are coming up. So diffusion, of course, is very important and it's happening.
No, so I just wanted to start off with I think whoever holds the next AI summit, which is Switzerland, will have a steep target to meet. I don't think they'll be able to, because this was much bigger than the previous two in Paris and Bletchley Park. So you've set a steep target for any other AI summits that come after it. And it's really put India at the center of the AI world in terms of the conversations around AI. But, yeah, sorry, please.
Yeah, carry on.
No, the question was, but the one point though which people make is that India is still largely a consumer of AI and is not, for example, making large language models and so on and so forth. I mean, that's one criticism or slight, negativity which comes up when one talks about India and AI.
So there are two different things here. First is, of course, the summit was very well received and very well recognized globally. The format of the summit was more on the World Economic Forum format, Davos format, where we had about 700 plus sessions where our students, they got an opportunity to listen to people like Nobel laureate Demis Hassabis, people like Dario, people like Sam Altman, people like Sundar Pichai. They got that opportunity to interact with the top AI brains in the entire world. So it was designed in a way that our young generation, I call it Generation Bharat, Gen Bharat. So the Gen Bharat basically gets the opportunity to create their future in the way they want it. That was the whole theme of this. Regarding the AI strategy that India has, well-known 5 layers now, so I wouldn't go into that. Key thing is to get the right solutions, which is where the ROI will come. So our focus is on that. And today models have already become commoditized. There are like so good models which are just maybe 4 or 5 months or maybe 6 months behind the topmost frontier models. They are now available in open source, which can be used to provide the solutions and provide the applications. So the focus has to be to get that infra in place, which is where the summit gave us the total investment of about $250 billion.
Right.
And about $17 billion for the deep tech startup ecosystem from the VC community. So that way it was very fruitful.
Right. So, as you said, 250 billion is not a small number. We saw big commitments from Indian domestic conglomerates and also from the likes of Microsoft, Google, Amazon, which came in during the AI summit. So India is certainly part of the AI conversation. But there is, of course, the other, or what some say is the flip side to AI, and one has to refer to that, which is the fear of job losses. For example, the IT stocks have been going down in the last several weeks. There is a scare, maybe exaggerated, but it's certainly there. And a lot of the Indian consumption story also depends on IT. Let's say in places like Bangalore or Bengaluru or Pune, to some extent Gurgaon, real estate or consumer market. So what are your thoughts? What's the government's reaction to that?
The biggest strength of our IT sector, and especially the big IT companies that we have, their strength is to be able to go to an enterprise, understand how that enterprise works, and basis that provide the technology solution which will work in that enterprise. That's the strength. In the past, this strength was demonstrated when the Y2K problem came. We have seen how the transition from on-prem to cloud happened. That was also done by our IT sector. In the past, we have seen from the legacy systems to more modern programming language, more modern software architectures which happened. And this is now the transition where we are shifting from the coding to automatic coding, but using an architecture which is designed by the IT companies, by the teams out there. The trust factor in deploying AI is very, very important. For example, if there is a banking company, that bank would not like to hand over the coding to either a software or any other person until and unless they trust it. An insurance company, a retail company, any company that you talk of, any enterprise that you talk of, they would like to have people who are trusted, who understand, who can be trusted with their data, with their internal architecture, with their business model. That is where the role of IT companies will significantly grow in the coming years. Yes, this will require a lot of effort. From the Government of India side, we are putting huge focus on providing the talent pipeline. From the state governments, especially the state governments like Government of Karnataka, Government of Telangana, Government of Tamil Nadu, Government of Maharashtra, they will have to put in a lot of effort to make sure that their colleges in their states, they get reoriented towards AI-based IT solutions. So the responsibility will have to be taken by the IT industry as a primary, and the state governments and central government. We will be there fully to support this transition. I am personally discussing with practically every IT industry leader, and whatever support they need, we will provide. The state governments will also have to take a large part because the colleges are located within their jurisdictions, so they will have to also take a large part of this work.
Right. Just a follow-up to that, sir. If you look at the pace of AI advancement, it's almost like gradually and then suddenly, because in the last 1 month, there have been so many advancements. Every day we see one new industry or function getting disrupted whenever Anthropic makes some release, for instance. So while, the industry grapples with this and they upskill employees, is it going to be a very painful transition period? What's the backstop that, we have? Because this has been a huge source of employment for engineers. And as Bodhi said, it will have second-order effects on consumption, investment, basically the entire economy. So should we prepare for a painful transition period, say, for the next 1 to 2 years, before, it's determined what new types of jobs are getting created?
We must be prepared. We must take it very seriously. This is once in a generation kind of transition which is happening. So we must be prepared for it, and we must take every action proactively. That's precisely the reason why we started the Future Skills program almost 3.5-4 years ago. And that was done in partnership with the IT industry so that they can rapidly start the upskilling work. And of course, the numbers there are huge. Almost 8 lakh IT industry professionals have been upskilled. But that number has to be now scaled up at a much significantly higher level, and that talent pipeline has to start getting created from the colleges onwards. That's why the Ministry of Education at central government level and the Ministries of Education at state government levels with the industry, we will all have to work in a very concerted manner, and that's what we are attempting at this point of time.
Right. Just one more question. Last week was also notable because I think we had 5 foundational model releases. Sarvam, of course, everybody would have heard. But apart from that, we had 4 more startups which released foundational models. And, there are going to be 5 to 7 more over the next 12 to 24 months. Are you happy with the kind of research and investments that's happening in the foundational layer in India? And will it continue to take push from the government? Because what helped these first 5 models was the GPU access that the government provided, the investment that you provided. So will that continue to be a big push? Because you've also announced, India AI 2.0. So what kind of outlay can we expect for that?
We'll have to scale up our investment. We'll have to scale up our compute to a significantly higher level. When we started the AI mission, that time 10,000 GPUs was the target. We have achieved already 38,000 and another 34,000. Another 20,000 we are adding. But I think we'll have to go somewhere near 200,000 or even more than that. Then only we'll be able to do real, the kind of demand which is coming up. And that is why the recent budget announcement of tax break till 2047, that's very important because that basically provides that huge momentum to bring the entire world's data to India. We process it. We provide those services using that data in a secure and a trusted manner because one, India is trusted. As a country, the world trusts us. As an economy, the world looks at us as a trusted partner. So therefore, it's very important that we follow up on all these plans. We'll have to invest significantly higher numbers. Apart from the big announcements which were there in the AI summit, there are many other people who did not decide to announce, but they have the plans to which they will keep unfolding in the coming months, where they would also like to set up significantly large infra facilities throughout the country so that the talent pool can get the infra which can be then used to provide the services.
Right.
Ashwini, if I can ask you another question. See, I think the argument that AI could cause job losses, therefore there should be some restraint is not a particularly valid argument. Any new technology, especially on a revolutionary scale, does cause job losses. But there are also adverse impacts. We spoke about this in the context of software. Now, yesterday, you talked about another segment which is of great interest to our industry, which are content creators. You know, some of these large language models, these AI summaries that we get to read, essentially scrape information and stories and articles that have been created by a lot of content creators, including large media organizations. So what are your views on that? What you said was very welcome for our industry, but what is the solution? Is it revenue sharing, or what is the government looking at?
Listen, the content creators and the media houses, you guys invest a lot in getting that entire network where you have the journalists, you have the reporters, then there is an editorial check, and basis all that, finally the content is published. So it's very important that the hard work and the significant amount of effort that you are putting in, that needs to be rewarded in a fair way. So that's why when I interact with counterparts across the world, practically every country is today thinking that there has to be a fairer way of sharing revenue, because the revenue today is basically going to the platform first, then it comes to the content creator. And we have content creators across the country who are creating such huge amount of good quality, high quality content, whether it is music, whether it is cooking, whether it is traditional culture, whether it is traditional folk songs, whether it is science, technology, very interesting ways of explaining things to the young generation. All that is happening today. So therefore, when this Gen Bharat, the revenue and the media, which has basically developed over more than a couple of centuries, that large base of trust in this institution, that needs to be properly recognized, that needs to be rewarded, and that needs to be further strengthened, in my opinion.
Right. Just one follow-up to that, sir. You made an important statement at the DNPA conference where you said, social media platforms must share revenue, and, now we've spoken about AI labs. Is there a way that the government will formalize this, institutionalize this in terms of how the revenue share should work with publishers, with media houses, with content creators? And, is it pragmatic? Is there some way to work this out?
This needs to be done in a very consultative manner. All the past work that we have done, whether it is Telecom Act or DPDP Act, all these we have done in very consultative manner. We'll do this also in a very consultative manner. Can we have the echo reduced? Echo is very... Okay, let's carry on.
No, I think, yeah. So I think also the first semiconductor production in India, I think starts in a few days of
Tomorrow,
some of the
I think
projects.
Micron's plant is going on.
That's very satisfying. In a very short time frame, I think the foundation stone for Micron plant was done in 23. Yeah, it was done in 23. And here in 26, we are starting the commercial production. Tomorrow, Honorable Prime Minister will start the commercial production. He'll inaugurate the Micron semiconductor plant. And this is where the high bandwidth memory, the most advanced memory, which is in huge demand now because of the AI revolution. And this memory is used in practically everything that we use, our laptops, our mobile phones, the cameras, the lighting arrangement, the speaker, everything, every electronics item, the large machines, defense sector, strategic sector, every sector, transportation sector, oil and gas sector, everywhere these memory chips are used. So it's a very good start for the country. 3 more plants have already entered pilot production. Their products are now getting qualified with the customers. And this year we'll have, after Micron, we'll have 2 more commercial productions happening in quick succession. And 4th one will start somewhere around maybe November or December. So it's a very good journey. And the other plants are getting into now more like the machine tool room shifting kind of level where the civil construction is ending and the machines and plants and all other things are now coming in for getting the next phase of their commissioning. It's going on very well. Recently, Honorable Prime Minister laid the foundation stone in Uttar Pradesh for a plant which is HCL and Foxconn joint venture. They will be manufacturing the display control. So every screen that you see, whether it is a screen on your X-ray machine or a screen on this television, right? This large screen. All these screens, they are driven by chips which are basically the driver module. So they'll be manufacturing that driver module, and it's going to be a very large plant, of course in phases. Right. But they, like most of these plants, will be meeting a substantial part of their global demand from these plants. So this is a very, very satisfying journey, I would say, because our country has been looking for a semiconductor industry for almost 6 decades now. Yeah. After 6 decades, we have had this big break. And thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, he set the guardrails, he set the goal very clear for us and made sure that we look at the ecosystem. Honorable Prime Minister's focus was always, this has to be a multi-year journey. This cannot be a 1-year program, 5 years program. This has to be a minimum 20 years program. Second, always focus on getting the ecosystem. So getting the ecosystem within 3 years, it was a Herculean task, I would say. Most people initially were quite skeptic. Yeah. But when we interacted with them, sincerely we followed up each and every input which used to be given by the industry participants. Our point to the industry was that, yes, it's a new industry for us. We don't have this thing in the past. We don't have the precedents. So you help us, you guide us what needs to be done. They would give us inputs about power supply, about ultra pure water, about 250 odd gases and chemicals, about the kind of welding talent, welding skill which is required. And it's very, very, very high level skill, very extreme level skill. Normally we are used to measuring in parts per million. Here parts per billion is the norm. Parts per billion is the norm, and there are so many cases where even they have to go even beyond that. Clean rooms, they operate at a totally different level. So that level of skill development, that level of ecosystem development, it has been a humongous effort. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister for this, for getting this industry into our country.
Right. One quick follow-up question. Where are we on India Semiconductor Mission 2? And secondly, this is in an industry which can be cyclical. Is it possible that some of these semiconductors, when they enter the market, could face a demand problem?
Yes, semiconductor industry has been very cyclical in the past, and the cycles have been vicious, for sure. Yeah. But what we see, the trend today is quite different from the past on 2 counts. Count 1 is, today the use of semiconductors has permeated significantly beyond the traditional electronics as a sector. It has gone, like practically every consumer item that we see today, all the white goods, all automobiles, all transportation sector, energy sector, power sector, every sector that we see today has semiconductors, the chips in them. So it has become a foundational industry, whereas in the past it used to be more like supply chain for the electronics industry. Yeah. That's one big change. The second big change which has happened is the cycles have significantly got compressed. For example, memory. The memory cycles used to be such vicious that practically every cycle, 60% of the industry would get consolidated into one company. That used to be the past norm. Those things have changed now. Now the cycles are there. They are more like a typical business cycle where ups and downs are there, but the slope is, the gradient is consistently up. That is that up cycle over which there are smaller cycles. In fact, the industry.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us at our Rising Bharat Summit here in New Delhi at Bharat Mandapam. We know how tensions over trade and tariffs have really engulfed the news agenda ever since President Trump took office in January last year. There's been a lot of uncertainty. We were the first off the block to go ahead and have trade negotiations with the United States. We gave a lot of concessions outside the trade deal, but for some reason, our trade deal took longer. But yes, we have an announcement in place, and India and the United States have agreed on an interim framework. There will be a signing, possibly in March or later. But there could be changes as well, and this is because of the Supreme Court ruling, which said that the IPA tariffs on India are not legal. Not just India, for any country for that matter. That has, of course, made things a little uncertain. Finally, the US government has said that the tariffs will be 15% for all trading partners who have deals with the United States. So how do we see the developments that are taking place between India and the United States? Will we have a trade deal on paper after 150 days? And how should Indian exporters now approach the US market? Joining us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is a very special guest, Carlos Gutierrez, who is the former US Commerce Secretary, someone who's worked very closely with the Bush administration. Mr. Gutierrez, thank you very much for joining us from Washington, D.C. this morning.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
It means a lot to have you here in our program. We've had a slew of speakers through the day. We just completed a power-packed panel with European Union ambassadors. Prime Minister Modi will be arriving at our venue just 2.5 hours from now. Let me begin by asking you, the good thing is we do have a trade framework in place now. But what happens to that, considering that the Supreme Court has struck down IPA tariffs? The US has said that tariffs for all countries which have a trade deal with the US will be at 15%. So what happens now in the interim?
Well, the important, it's a pleasure to be here. First of all, what an honor to be at this distinguished conference. One thing to realize now is that tariffs have not gone away. President Trump likes to double down when things get rough, and most people would think that he's going to back away. That's when he doubles down. So the 15% tariff will go in place, but negotiations will continue. We need to remember this is a president who loves the art of the deal. He loves negotiations, and he will try to find an opportunity in this problem, in this mess that has been created. He will try to find opportunity. So I will not discard continued negotiations. The one thing that is important to keep in mind is that the 15% tariffs are in place for 150 days. So at that point, the president has to go to Congress to get approval to extend those tariffs. 150 days are a few months before the midterms in the U.S. Tariffs are not popular with the American people. 65% of Americans do not like tariffs. So it's going to be a fascinating thing to watch, because Republicans are going to have to vote. They're going to have to vote in favor of the president's policy, or they're going to have to vote against. If they vote in favor, they'll have a lot of pushback from their constituents. If they vote against, the president will go against them in the midterms. So there's a lot at stake, and I would really keep my eye on that, because nothing has been settled, and that will be a major milestone to continue to observe.
Right. Do you expect the Congress to finally back President Trump's tariff policies? Because if that were not to happen, there'll just be further uncertainty throughout President Trump's tenure.
That's correct. It's probable that most Republicans will, but some will not. Because at this point, they're so close to the midterms that they are putting at risk their job. And now is the time to come to an agreement, to reach a decision, whether it's favorable to continue to support the president, or if they have to start leaning in their own direction. The big question, of course, is who's going to win the midterms. whatever happens, I can assure you that we will have continued tumult in the U.S. If the Republicans win, which is unlikely at this point, then the president will double down on his policies and things will get even more aggressive. If the president's party loses, then everything is up for grabs. The tariff policy, all the immigration policy, everything that he has put in place, the Democrats will have their chance to bring it all down. Something they haven't been able to do. They have been powerless up until now. So right now the odds are in favor of the Democrats, but in this country at this time, with a president who can be very creative about situations and solving problems in the immediate term, anything can happen.
You're absolutely right. So one thing, ladies and gentlemen, is very important and to be noted is that there will be continued uncertainty, irrespective of what happens with tariffs, irrespective of what happens with the midterm elections in the US, there is going to be continued uncertainty. Now, coming to a point that has baffled many in India, the US Supreme Court struck down the IPA tariffs. President Trump said that tariffs for all countries which have trade deals with the US will be at 10%. Then he hiked it at 15%. But that 15% tariff, Mr. Guterres, has not been notified as yet. Why is that? Why this anomaly right now?
I think these are internal talks, whether they put them in place or not. The 10% has been put in place, and there's still a lag. I would say that they probably will continue. I would not bank on the fact that the president is backing away. It's very much part of his brand. So the 15% is not in place yet. The 10% is, but you can be expecting news over the next couple of days that things will probably go forward.
All right, it'll probably go forward to 15%. And how do you see India right now? We've clinched a deal just before these IPA tariffs were struck down. Do you think it's better for now India to just stay the course, wait for the signing of the interim trade framework? Because eventually, do you feel that President Trump will be able to move ahead with that 18% tariff deal with India?
Well, I think there is an opportunity for India to negotiate that deal. I think it's important to stay focused on that plan and continue to bring those tariffs down. The president, I believe, is willing to move ahead with India. He wants to do that. Everything that happened is probably more of personal dynamics. He may have felt that he wasn't being given the importance that he deserves, and therefore he decided to crack down. I think it's a major opportunity for India. This is a moment for India. Everything seems to be pointed in the right direction. Prime Minister Modi's reforms, the economic reforms, are a very big deal. The fact that India is so well positioned, minerals, mining, perfect for this point in time. You have some data centers, that's growing. I just can't think, if I look back over the last 10, 20 years, I don't think I remember a time when things have lined up in India's favor more than now. So it's very much in India's benefit to have a deal, to take away any of the obstruction, the uncertainty that can happen with the U.S. But it's a wonderful time. It's a wonderful time, and let's get a deal. India should get a deal and just continue to move forward. Get that out of the way.
And would you advise India to probably negotiate harder right now?
You know, that's a very good question. I think that looking at it with a little bit of wisdom, it is to India's benefit to say, look, let's just get this out of the way, let's get the Trump effect out of the way, and let's move forward. Let's move forward with our economic reforms, let's move forward with our trade deal with the European Union, let's move forward with everything we can do in this age of AI, and perhaps there may be some issues here and there that are tactical in nature. So I think a deal is to the benefit of India. Of course, negotiate hard, but be very careful about letting the opportunity go.
Yeah, absolutely. I can understand. And the feeling also is, and many foreign policy and trade watchers say that you've got a deal. Don't anger and upset President Trump right now. Eventually, he can get what he wants. He can hike tariffs also outside of the Supreme Court order. So it's better to keep quiet and just watch how things go in the next few months. Having said that, what about sectoral tariffs? There are certain investigations ongoing. Would you be watching out for certain hikes in sectoral tariffs? Is there something that we're not seeing right now?
Well, right now, obviously, steel, automotive, those will most likely stay in place because they're so politically oriented. Autos is still a factor. It could be that autos are politically going the other way because there's a lot of pressure about jobs and manufacturing renaissance has not taken place in the U.S. I would watch pharmaceuticals. That is probably the hottest area right now. The president has made incredible commitments. You may have seen in the State of the Union address, he has committed to bringing down pharmaceutical prices. He has committed to things that are very difficult to achieve, and he will have to show action. He will have to show that he's moving in the right direction. This idea of having the U.S. pharmaceutical prices be equal to world prices, most favored nation, as he calls it, is very aggressive. And he's going to have to take steps to be able to go in that direction. And this could benefit India because most of what you do is generics, and that is already in a privileged
category.
Price situation. Sorry?
It's in the exempted category.
Exactly. So it may impact less, and it may give you an advantage. But I think this is a tricky time to be in the pharmaceutical business, especially in the branded business. But one thing that there's the old saying that let the barbarians fight the barbarians. I think it's to India's benefit to let the president go and have a fight with someone else, and let's get India's deal and let India move forward, but not make India the focus of the fight.
Right. I think that's what India would like to do, remain out of focus now because we've got the deal done. Let this period tide over in the United States. I'd just like to ask you about this investigation that is ongoing in the United States, because of which the United States government, the Department of Commerce specifically, has imposed a 126% tariff on certain solar products being imported into the United States from India. What about the timing of this? Do you think there is any significance?
Well, I think this is an ideological issue. We need to, first and foremost understand that anything that's related to previous environmental policy, the president has a visceral negative stance against that. And I think that's what's happening here. It's not only India, it's China. It's just this whole idea of these countries produce coal, but they are taking advantage of us with solar power. So that investigation will continue, but I think the important thing here is the president's ideological inclination to, regrettably, to go against anything that is environmental in nature, in the sense that it goes against fossil fuels. And that's an important focus of the president's energy policy.
Mr. Guterres, one point which I would like to talk to our audience about as well. Let's not forget that in the White House executive order, there was a line. The reason why the United States government was doing away with the 25% ad valorem duty or the penalty tariff because of Russian oil is because there is a commitment from India to stop purchasing Russian oil. And there was also a paragraph which said that there will be a monitoring mechanism to see if India is buying, and if India were to buy, these tariffs could be slapped once again. How serious would the US administration be as a result, and how seriously would this monitoring mechanism work with? What's your view?
Well, right now in the US, the most common news is that India has accepted to either reduce its purchases from Russia or eliminate its purchases from Russia. So there's a little bit of confusion in that regard. I think a big part of this will depend on US-Russia relations and how that is evolving. Russia is getting very close to the situation in Cuba. which is extremely sensitive. There may be a negotiation there. The Russians may ask for the U.S. to stay away from who is purchasing Russian oil if the Russians decide to back away from Cuba. So all of that will come into play, and that will be a factor. But right now, the perception is, and the president has actually said that this has been settled. India has decided to either reduce or eliminate. I think reduce is more the common phrase that's being used. But Russia can have an impact here because there is a good relationship between President Putin and President Trump. And again, Russia is getting involved in areas of the world that are extremely sensitive now, and that could be a factor in negotiations. The other thing, too, is the president doesn't want inventory building up of oil. His main focus now is reduce prices. So to the extent that this builds up Russian inventory, which is not good for the future, that will be a factor as well.
Right. Final question. I think that's our audience would like to know. People who have invested in the India-US story, people say that it's still the most consequential partnership and it is needed for India to become a developed nation. Having said that, do you expect more uncertainty? Do you feel that this is a partnership that can really be trusted in future? And do Republicans in general back the policies that Donald Trump is using against countries like India and other allies?
Well, that's a very political question. They back the president's policies today because their future relies on backing the president's policies, on achieving the president's support. The problem they all have, the challenge will be in a post-Trump era. How can they begin to move away? How can they begin to justify many of their positions that they had? But yes, I would say that we need to look at this relationship as a very personal relationship. There is a future after President Trump. I do not believe there will be another president like President Trump in the near future, perhaps even in the far future, far away future. So there is great opportunity and things will relax as opposed to getting even more intense. India has a very positive position in the U.S. India is not perceived, say, as China. The first thing that is recognized throughout the country is that India has contributed tremendous human talent to the U.S. Look at the numbers of CEOs from India. By the way, the Microsoft CEO is considered the best CEO in the country. Okay, so you know these perceptions that are very widespread. So, and I think there's an opportunity for India and the U.S. to improve things, to put things in the right direction. By the way, the reforms in India, the economic reforms, have been very well received. Right. So I would see this as an opportunity. The immigration problem is not a problem with India.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Guterres, for joining us here all the way from Washington, D.C., giving us your view on the India-U.S. trade deal and the current hiccups and how we should watch the volatility in the United States in the months to come. Pleasure having you here at our
Best
Rising
wishes
Bharat
for a
Summit.
great conference. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll hand it over to my colleagues for the next session now.
Thank you so much, Parikshit and Mr. Carlos, for joining in. It was an engaging and insightful conversation. And Mr. Carlos rightfully said that this is the moment for India. And moving forward from here, हम बात करने ही वाले हैं भारत की उस ताकत की, उस बढ़ते कद की, जिस ताकत को भारत ने 2047 तक का एक लक्ष्य रखा है, उस ताकत तक हम किस तरीके से पहुंच रहे हैं, उसी पर हम बातचीत करेंगे हमारे अगले सेशन में, कन्वर्सेशन करेंगे कि आखिर भारत जो आज दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती इकोनॉमी है, इस सेशन में हम बात करेंगे इंडियाज ग्रोथ कोड की, ट्रेंड्स, triumphs and challenges. So I would like to invite Network 18's Rahul Shivshankar to take this conversation, special conversation ahead. और हमारे साथ हैं अमिताभ कांत, former CEO, नीति आयोग. Welcome. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How is everyone? Are you enjoying this? Have you had some interesting sessions? You know who we are speaking with? We're going to be speaking with Amitabh Kant, somebody who has led India's economic diplomacy and written a book about it and brought us great joy. Mr. Gaurav Vallabh also joins us from the PMEAC. Hi, how are you? Mr. Vallabh, lovely to see you. In the nick of time, I must say. Thank you. Well, friends, India is leading the global growth tables. We know that. Yet deeper signals, tourism inflows, some people will say that high net worth individuals, there's migration on that account, export growth, and economic income mobility. These raise some harder questions. So the fundamental conversation we are having is whether this economic growth is plateauing into some sort of a structural constraint, because that's what we're being told, that India might fall into the middle income trap. So I want to start with Amitabh Kant and ask you very directly, because there are these conversations and you've spoken about it. India's per capita income remains, I think, below $3,000 per capita. What structural reforms will prevent India from slipping into this dreadful term, the classic middle income trap? Would it be productivity, education, judicial efficiency? What do you think it could be?
So Rahul, you know, if you look at the post-World War II order, there are only three large countries, Japan post-World War II, Korea later, and China in recent time, which had this long spurt of growth over an extraordinary period of time. All the other countries got caught in the middle income trap. Today, over 108 countries are caught in the middle income trap. So if India has had to move from a $4 trillion to a $30+ trillion economy, means that your GDP has to grow 9x, your per capita income has to grow 8x, your manufacturing has to grow 16x, and this would mean that your saving rates have to go up enormously, your investment rates have to go up very sharply, your credit to GDP ratio has to rise up enormously. It's the private credit to GDP ratio is still at about 51%. In United States, it's 200% plus. So more credit will fuel growth. But more important than that is that we need sustainable urbanization. We need manufacturing, and therefore from manufacturing you need exports. And I've always felt that you need about 12 states of India to grow at about 10% plus for the next 3 decades. States have to be the key driver of India's growth story in the coming year.
So let me ask you, because this is also something that many people talk about, rising outward migration of high net worth individuals. And I'll just bring you into the conversation right after. Is this portfolio diversification, as some people suggest, or is it a deeper commentary on taxation, regulatory, perhaps uncertainty, quality of life? What is it?
So Rahul, two things. One is that India has done quite a lot in terms of ease of doing business. It's focused very strongly on bringing in one tax across the economy, replacing vast number of state taxes and assesses. It's brought in the insolvency and bankruptcy code. It reduced the corporate tax rates 3 years back. It's eliminated a vast number of rules, regulation, procedures. It brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act. It's also eliminated close to about 2,200 laws. No other country has done this. So huge focus on ease of doing business. I think the next step we have to take is really to move towards cost of doing business. Our cost of doing business is still much higher compared to competing nations like China. So power rates are high, credit rates are high. So I think we need to focus on that now. And secondly, the next phase of our growth, states have to focus enormously on their ability to make themselves easy and simple. I'm a strong believer that the center has done its bit. Now you need states as champions of growth. We are a very large country. We are bigger than 24 countries of Europe. So you need states to become the key drivers of growth and attract investments in a very large way. But the saving rate and the investment rate must grow enormously in India.
So, Mr. Vallam, let me ask you, it's quite apparent what we need to do. So why aren't we doing it, number one? Number two, most importantly, I think we need to be the catchment for capital. But what we're seeing is a flight of capital in some ways.
See, just following where you left, Mr. Amitabh Kant had left the answer. In totality, the Government of India's central budget is somewhere around 53.5 lakh crore. And if we will combine all states together, it will be somewhere 80 lakh plus crore rupees. And unfortunately, the development expenditure to the total expenditure of states is gradually coming down. Why it is coming down, we know there are some schemes which some of the states announced just before the polls and all those things happens. So the development expenditure to the total expenditure of the state has to drastically go up, number one. For becoming a Viksit Bharat resolve which we all took, to achieve that, we have to grow at least at 9+% for next 20 years, 9+%. And that is possible because I feel that as he's telling state has to grow, I feel in states the tier 2 and tier 3 cities has to grow. And there is an immense potential on tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now, giving a one-line answer to your question that why people are leaving and why there is a HNI migration, there are many reasons for that. It may be possible that they want to diversify their business portfolios. It's not that every HNI, after becoming HNI, is investing in other countries. They are investing. Our private investment, which was not growing some time back, had started growing again. So HNIs are investing in our country. We require deregulation and banker deregulation, and especially in 3 Ls, land, labor, and the legal. As far as labor is concerned, already 4 courts are out. Now it is the state's turn to come out with the rules and policies for that. Land reforms are already in the pipeline. Lot of things had been done in land reform. And the legal reforms, especially in the execution of the contracts. Because there is something where a lot of bottlenecks and challenges are there for businesses. And last but not least, I always feel that if India has to grow at 9+%, if most of the states has to grow at 10+%, it is possible only by MSME, and in MSME also only micro can take to the next level. So in the last budget, which was given to us on 1st February, there was a lot of thrust on the micro enterprises. The next league of India's development is from tier 2, tier 3 cities. The next league of India's development is from the micro enterprises. The next league of India's development is by banker manufacturing. And I think we are going in that direction firmly. With a caution and with a firmness, we are moving towards that.
But
the numbers are giving us.
Many people say that we're still trapped, or at least entrepreneurial energy is trapped or wasted, innovated, because you have all these regulations, you have bizarre regulations, and they just don't seem to go away. Is this because the bureaucracy wants to entrench power?
See, in the last 11 years or 12 years' time, if we see that how many regulations got released, how many decriminalization of the acts has been done, this is a drastic number. I can tell you it is unimaginable numbers the way regulations are coming down, but still I am saying we have to go miles to go for as far as the deregulation, and I personally feel that the true meaning of deregulation is IIO, invest, inform and operate kind of term, where a business invest, inform and then operate. That is something which our micro and small enterprises are looking for, and we are going towards that direction. But you know, being our kind of setup, it requires time. It requires time to make the consensus.
Is there a number? Is there a number on how much does just judicial delay, for example, that you're talking about, cost GDP growth annually?
See, there is no research study on that, so giving number will be wrong. But as far as if you will compare our ease of doing business, which is every year by year, it is improving. In that, the execution of contract, still we are below few of the countries. And we have to achieve that. Because that is something, a major challenge when a major investment comes into our kind of setup. So they want a timeline and a very firm execution of contracts which are signed legally.
Okay, so let me bring you back into the conversation. A lot of this is predicated on moving people away from agriculture also. At least that's the standard thesis globally. When we've seen countries sort of escape the middle income trap and become big economies like perhaps the US and even China and so on and so forth. But India's urbanization remains below 40%, that rate. We already have cities that are crumbling under the pressure of population. Is slower urban migration a strength then? I mean, how are we supposed to look at this? Because I don't see how our cities can accommodate more people.
So, Rahul, cities are centers of innovation, they're centers of growth, they're centers of great prosperity. India had been a reluctant urbanizer. For the first time, when the Modi government came in, they came in with the Smart City program, and they've just announced this 1 lakh crore through the challenge route for supporting cities. So my view is there's huge thrust and impetus to urbanization. India has also created new cities like Dholera, Shendra, Bidkin. Cities take 3 decades to come up, as you would have seen in the case of Gurgaon and Noida. My view is that India needs 500 new cities of 1 million each. 500 million people are going to get into the process of urbanization in the next 5 decades. India's challenge is to create 2 Americas. We'll have to create a Chicago every 5 years. Every minute, there are 30 Indians moving from rural areas to urban areas. And therefore, it is very critical that urbanization must become the key driver of India's growth story. India can't grow with we had 41.6% people in agriculture. Post-COVID, it's up to about 46%.
Yeah,
now, 46% of people in agriculture is just too high. It'll drag down your productivity. You need to take people away from agriculture into manufacturing, from manufacturing into exports, and manufacturing-led urbanization will be the key. So examples of Dholera and Shendra Bidkin are great examples of manufacturing-led urbanization. Walk to work in cities, and that's what we need to do. Every state needs to do to put a lot of resources into good, sustainable urbanization. Create cities with drainage, sewage, solid waste, better quality of air, and public-led transport.
Chicago every 5 years is what you're saying. But why would people move when they don't have jobs? So I come back to this question, or at least jobs that are in some ways viable and productive.
Example of production-linked incentive scheme. Apple's created 350,000 jobs for women in India. A vast number of jobs will get created as you get into new areas of growth with semiconductor PLI, with electronic PI, with air conditioner, great amount of value addition, with battery manufacturing, with solar, wind. All these are new areas of growth for India. And India needs to accelerate the pace of growth in all these areas for greater job creation. I think all these new technology areas, India must become a champion of electric vehicles. We must technologically leapfrog like we did in digital public infrastructure.
Does the government have a plan?
Absolutely. They've said that 30% to 35% of the vehicles will be electric by 2030. India has driven solar manufacturing in India to the size and scale which is unbelievable. India is now driving in a very big way the critical mineral processing and the battery manufacturing PLI in India. So lots is happening. Many of these results you'll see in the next 3 to 4 years, and it will be an export-led manufacturing growth. The semiconductor, you have 10 new companies getting into semiconductor value-added manufacturing in India. This is unbelievable, actually, the extent of manufacturing into high-tech areas of growth, because these are the areas which will give real value addition to India.
So if there is so much confidence and the government believes it's creating these jobs, then why is the government also funding via various instrumentalities a huge population of this country, either through direct debit or through food subsidies and so on and so forth? I can't understand this.
It's very simple to understand. We want to increase the disposable income in the pockets of the common people of our country.
But you do it by creating jobs, sir. You don't
Creating jobs is an issue, I admit that. But more than that, the quality of jobs.
So why is, first of all, why is it an issue, Mr. Bharat?
Because
what's lacking?
Because somewhere
Private investment is not coming
I'm giving
in.
you
Why?
the reason why the quality of job is an issue. Because somewhere, and I don't want to politicize my argument right now, but somewhere post-independence, we lost our focus on the manufacturing. Because generally economies grows like this: agrarian, manufacturing and service. What we did post-liberalization reform, from agriculture-based economy, we directly jumped to the service-based economy. We left this manufacturing sector somewhere. So this sector is having a power to create quality job, sustainable job, high-paying job, long-term job, satisfying job. This is what we are doing. And that is evident from the data like the PLI scheme. You will be surprised that in last 11 years, electronics export in India had been increased by 11 times. It is right now 4.15 lakh crore. In 2014, it was 36,000 crore. Electronics manufacturing had been grown by 6 times. The defense equipment manufacturing, first time we are listening that India is exporting defense equipment to the other countries of the world. So that is the power of MSMEs, that is the power of intellect-based, and I call this as a intellect-based manufacturing. Not that kind of manufacturing where input is there in machine, output comes out. We are moving towards intellect-based manufacturing, whether it is India's semiconductor mission, whether it is electronics manufacturing, whether PLI schemes, whether it is biopharma, whether it is all other high precision level of intellect-based manufacturing, and that is the focus. And the new reform, as I had told you, the new reform, the new growth agenda will be set by cities like Jodhpur, Udaipur, Rajkot, Jamshedpur, Dhanbad, something like that. They are going to be the next level of India's growth drivers. And why it happened, Rahul? Just 30 seconds more.
Please.
Why it happened? Because the base was created. In 11 years, we had created a base, 55 crore new bank accounts, and in that 55 crore new bank accounts, around 2.75 lakh crore is there in their balance. So when the base is created by strengthening the MSME sector by Mudra scheme. 40 crore people got a loan under the Mudra scheme and total exposure is 22 lakh crore. So PLI scheme, Mudra scheme, Janadhan scheme, because of these schemes, there was a growth. And now on this growth, the India's MSME, the tier 2 and tier 3 cities are ready to take off. And this takeoff will take us to the Viksit Bharat 2047.
Okay, so let me ask some of our friends here in the audience. There are quite a few young people here. Do you all think that the conditions for you to find productive jobs are now promising? Do you think you're going to find, some of you might have finished college, do you think you're going to get good jobs? Yes, no? Raise your hands who think that you're going to get good jobs after you come out of college. Is there optimism? क्या आप सोचते हैं कि आपको अच्छी नौकरियां मिलेंगी कॉलेज के बाद? Yes, no? हाथ उठाइए कौन कहता है no? Come on people, let's see some. You guys are young people, you need to speak up. Come on, tell me yes, no? Yes, okay, come on, raise your hands. Yes, no, come on. You don't have opinions? Yes? What about the table at the back there? Young people, come on. Oh, I think they're quite blank. They don't know. Or they don't want to say. Let me just ask you this. Some people are calling this a sort of K-shaped growth because you have two-speed consumption. You have premium housing, luxury cars, and high-end retail that are booming. I've just got the numbers. But mass FMC volumes have shown stress in some quarters. This is indicative of a K-shaped growth, isn't it?
Rahul, one basic issue you must understand that this government has taken the capex spend of its, the capital expenditure from less than 1% to 4.4% of the GDP this year.
True.
Also in the last few years, last 6-7 years, it's made about 40 million houses. Yeah, it's almost the size of Australia. You look at 253 million people piped water connection, almost the size of Brazil. 130 million toilet connections, almost the size of Germany. 35 million people electricity connection, bigger than the size of Canada. So what it has done in capital expenditure is enormous. So 88,000 kilometers of roads and expressways. That's 3 times the roads and expressways we had. So the capital expenditure has been enormous, and this will have a huge multiplier impact over a long period of time. I have just no doubt that the more capex you spend, and this new scheme which is announced in the budget of 1 lakh crore for urban through the challenge route and connecting 6 cities with high-speed corridor trains will have an enormous multiplier impact on the Indian economy. I think we need to look at the positive side of the story rather than the negative side of the story. All this infrastructure growth will have a massive multiplier impact. And that in turn, what you're seeing is the expenditure that has been made, which is leading us to an 8% rate of growth right now. And if you have to accelerate this pace into 9.5 to 10% rate of growth to be able to become a $30+ trillion economy. The more states now spend on capital expenditure, which is what Maharashtra and UP are doing. You need about 12, 13 states to put more and more resources into good quality capital expenditure. The other challenge to my mind is we as Indians must increase our savings rate and our investment rates in the economy so that our capital we must become a more efficient and a more productive economy in the long run. That is critical for India's growth story. That should happen. But having said that, let me tell you to your question that I'm a great believer in India. I truly believe that this is going to be India's decade in many ways because we have a young population. I mean, Japan has aged, America is aging, Europe is aging. We have low dependency burden, so the benefit is ours. Rarely does a country not create wealth when it has young population. Tell me any other country which is doing 30 kilometers of roads and 12 kilometers of railway line every day. Tell me one country in the world which is creating 9 metros a year. Tell me one country which does 50% of the real-time fast payments. We do 50% on mobile, our real-time fast payments. Tell me one country which has increased its solar energy 32x. So I'm a great believer in India. I'm extremely optimistic that this is the rising Bharat.
Mr. Vallabh, government doing a lot of the heavy lifting, CAPEX, as Mr. Kant gave us a number. Private CAPEX, however, hasn't really come to its to the fore. Why is that?
It's very simple reason.
I mean, this CAPEX that the government is spending is creating the conditions.
Correct.
I'm not denying that. It's creating the conditions. But we're not seeing private capital come in. And that, at the end of the day, is going to take you to this number, maybe even increase manufacturing from the 13% it is of GDP to maybe 25% where it needs to be, or maybe even more.
Hey, right now also it is 16% plus.
Okay, well, I mean, that number, well, that's a debate that rages in intellectual circles, whether it is plateaued at 13% or it's at 16 point whatever. It should be much higher. It should be 25, 28, 30%. So what's the issue?
See, 2 points, 2 questions you had raised.
Because he has confidence, but the people who have money don't seem to have confidence.
He had confidence, and I am just reciting a line from a Hindi song. Apna time aayega. I am saying India ka time aa gaya.
Okay.
So it is not apna time aayega. Apna
Three
time
reasons
aa gaya.
why. 3 reasons why apna
Why?
time aa gaya.
12.2 lakh crore rupees of capex expenditure. Which large economy of the world, except 2 economies which are ahead of us, is having this kind of capex expenditure? And mind it, 1 rupee in capex is having a multiplier impact on GDP, around 2.5 to 3 rupees. That is the power of capex. That is 12.2. Just for your reference, in 2014 it was less than 2 lakh crore rupees. Today it is 12.2 lakh crore. This is point number 1. Point number 2, as far as the platforms are there, which we are having, maybe like UPI. Now, the world's best technological countries, the powerhouses, are saying we are accepting UPI payments. 30 plus countries are accepting. The way digitization had happened in the last 12 years, so that is going to take us to the next level. क्यों अपना टाइम आएगा? कैपेक्स. दूसरा, भयंकर digitization. Third, that we are entering into the sunrise sectors. We are entering into the sectors which are not explored by other large economies of the world. And coming to your question, one line, that why private capex had not increased to that level. See, in last 4-5 years, if you will take the data, out of 5 years, the 3 years were COVID affected years. 2 years, there is a geopolitical issues which are happening. So private businesses are having their concerns. But now the private capex had also started moving up. With public capex of 12.2 lakh crore, with a private capex, I am telling you, we are going to have a booming manufacturing sector, we are going to have a booming MSME sector, and intellect-based manufacturing will be the new word where India is going to take lead, whether it is semiconductor, biopharma, or or chemical hubs, where there is some level of intelligence is also required with high precision manufacturing.
Well, gentlemen, on that optimistic note, let's wrap this up. Thank you very much. It's been delightful speaking to you. I hope the audience enjoyed this interaction. Thank you for being a patient audience and a participative one, even though when I asked you a question, you guys kept quiet. But nonetheless, another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation and highlighting India's momentum behind India's growing economy. And we can proudly say कि ये भारत का टाइम है. Moving forward, और अब बात करते हैं एक ऐसी फिल्म की जिसने बॉक्स ऑफिस पर तहलका मचा दिया और अभी भी तहलका मचा रही है, लेकिन साथ ही समाज में एक नई बहस भी छेड़ दी. Was its monumental success purely cinematic, or does it signal a deeper churn in the nation's cultural and political consciousness? क्या ये सिर्फ एक कहानी है या इसके पीछे कोई आइडियोलॉजिकल मैसेजिंग है? और सेशन का नाम ही है धुरंधर्स, डिग्निटी, स्टोरी टेलिंग और stealthy politics. Now may I request Anand Narsimhan to join us on the stage to take this conversation forward. I would also like to welcome on stage an actor who everyone loved in Dhurandhar, Rakesh Bedi, author and screenwriter Advita Kala, well-known actor and politician Khushbu Sundar. Welcome everyone. Thank you, Anand.
Namaste. Such a pleasure to share the stage with all of you. Thank you very much. बड़ा फैन बॉय मोमेंट हो गया सर मेरे लिए कि आपके साथ प्रत्यक्ष दर्शन हो गया और वो भी पहली बार साक्षात्कार हो रहा है और ऐसे मंच पर हो रहा है.
मेरे लिए भी फैन मोमेंट है. मैं आपको भी बहुत सालों से देख रहा हूँ, लेकिन अभी आमने सामने देखने का मौका नहीं मिला.
ये तेरा भाई ये क्लिप मेरे को दे देना बाद में प्लीज. है ये मैं बचा के रखूंगा.
नहीं, मैं हमेशा मेरे लिए तो हर जो ये टीवी जर्नलिस्ट है वो मैं उसका फैन हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हम कोई सैड न्यूज सी देखते हैं और हम पे इतना असर होता है. बेचारे 24 घंटे उसी एटमॉस्फेयर में रहते हैं, इन पे क्या बीतती होगी.
हाँ, आपको जो किरदार निभाना पड़ा उस पर आपको क्या बीती होगी, मैं कभी कभार ये सोचता हूँ. वो कितना इजी डिफिकल्ट था सर टू मैनिफेस्ट?
थोड़ी बहुत मेहनत तो करनी पड़ती है, लेकिन मैं ऐसा वो झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा जो अक्सर एक्टर बोलते हैं कि मेरी बड़ी मेहनत की और बड़ा मैंने होमवर्क किया. ऐसा कुछ खास नहीं किया, बस थोड़ा सा सोचा, कुछ एक पाकिस्तानी पॉलिटिशियंस को स्टडी भी किया, उनकी लैंग्वेज को स्टडी किया, उनके बॉडी लैंग्वेज, डिक्शन, और फिर अपनी एक स्पीच तैयार की मैंने. तो एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट मुझे है कि मैंने बहुत सारे पॉलिटिशियंस को स्टडी करके अपनी एक स्पीच बनाई कि अगर मैं लियारी में पॉलिटिशियन जाऊंगा तो मैं क्या बोलूंगा. तो मैं अपनी भाषा में उसके बहुत सारी रिहर्सलें की और उसको मैंने अपने फ़ोन पे रिकॉर्ड भी कर लिया. तो जब शूटिंग नज़दीक आ रही थी तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे उसको बार बार सुनना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे उसको पोर्ट्रे करना है. तो एक दिन मैं कार में जा रहा था तो मेरी वाइफ साथ में बैठी थी, तो वो फ़ोन पे बात कर रही थी जैसे होता है औरतों का, हाँ किटी पार्टी में क्या है, कितने पैसे देने हैं, किसके आ गए, तू क्या पहन के आ रही है, तू क्या पहन के जा रही है, एंड ऑल दैट. तो सडन मैंने अपने वो स्पीच लगा दी, मैं सुन रहा था, तो वो परेशान हो गई. ये कौन है यार, ये आदमी किससे बात कर रहे हो तुम, किसकी आवाज सुनो? मैंने कहा यार ये मेरी आवाज है भाई. ये मेरी आवाज है. मैं इसको वो रिकॉर्ड किया, मैं जरा इसको थोड़ा होमवर्क कर रहा हूँ. तो ऐसे कुछ बहुत ज्यादा मैंने मेहनत नहीं की, लेकिन है डायरेक्टर वाज वेरी पावरफुल, स्क्रिप्ट इज वेरी पावरफुल, द रोल वाज वेरी वेल डिफाइंड एंड वेल कट.
जब आपने स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ी, जब आपने स्टोरी सुनी, तो आपको नहीं लगा होगा यही क्रिटिसिज्म है कि इस मूवी नहीं है, स्टोरी नहीं है, इट्स एन एजेंडा? आपको ऐसा लगा? आप मानते हैं?
मुझे समझ नहीं आता कि एजेंडा मान के पिक्चर देख क्यों रहे हो भाई. पिक्चर एक सिनेमा एक एंटरटेनमेंट की चीज है, तो यही एजेंडा बाकी चीजों में क्यों नहीं ढूंढते? एक लव स्टोरी में भी तो एजेंडा चल रहा है, हर जगह एजेंडा चल रहा है, कहाँ नहीं चल रहा? अगर यही बात है तो एक गरीब आदमी और एक अमीर लड़की में मोहब्बत होगी तो वहां भी एजेंडा चल रहा है. अगर वो इंटरकास्ट मैच हो रही है स्क्रीन के ऊपर तो एजेंडा तो वहां भी चल रहा है. तो एजेंडा हर जगह क्यों ढूंढ रहे हैं? सिनेमा इज मोड ऑफ एंटरटेनमेंट, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एक स्पेशल चीज तो बयान होती है उसके अंदर, लेकिन एजेंडा कोई अगर रख के ही फिल्म बनाएगा डेफिनेटली तो फिल्म नहीं चलेगी, क्योंकि फिल्म में एंटरटेनमेंट वैल्यू एजेंडे से बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है.
एंड समवेयर द स्टोरी टेलिंग, खुशबू जी, इज दैट इंपॉर्टेंट? व्हेन यू वॉच धुरंधर, देयर आर सर्टेन मोमेंट्स व्हिच आल्सो शॉक्ड यू, क्योंकि अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु डोंट वॉच न्यूज डिडंट नो दैट दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंड.
I think to me, Dhurandhar was one of the best films ever made in recent times. It was a little long one, 3.5 hours. So जाने से पहले कहा गया कि यार बहुत लंबी है, जरा सोच के जाओ. But then I had my 2 young girls at 25 and 23, and they said, Amma, please go to the theater and watch it because 3.5 घंटे कैसे निकलेंगे आपको पता नहीं चलेगा. And अगर आपको लगता है there's going to be violence, every violence is worth it. By the end of the film, you'll have goosebumps and you'll say, you need to go a little more further. And this coming from young minds was something which really said, I must. And I was so busy, I was working. So when I went to Bombay, रात का show गई मैं, and I said, I have to watch it. And I stood up and I clapped by the time the movie was over. So like Sir said, Rakesh ji said, ki storytelling is a very serious business. ये खाली जो cinema cinema जो होता है, that becomes a very soft target for everyone to hook. एक डार्ट है, उसको फेंको, and यार लगा तो लगा. So cinema becomes a soft target, and I say, why don't you look up at cinema with a big entertainment in capital letters, inverted commas and underlined. Cinema is a business. यहाँ पर कोई सिनेमा बनाते वक्त सोशल सर्विस करने नहीं आता है. मेहनत का पैसा लगाता है, पैसे का उसको फायदा होना चाहिए. He needs that returns. And if you don't like the film, don't watch the film. If people have watched the film, if Dhurandhar becomes one of the biggest movie business, gigantic, humongous hit of Indian cinema, I'm sure the director and the
लेकिन खुशबू जी एक बात और मैं कहूंगा कि अगर धुरंधर हिट नहीं होती तो किसी को एजेंडा नजर नहीं आता.
हाँ बिल्कुल, वो बिल्कुल सही बात है.
एजेंडा नजर ही इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि पिक्चर हिट है.
नहीं, हिट है इसलिए नजर आता है ना, क्योंकि इससे पहले जो कभी नहीं देखा है. And like you said, that it shocked people because they haven't seen, ये न्यूज में भी नहीं देखा है. This is some realities which have been shown because the characters have been taken from real characters. Yes, there could be probably some exaggeration, there could be some fictional characters which have come in, but there is some reality about it, and that's why people have taken it. And Dhurandhar, let's face it, more than the elders, it's the young minds who have loved the film. They have taken it to the film like a storm. So that gives you a very straight picture.
एक बात, you know, it escapes all of us. अगर पिक्चर हिट हुई है तो ऑडियंस की वजह से हुई है ना. लोग थिएटर में 3.5 घंटा देख के आए हैं, और इसलिए देख के आए कि जो उन्होंने देखा उनको अच्छा लगा और दूसरे को बोला जाके देख. कुछ लोग वापस जाके गए. तो ऑब्वियसली इट्स अपील टू द मासेस. इस कहानी में दम है. ऐसा अद्वैता जी कहानी वाला
कहानी, अच्छा, the कहानी reference, my film.
She is the writer of the great film Kahani, which came around 10 years back.
Yes.
She very wonderful film.
Thank you. You know, I'm looking at the audience and I'm seeing a generation here which was not around when 1999 Kandahar happened, correct?
Yeah.
Not there when 2001 happened. Now, I was in your place in those years. So can you imagine, this was an era of live TV. And I remember the Parliament attack. I don't know if you were in the profession by then.
No,
Anand.
I wasn't.
You were not. I mean, but for us, being young people and seeing it live on TV, like live action, and it actually happened, was a profound experience. And sometimes, with the passage of time, these profound psychological imprints that are on the minds of people, of citizenry, get erased. And the strange and the dangerous thing about it getting erased is that we don't realize how close we are to that kind of anarchy and how it still exists in our midst. So from that perspective, I feel films like this are not only entertainment, I think they're a necessity. And being silent about these things that have happened in our own history, our recent history, is a disservice and something that we're setting up for ourselves to happen again in the future.
कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है हम ऑडियंस को भी थोड़ा अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं कि पब्लिक को क्या पसंद आएगा. तो जो कहानी लिखने वाले हैं या कहानी बुनने वाले हैं, जैसे डायरेक्टर्स, प्रोड्यूसर्स, वो भी शायद कभी-कभी ऑडियंस को अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हैं. और जब ऐसी कहानी लिखी जाती है जो सच को आपके सामने ऐसे दिखाया कि जैसे इट्स रॉ, इट्स ट्रू, बट इट्स स्टिल ग्रेट फन एंड एंटरटेनिंग एंड इट्स इन योर फेस.
सी क्या होता है कि मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि एक जमाना था, यू कैन से प्री 2000, हम लोग ऑडियंस को वाकई अंडर एस्टिमेट करते थे, क्योंकि हमारी एज अ फिल्म मेकर हमारी थिंकिंग ये होती थी कि यार ये फिल्म यहाँ बड़ी सीरियस हो गई, यहाँ पर एक कॉमेडी सीन डाल दो, और यहाँ पर कॉमेडी सीन थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया, यहाँ पर एक सेक्सी गाना डाल दो, अब सेक्सी गाना बहुत हो गया, यहाँ पर एक फाइट डाल दो. तो 4 फाइटें. पहले जो एक फिल्म का स्क्रीन प्ले बनता था वो ऐसे बनता था कि फिल्म की कहानी क्या है. बोले कहानी ये है कि 4 फाइटें, 3 गाने, 2 रेप हैं और एक बाद में चेज है क्लाइमेक्स में. ये फिल्म की कहानी है. तो इसके आसपास कहानी बोल लीजिए आप. हीरो की बहन है, उसका रेप हो रहा है, उसके बाद हीरो आएगा, विलन से बदला लेगा, बाद में चेज होगा, तो पिक्चर खत्म हो गई. तो ऐसे करके हम लोग हर जितनी भी चीजें होती है, 5-6 इंग्रेडिएंट हैं, इनका जक्स्टा पोजिशन करते थे कि यहाँ ये डाल देते हैं, यहाँ डाल। लेकिन अगर एक फिल्म मेकर अपनी कन्विक्शन से बनाता है फिल्म के साथ, मेरी तो कन्विक्शन ये है, और ये बहुत ज्यादा शुरू हुआ है 2000 के बाद, ओटीटी के आने के बाद, जब आपने सडनली इंटरनेशनल सिनेमा से compete करना शुरू कर दिया। आपकी फिल्म आज जो आप बना रहे हैं, तो ऑडियंस के पास एक बटन रिमोट है, वो साथ में आपका भी देख रहा है, और साथ में स्पेनिश भी डब किया हुआ देख रहा है, और जर्मन भी डब किया हुआ देख रहा है, जिसकी क्वालिटी आपसे बहुत ज्यादा है। तो उसके पास सेम प्लेटफॉर्म पे पूरी दुनिया चल रही है। आप उसमें अगर आपको compete करना है, तो आपको एक नॉच, एक नहीं बल्कि कई नॉच ऊपर बढ़ना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज यू विल बी लेफ्ट बिहाइंड। दैट्स व्हाई इट हैज चेंज्ड।
एक चीज है, साउथ तमिल सिनेमा, तेलुगु सिनेमा हैज ऑलवेज हैड पॉलिटिकल मैसेजिंग। कोई मैं अरसियल या पॉलिटिक्स में उतरूं कि नहीं उतरूं, ये क्वेश्चन 3 पिक्चरों में पूछा जाएगा, और ऐसा एक एक्टर ने नहीं, बहुत सारे एक्टर्स ने किया है। कुछ उतरे, फिर कुछ नहीं उतरे। सो पॉलिटिकल मैसेजिंग ऑलवेज होता रहा है इन सिनेमा, अगर खासकर इफ यू लुक एट साउथ मूवीज। मे बी हिंदी मूवीज में नहीं होता होगा। इज दैट अ फैक्टर, खुशबू जी? और
नो, आई थिंक ये जो हम कहते हैं कि आज हम देखते हैं, वी लुक एट इट टुडे सेइंग दैट देयर हैज ऑलवेज बीन अ पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर, बट आई थिंक दिस स्टार्टेड वे बैक इवन इन द साइलेंट एरा। द हीरो हैज टू बी द मेसिया ऑफ द पुअर, ही हैज टू बी द रॉबिन हुड। वो चाहे कितनी भी गलतियां कर ले, हीरो इज नेवर सफेद वाला, लाइक ही इज नॉट एन एंजल, ही इज ऑल्सो अ डेविल। फाइट करेगा, लूटेगा, लेकिन गरीबों में बांटेगा। That is the Messiah. He's been the Robin Hood, and ये आज का नहीं है। हम आज उसको वैसे देखते हैं, because the minute you start comparing that how it was in South Indian cinema or how it is in Hindi cinema, I think उस वक्त अमिताभ बच्चन भी अगर कूली में या उससे पहले अमर अबर एंथोनी में या उससे पहले दीवार में कुछ करते तो he was still the hero. दीवार, Amitabh Bachchan was the most negative character, but he was still the hero. We still talk about Amitabh Bachchan. यार, one of the best films of hero Amitabh Bachchan is Diwar, but he was a negative role. But in South, especially in Tamil Nadu, I think there has been an exceptional artists who have got into politics. It started with the writing of Dr. Kalaignar. His writings were very, very political, where he would talk about Dravidian model, he would talk about Periyar, he would talk about empowerment, he would talk about different issues of Tamil Nadu. So they were very, very clear. And in fact, when you look at the first dialogues of what Shivaji Ganeshan sir spoke in Parasakti, it was about the poor. It was about the poor fighting for their rights. So it was very, very big heroism, a very heroic thing for them. And after that, when you see whether it was MGR, Jayalalitha, or even Rajnikant sir for that matter, or till today what we see with Vijay, or you had it with NTR in Andhra Pradesh, they all had a very clear agenda that at some point they want to be the Masiha of the poor, and eventually when they thought that this is going to help me to be in politics, they jumped into politics. It was not a very conscious decision that I want to be in politics, so it is revolving around me.
But there are a lot of actors here, except for Selvi J. Jayalalitha. The actresses, they get into politics, come back to acting, then get into politics and then come back to acting. It's seamless there.
No, it's not that. I think it's very, I would say it's a very demeaning or degrading to say about the actresses, because I think they have to find the strength. The women, except for Jayalalitha, she didn't start her own party. She was part of a party of MGR clan, which was extremely well established with the people of Tamil Nadu. Till date, if AIDMK wins elections, if AIDMK has a solid 26 to 27% of vote share, you have to hand it over to Purachi Talevan MGR. Without him, it wouldn't have been possible. And after him, it was Jayalalitha who made sure that the AIDMK flag flies high under her leadership. So you can't say she came back to acting or she went back and then she became what she was. I think women find it very difficult because we still have the patriarchal hierarchy mindset of insecure men in politics, like any other field, where the minute a woman is successful and when it comes to women in cinema, they are beautiful. So beautiful women with brains is definitely a no. So a lot of men around. So it goes like any other business, it goes in cinema too.
my intent was not to disrespect anybody. My intent was to question this perception that when it is an actress who's maybe has a political slant and does a story or acts, there is no political agenda largely associated. But generally, with men folk, if they are pushing something and they say something, then the agenda is perhaps attached to that a little more. That's what I was trying to come at.
No, I think, sorry, but when it comes, like, there's still very lot of heroism. We haven't come to a platform we say, okay, we are going to make a film where the heroine is going to be speaking these lines and then she's going to take it forward. So you don't have reached that stage where people who watch the film, they still want the men, the hero to be the hero and not the heroine to be heroine until unless you have Vidya Balan playing in her film Kahani, or you have Vidya Balan doing Tumhari Sulu, or you have a very, very strong women-oriented roles which hardly do well at the box office. So cinema ka to after all sara khel box office ka hai. Or even when Vidya Balan did Dirty Picture, after that, how many people have tried to make a dirty picture? It doesn't materialize, it doesn't work at the box office. So सारा खेल box office का हो जाता है कि box office में 3 फिल्में चली हैं तो बस उसी पैटर्न में बनाएंगे और जैसी 2 फिल्में फ्लॉप हो गई, नहीं यार ये जेंडर नहीं काम कर, ये जॉनर नहीं काम कर रहा है, कुछ और करते हैं. So it's just that.
It's just that. I also want to ask you this. When the story is told, like in Dhurandhar, let's come back to Dhurandhar. Dhurandhar में इन्होंने कहा एजेंडा है, पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा है. एक देश और उस देश के लिए काम करने वाले कुछ लोग अगर ये डिसाइड करें कि हमें डीप अंदर पेनिट्रेट करना है और किसी तरह से इस सिलसिले को रोकना है कि वो देश बार बार हमें चोट पहुंचाता है, इसमें पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा कैसे हो गया?
Because there's a liberal critique, na? The construct jo tha, in which our films were always viewed from the moral lens of a particular ideology. And this ideology said nationalism is bad, majority concerns are bad, and you have to center only minority grievance in narratives. So this has actually become a contest of narratives. The moment you have that flip go off, wherein you have competing narratives, not necessarily one narrative disallowing the other, but you have something more like a competition and not a monopoly, then it becomes propaganda. Now, was Haider propaganda or was it great art? I remember at the time it was released and there was a different political dispensation. It was great art. But today, Dhurandhar, which is the biggest movie ever, imagine that, to have released in India, is no longer storytelling, it's propaganda. This is the unfairness, and this is actually at the heart of it, it's the narrative war. And the narrative war exists because there was a monopoly on narrative and now there are competing narratives. And the audience is responding and saying, you know what, nationalism is not a bad thing, like it was perceived or portrayed to be. And it's working with the audience. At the end of the day, public is king.
नहीं, अगर हम वंदे मातरम कहते हैं, जय हिंद कहते हैं और ये बातें कहते हैं और देश के लिए, ये देश हमारी पहचान है सर. इस देश के बारे में और इस देश को गौरवान्वित करने वाली कोई एक कहानी आपको स्टोरी टेलर कहानी कहता है तो उस पर इतना प्रेशर क्यों है कि यार मैं कह रहा हूँ, कोई 10 लोग पूछते हैं तो क्यों कर रहा है भाई, क्यों घुस रहा है इसमें? और फिर जो एक्टर्स हैं जो उसमें होते हैं उनको टाइपकास्ट करने की कोशिश की जाती है, भाई ये इसी टाइप की फिल्में करते हैं, इनको बाकी फिल्में नहीं देंगे. ये होता है हमारी इंडस्ट्री में. अगर होता है तो क्यों होता है?
देखिए, अगर इस फिल्म में, धुरंधर में, अगर थोड़े से जो नॉर्म्स चलते आ रहे हैं सिनेमा के बहुत सालों से, अगर वो भी होते, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल स्पाई फिल्म है, अगर स्पाई फिल्म में उस स्पाई की एक गर्लफ्रेंड भी होती जो बीच पे हल्का सा डांस वांस करती उसके साथ, और स्पाई हेलीकॉप्टर से अगर उतरता पाकिस्तान में अकेला, अकेला, अभी तो वो उतरा एक अलग रास्ते से एंटर किया, लेकिन वो अगर हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरता और सीधा उसकी पार्लियामेंट की छत पे उतरता और वहां से वो एक छलांग मार के खिड़की से पार्लियामेंट के अंदर चला जाता और फिर गर्लफ्रेंड भी होती और ये सब चीजें होती तो एजेंडा खत्म हो जाता, तो एजेंडा नजर नहीं आता आपको. तो एजेंडा नजर ही इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि फिल्म में एक प्योरिटी है, फिल्म में एक ऐसी चीज है जो पहले लोगों ने नहीं देखी. फिल्म ज्यादा शॉक कर रही, और मैं आपको दावे से कहता हूं कि जो अगला वर्षन आ रहा है फिल्म का 19 मार्च को, वो और भी ज्यादा शॉकिंग है. नहीं तो शायद एजेंडा और बड़ा हो जाएगा.
नहीं तो मैं यही पूछ रहा हूं कि जहां एजेंडा नहीं है वहां एजेंडा दिख रहा है, और जहां एजेंडा है वहां एजेंडा नहीं दिख रहा है. आप तो अभी यही बुझा रहे थे हमको सर, यही समझा.
बिल्कुल, मैं यही मानता हूँ कि देखिए ये तो आप माइक्रोस्कोप लेके ढूंढेंगे तो आपको एजेंडा हर चीज में नजर आ जाएगा.
हाँ.
कहाँ नजर नहीं आएगा मुझे बताइए.
हाँ.
आप ढूंढिए एक मतलब यू हैव ए माइक्रोस्कोप इन योर हैंड एंड यू गो ऑन द रोड, यू विल फाइंड एजेंडा इन एवरीथिंग. एक लड़का लड़की हाथ पकड़े चल रहे हैं तो वहां भी एजेंडा है कि हमारे देश की संस्था खराब कर रहे हैं, इनको अलग करो.
अगर एजेंडा हो भी, इज इट अ बैड थिंग? क्योंकि आर यू सेइंग अ राइटर, अ डायरेक्टर और इवन एन एक्टर फॉर दैट मैटर who are more cautious because they have more public personas, don't have political views, don't have a lens? Is Schindler's List hate mongering, or is it actual reality and an Oscar winning film?
Very nicely said.
Is Zero Dark 30 hate mongering, or is it actually reality? So I think we need to grow up, you know, when it comes to this.
ये अच्छा कहा है, एजेंडा है तो है भाई.
हाँ, नहीं है तो है. और देखिए एट द एंड ऑफ द डे बॉक्स ऑफिस यानी कि ऑडियंस है ना, कलेक्शंस यानी ऑडियंस को डिसाइड करने दो कि भाई एजेंडा है या नहीं है, और है तो मुझे वो पसंद है कि नहीं है.
लेकिन मैं किसी के बारे में एक और बात आपको बताऊं कि जब फिल्म मेकर फिल्म बना रहा होता है सर, वो एडिट कर रहा होता है, वो सोच रहा होता है, वो एजेंडा उसके दिमाग में नहीं होता है. वो यही सोचता है कि कैसे मेरी फिल्म अच्छी से अच्छी बने, कैसे लोग 3.5 घंटे एनग्रॉस रहें. 3.5 घंटे किसी को एनग्रॉस करना कोई आसान काम है? आप किसी को 5 मिनट किसी का अटेंशन नहीं ले सकते आज की डेट में. आप 3.5 घंटे एनग्रॉस कर रहे हैं. उसके लिए कितनी मेहनत, कितना दिमाग, कितने लोग. हम म्यूजिक को भूल गए. एजेंडा है तो फिल्म क्यों चली? What about the music?
Absolutely.
What about the performances?
Absolutely.
There's so many things.
One of the fantastic performers of the movie is on stage right now.
Yes.
अच्छा, समय कम है, आप कुछ कहना चाहते थे?
नहीं, मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी, ये जो हम एजेंडा प्रोपोगेंडा की बात करते हैं, ये उन्हीं से सुनाई देता है जो उनकी जो भाषा वो सुनना चाहते हैं, the kind of language they want to listen to, the words they want to hear. We don't speak their language, and that is why they find agenda and propaganda in everything. आप यहाँ पे स्टेज पे छीकेंगे तभी भी कहेंगे नहीं, उनका एजेंडा था कि ये समिट में नजर लगेगी इसलिए वो छीकी थी. सो दिस इज एन एजेंडा, वहां भी निकालेंगे वो. तो ये आपका नजरिया है. मैं उतना ही कहूंगी जो आपकी भाषा नहीं बोलते हैं उनको एक नजरिया हर बात में नजर आता है.
अच्छा,
ये बिल्कुल आपकी बात मुझे एक बात याद आ गई कि जब पाकिस्तान हमसे मैच हारता है तो ये कहता है कि इनके 21 पंडितों ने पिच पे पूजा की है इसलिए हम लोग मैच हार गए हैं.
वो भूल जाते हैं
तो उनका ये एजेंडा नजर आता है.
तो जब वो जीतते तब हम पूजा नहीं करते. वो तो ऐसा ही होता है. पर बस लास्ट में आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, नजरिए की बात हुई, आप बड़े पर्दे पर कब नजर आ रही हैं?
बड़े पर्दे पर बहुत जल्दी. अभी सूबेदार आ रही है, 5 तारीख को सूबेदार साहब आ रहे हैं अमेज़न पे, तो उसमें नजर आऊंगी आपको. लगभग 40 साल बाद अनिल जी के साथ वापस काम करने का मौका मिला है. सो आई एम कमिंग बैक.
राइट 40 साल बाद.
लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड.
नहीं, अभी वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू अनदर वेरी स्पेशल सरप्राइज हियर इटसेल्फ एट राइजिंग भारत. बट उसके लिए आपको सरप्राइज के लिए वेट करना पड़ेगा. अभी बता दूंगा फिर सरप्राइज कैसे होगा. बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर राकेश बेदी, खुशबू सुंदर एंड अद्वैता काला. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, Anand, and all the guests for this Dhurandhar session. I hope you all liked it. Irrespective of all the conversations around its agenda, the box office has spoken for itself, the massive success of the movie. Moving forward, obesity is no longer just a lifestyle concern. It is linked to diabetes, heart diseases, reduced productivity, and mounting healthcare costs. In a rapidly urbanizing aspirational India, how do we move the conversation from stigma to science, from blame to solutions? Is this about awareness, access, innovation, or all of the above? To help us better understand the medical, societal, and policy dimensions of this issue, we are joined by Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18, who will be in conversation with Winslow Tucker, President and GM Eli Lilly India. Welcome, Shireen and Winslow. Thank you so much.
So many thanks for joining us here on the Rising Bharat platform. It's great to have you here. Let's start by talking about the big breakthrough that we've seen as far as GLP-1 drugs are concerned. Now, GLP-1 in itself is not new. It's the use cases. It's now become this magic drug being used to treat obesity, along with, of course, diabetes as well. Let's start with that. You launched Mounjaro in India a little over a year ago. What's the experience been like so far?
Well, thank you. First, we did launch Mounjaro in India in March of 2020 of last year.
Yes.
I think before I talk about Mounjaro, I just want to give why these products or these medicines have had the awareness, maybe as you described it. We know that obesity is a major health concern in India. Nearly 100 million people are living with obesity or overweight. We also know that it's connected to a number of additional conditions, such as cardiovascular disease and so forth, and those complications. Now we have a class of medicines that can help with evidence-based, prescription-based medications that under the care of a healthcare professional can be an adjunct to diet, exercise, lifestyle change, and is really changing the outcomes of patients. And so I think that's what's driving the awareness of these medicines and the enthusiasm for them.
We've been talking about how India could potentially be the AI capital of the world. That's been the conversation that's happened through the course of last week. But let me ask you this. Can India become the GLP-1 capital of the world as well? Not just in terms of the size of the market, but also because we're now going to see this go off patent, and we're likely to see a whole host of Indian generic companies get into the market. Do you believe that India could emerge as the GLP-1 market, as the leader?
That's a great question. I'll answer it in two parts. First, let me talk a little bit about why I think there is great potential for this class of medicines within India. As I said, we think about the focus on non-communicable diseases. And we know that obesity is a disease, if you consider it from a chronic disease that has been recognized by the World Health Organization, as well as other clinical societies. And so when you look at 100 million people living with obesity in India, I think there's a great unmet need. These can be part of treating that unmet need. The second part of your question was with respect to generics that can be entering the marketplace. I think you're referring to generic semaglutide, which will enter the market sometime this year. I think that will increase potentially the access to these to GLP-1s, and I think that can be a good thing given the unmet need and the potential that this class of medicine has to treat patients. I should also note, though, that for Mounjaro, which is produced by Lilly, there are no generic products that we anticipate entering the marketplace, as we have patent protection for that.
You have patent protection, and so we'll have to wait for a generic version. But let's talk about what one should consider as possible challenges before we actually start to administer this drug. And there are potential side effects that people need to be mindful of, and of course this has to be done under the guidance and the supervision of a medical practitioner with the consultation of a doctor. But what is the evidence now telling you specifically in terms of what we should be mindful of, especially for patients with comorbidities?
Yeah. I would say the first thing that we should keep in mind is that these are prescription drugs that should be administered under the care of a healthcare professional. And the reason I say that is because we don't condone cosmetic use or use without a prescription, because these are products that have been well studied in clinical trials, and those were done under the supervision of a healthcare professional. So I think that's the first thing, is to make sure that they are prescribed in the right way. The second is that as part of that, these healthcare professionals have the ability to screen patients for certain what might make them more susceptible for some adverse events that can occur. And they can also manage them to make sure that they're used appropriately, and that long-term management and follow-up is critical to make sure that they have the best journey that they can.
some of the side effects, and this is still under study across different parts of the world. But what's the experience been like in India a year on after you've introduced the drug in the market?
The profile of the product has been, medicine has been very well established. Millions of patients have been treated around the world. We collect real-world evidence with respect to adverse events. We report them and share them. To date, what we have seen is a profile that is consistent with what has been in clinical trials. So we are pleased with what we're seeing, but we continue to monitor that, collect them, and make sure that we're following up.
Part of the sort of destigmatization that has taken place with the use of GLP-1 is to start seeing obesity as a medical condition.
Yes.
And I think that has been a large part of why we've actually seen GLP-1 take off. Now, what have you done as a company to ensure that, while you're at the forefront of the science of it, you also change behavior habits?
Yes. Well, first I would say, that's a great question. The first thing is, coming back to how we started the conversation, obesity should be seen as a disease. When it is seen as a disease, we treat it as we do other non-communicable diseases, and we know how to do that. One is to raise awareness, to make sure there's early diagnosis, to make sure that there are treatment pathways, and that there is sustained management over time. Part of the awareness that we have done is we've launched a We Now Know campaign, which is all about erasing the stigma around obesity, because we know that stigma prevents individuals from going to physicians, actually seeing themselves as obese when they see the symptoms, and that delays treatment. When you have delayed treatment, you can then have those complications, whether it's diabetes, cardiovascular disease, treated at a later stage when it's harder to treat. And so from those perspectives, what we've tried to do is raise awareness responsibly, and then also ensure that we ask people living with obesity, once they're aware, to actually go to a healthcare professional, which can determine what is the right treatment, diet, exercise, or medical management, if it might be appropriate.
Is there data now that we have access to that tells us what the impact has been as far as the healthcare ecosystem is concerned? Because you've been actually able to address issues related to obesity, the comorbidities that come along with obesity. What has this meant for the healthcare ecosystem in general?
It's a great question. What I can tell you is that in India, it's been since March. So it's only been almost a year.
It's too early
It's
here.
too early from that perspective. We are, though, seeing that the use of GLP-1s is increasing. So what that tells us is that patients or people living with obesity now have other methods other than just diet, exercise, lifestyle change. While that is important, that medical management is also being included in that. And so we hope, as we know that obesity leads to these complications and other NCDs, that we will see less of that over time, which can reduce the burden on society, on healthcare system as a whole. So we're looking at that, but I think it's going to take a little bit more time before we can actually measure the impact.
But this is not a replacement for lifestyle changes, for exercise. It's not the quick fix that you want, right?
It's not a magic pill. It's not a quick fix, as you said.
It's not the magic one.
No, it is not. But it can be an adjunct to diet, exercise, and where appropriate, this can also really help with patients' outcomes. We know that it reduces blood glucose and it also reduces weight, and that can be key to getting better health outcomes.
And the other question that most people have who are either on it or considering it is, what happens if I stop? Do I get the weight back on?
Well, that's a great question. We do know that if you do stop, weight will come back over time. We have shown that as well. And we're also investigating other medicines as well that can be used in maintenance. We're also looking at different formulations that can be more convenient, maybe oral formulations as well as a pipeline of medicines that can be used for different patients based on their specific needs. So we're looking at this as a long-term journey for patients to get to their best health outcomes.
But what about global offtake at this point in time? The question is, are we close to a peak as far as GLP-1 adoption is concerned in global markets? India, of course, is just the early days. It's just the start. But what are you seeing globally as well? I mean, we've just seen Novo Nordisk cut its guidance, for instance.
Well, we are seeing that these products are being used, and the growth of GLP-1 on a global level is happening, and it's scaling across countries. And we also recognize that if you look at the GLP market, it is increasing across these countries as well. it goes back to the point of the unmet need. Given to changes in lifestyle, changes in diet, changes in urbanization and so forth, sedentary lifestyle styles, we know that obesity is on the rise. And so it's not surprising that the use of these medical interventions for obesity are also on the rise.
You know, let's talk about what the plans are now for India a year on.
Yes.
You know, what should we now expect as far as Lilly is concerned for India?
Yeah. Two things. We're very focused on continuing to scale our reach across India. We think it's really important that access is there. To that point, we have a partnership with Cipla, which we believe will help us to expand beyond where we have presence. And that's really important because we want to make sure that across India, people living with obesity have access to GLP-1. And so that's one thing that we're very focused on. We talked about the stigma. We think that's real. It's really impactful. And so we are also increasing our awareness campaigns, really focused on positioning obesity as a disease and ensuring that we're taking away that stigma so that people living with obesity can go and access the health care that they need.
What about pricing? Can we expect any reduction as far as prices are concerned?
Well, I can't make statements forward about pricing. What I can tell you is that we price our medicine based on the value that we believe it provides to individual people living with obesity, to the healthcare system, and to society overall. We feel really strong about the value behind our product, which is a GLP-1 and GLP-2 targeted obesity medicine.
I also want to talk about some of the second-order impacts that we're seeing on account of the adoption of GLP-1. I know there is enough evidence now to suggest that it does impact the hedonistic part of our brain and it impacts some of those behaviors. So, you know, the decline that we're seeing in alcohol consumption, for instance, or processed food consumption, for instance, what are you seeing as the second-order impact of the GLP-1 wave?
It's a great question. What I can tell you is that these products operate in a number of different ways. In the gut as well, slowing down metabolism. It also, though, impacts patients' perception of satiety. So they feel as though they are satisfied sooner, whether they're eating and so forth. We have not studied it directly for what your some of those things, alcohol consumption and so forth, but we are looking at what the real-world evidence will be from that perspective.
So what could the next wave of sort of use cases be as far as GLP-1 is concerned?
Yeah. A couple things. One is we are looking at a number of different use cases. As I talked about earlier, convenience. Right now, GLP-1s are mostly injectable. At least that has been the big growth. And we think there's opportunities for more oral options that are more convenient for patients to take. We think also thinking about how we can sequence from injectable to oral for maintenance and so forth. And so we're looking at that as well as we have GLP-1, GIP-1. We also have triple agonists. So we're looking at a range of products that can be tailored to the patient's individual specific needs. And we think that's what's really required so that healthcare professionals have a suite of options for patients that can be tailored to their individual needs.
You know, I want to also ask you before we let you go, AI and the use of AI in the healthcare system as well as for drug discovery, and that's expected to be the next big sort of breakthrough that the world is waiting for. What does it do to shrinking commercial times? What does it do to R&D? How are you seeing the use of AI at this point in time within the business?
Well, right now we have a global capability center in Bangalore, which is really helping us use advanced analytics and so forth to ensure that we are, for our clinical trials, to have digital clinical trial enrollment and so forth, and platforms, as well as analytics. Additionally, we opened up a tech center in Hyderabad. It's all about tech and AI. And what we want to do is, how can we use that, just as you said, right from discovery, right through how do we think about commercializing our products, but also how do we think about having an individual experience for patients with our products over time as well. So we think that AI can really help us from that journey from discovery right through to delivery and how patients experience our products over time.
And how significant is India going to be for Lilly, not just as a market, but as an innovation hub and as an innovation center?
India is a strategic market for us. for a number of reasons. As I said, we have those three, the capability centers, they're both capability centers. We commercialize our products right here out of Gurgaon as well, Lily Gurgaon, as well as we have invested in a contract manufacturing relationship of over $1 billion over several years. So we have a long-term focus on India, one from ensuring that we're meeting our mission of helping Indians achieve their best health, because that's our mission, but at the same time, our investment in the infrastructure in India with respect to health, tech, and how we can essentially speed the delivery of our medicine. So it's a strategic focus for us for a long term.
A strategic market, a strategic focus. Are you going to be hiring more at both your GCC as well as the R&D center that you spoke of?
We did state that we are scaling in Hyderabad, and we also, so we are in scaling that up, and yes, we are definitely hiring there.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Ms. Lotaka, thanks so much for joining us here on Rising Bharat and giving us a roadmap of what Lily believes India is going to do for it from a global perspective, from an innovation standpoint, and how significant this market is going to be for GLP-1. Thanks very much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ms. Lotaka of Eli Lilly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shireen and Winslow, for such an insightful conversation. Now we are moving forward to the last set of our conversation and last set of our session. On the stage of Rising Bharat, we spoke about different phases of Rising Bharat. We also talked about the emerging economy of India. We talked about cinema, art, and now we are moving forward to the last session, which is going to be a power-packed session, and we are going to discuss about the changing scenario in the current timely, relevant worldwide of audio, and how we are taking forward the platforms like podcasts, reels, memes. How are we heading towards? We are going to move forward on this conversation, because when we talk about podcasts or when we talk about memes, in a world where attention is currency and audio is everywhere, आज के दौर में टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी जिंदगी का हिस्सा बन चुकी है, लेकिन जब हम अपने पर्सनल स्पेस की बात करते हैं तो एक सवाल उठता है, who's owning earbuds now? From morning news briefs to late night doom scrolling, from long-form podcasts to 30-second reels, the battle for our ears has never been more intense. Is it traditional radio, independent creators, financial educators, meme culture, or the new age digital disruptors who have mastered authenticity and algorithms? We have an exciting and diverse panel of voices who are shaping this audio revolution. I would first like to invite on stage our special moderator for this session, RJ Ronak. Please join us. Joining him on stage are RJ Ashish, former RJ and digital content creator, Abhishek Asthana, founder, Ginger Monkey, Argo Stanley, digital content creator and influencer, Neha Nagar, angel investor and finance influencer, and Mayo Hitomi, Japanese YouTuber and social media influencer. Welcome you all. And RJ Ronak will take this conversation. And also we have Varsha Shukla on the stage joining in for the session. Over to you, RJ Ronak.
Thank you very much for a warm welcome. Welcome everyone. Good evening. Sorry, I didn't hear. Good evening. That's better. कैसे हैं आप लोग?
बहुत बढ़िया.
बहुत बढ़िया.
यही होता है, सब एक साथ आंसर देते हैं, ऐसा नहीं होना है ना. We have lot to learn, lot to share in Rising Bharat. Thank you very much for inviting us. It's a privilege and honor to be here, जहाँ पे बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिल रहा है और बहुत कुछ शेयर करने को भी एक इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है विच पीपल फ्रॉम पूरे देश के लोग तो देख ही रहे हैं, पूरी दुनिया के भी लोग देख रहे हैं, जो भी हमें ऑनलाइन देख रहा है. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एवरीवन. प्लीज कमेंट करके अपने क्वेश्चंस भी जरूर पूछिएगा, जो हम तक पहुंचेंगे तो नहीं, बट बाद में विल डेफिनेटली लुक एट इट. और उस पे भी हम डिस्कशन भी करेंगे, चर्चा भी करेंगे, एंड विल लर्न अ लॉट फ्रॉम दैट. सो वी हैव अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पैनल विद अस. बहुत सारी बातें इनसे सीखनी है, करनी है. सबसे पहले आई विल स्टार्ट विथ माय पर्सनल फेवरेट एंड वेटरन ऑफ so-called social media. When social media was not even there, he was there. When people are saying that social media is not that relevant, he's still there. उन्होंने सिर्फ फॉलोअर्स बिल्ड नहीं किए, उन्होंने एक पूरी कम्युनिटी बिल्ड की है, पूरा कल्ट बिल्ड किया है. और अभिषेक अस्थाना, यस, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट AKA गब्बर.
Thank you.
वेलकम अभिषेक भाई.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
That's my first question. All of us are building followers also. We have followers, we have viewers. But how to build a community? क्योंकि आपके पास वो हैं जो आपको शायद 20 साल से देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं, एंड यू आर नॉट स्टॉपिंग. आप दो सवाल है. व्हाट्स द फॉर्मूला टू बिल्ड कम्युनिटी? सेकंड, वो दवा कौन सी आपके पास जो आप खा रहे हो और बता नहीं रहे हो हमको?
See, creators can be of two varieties, right? One are aggregators of content who create content of a particular genre, right? And keep creating that content, right? Oh, sorry. And then there are people who have a personality and they are not afraid to put that personality out there, right? Yeah, there could be days when you are angry, you put that out. There could be days when you are happy. So imagine if suppose I'm someone who's putting out only memes, only fun content. There's the viewer, for them it's very difficult to figure out who's the person behind this handle, right? Once they get to know the person, then they have a better connection. Then they can also identify their weaknesses, their strengths, right? And that's how you follow a life. So most of the people who have followed me have followed my journey as well, right? I've started like a student to an MBA guy to a corporate person, an entrepreneur. So they've also grown in that journey as well. So that's how there's bigger connection, I would say, right? And there's no formula as such, right? I mean, I can't claim that I know they know it. I mean,
But is there any category if you create content in that particular category, तो आपकी community build होती है, न कि सिर्फ followers होते हैं, and they stay with you for longer period of time?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say category. I would say a personality, basically, right?
Okay.
I mean, you put it out there that you are this kind of person. Like Arnab Goswami is a particular kind of anchor, right? He made that a kind of a cult, a kind of a category itself, right? And there are a lot of people who copied that category as well. So the whole idea is that you have to put that personality out there and nourish it, and don't betray that personality. Right?
Okay. Thank you very much. नेहा, मैं आपसे बात करना चाहूँगा. कैसी हैं आप?
मैं बहुत अच्छी हूँ.
Finance is a territory is very challenging. When I say challenging, आपको you don't have that kind of followers. Yes, मतलब they learn a lot from you, but उसमें cult बनता है या नहीं बनता है, that you need to share. But how do you see finance as a territory or as a category of content जिसमें आपको क्या community build करने का आपको मौका मिलता है? You think जो followers आपको day one से follow कर रहे हैं, they are still there with you, or there is a new set of followers or viewers who are adding up?
Okay. So according to me, अगर community build करना है तो it's not about virality, it's about clarity. For example, जब मैंने content चालू किया था तो finance ऐसा space था जिसका content ही नहीं था social media पर, especially short video platforms पर, right? लेकिन जब मैंने चालू किया, I was scrolling and I was seeing comedy का या fashion का भरमार था content का, right? But I thought कि यार क्या मेरा content लोग देखेंगे? जब वो एक रील देख के हा ही कर रहे हैं, दूसरी रील देख के वाह कर रहे हैं, तीसरी रील देख के सोचते हैं आज खाने को कुछ बनाते हैं, तो एकदम से फाइनेंस आ जाएगा. कोई बोल रहा होगा कि स्टॉक मार्केट में पैसे लगाओ, तो क्या वो मुझे सुनेंगे? क्या मुझे वो सीरियसली लेंगे या मुझे सिर्फ स्क्रॉल कर देंगे? राइट? ये सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन था. बट बिकॉज मुझे तो सिर्फ एक ही चीज़ आती है, ना मुझे डांस आता है ना मुझे म्यूजिक आता है. आप लोग बहुत टैलेंटेड हो, कॉमेडी करना एक बहुत ही बड़ी स्किल है जो मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं आती है. तो मुझे सिर्फ फाइनेंस आता था और मैंने सोचा कि यार कंटेंट तो बनाना चाहिए, डिमांड क्रिएट करनी चाहिए. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ रनिंग फॉर वायरलिटी या फिर फॉलोअर्स या नंबर्स, आप जो हो पहले उसी को बनाओ. जैसे सर बता रहे थे अभी कि पर्सनालिटी आपकी दिखनी बहुत जरूरी है. अब मैं व्यूज गेन करने के लिए डांस करने लग जाऊं तो हार्डली मैं 1 महीने कर पाऊंगी, 2 महीने, 6 महीने, 1 साल कर लूंगी. लेकिन मैं 5 साल से कंटेंट बना रही हूँ और अभी भी अपने स्पेस में फीमेल में नंबर 1 हूँ डे 1 से. तो आई थिंक ये फिर पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता. बट बिकॉज फाइनेंस मेरे अंदर है, वही मैंने पढ़ाई की है, वही मुझे आता है, और भले व्यूज ड्रॉप हो या बढ़े, मैं तो यही हूँ, मैं कहीं नहीं जाने वाली. तो अगर कम्युनिटी बिल्ड करना है तो क्लैरिटी होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर क्लैरिटी होगी तो कल्ट भी बिल्ड हो जाएगा, इररिस्पेक्टिव कि आप कौन से जॉनर कैटेगरी में कंटेंट बना रहे हो.
थैंक यू नेहा. आपने बात की कॉमेडी की, आपने बात की कि आप कितने टाइम से आप कंटेंट कर रहे हैं ऑल. मैं अभी उनसे बात करूंगा जिसको मैं तकरीबन 20 साल से जानता हूँ, जिसने रेडियो में भी बहुत काम किया है. रेडियो में उस टाइम पे भी काम किया जब एक छोटे से 10 सेकेंड्स या 15 सेकेंड्स कंटेंट पीस को बनाने के लिए 5-5, 6-6 घंटे लगते थे, और जिसमें ट्रैवल भी लगता था, जिसमें एडिटिंग भी लगती थी. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट आरजे आशीष. बिग हैंड फॉर आरजे आशीष. आरजे आशीष इज एन ओल्ड फ्रेंड एंड अ ग्रेट कंटेंट क्रिएटर. आशीष, मैं ऑडियो से वीडियो के ऊपर आपका एक्सपीरियंस चाहूंगा कि हाउ डू यू सी इट. ऑडियो वॉज मोर डिफिकल्ट और वीडियो इज मोर डिफिकल्ट. ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट क्या है, ज्यादा इजी क्या है, और ये जो चेंज आया है, जो ट्रांजिशन आया है, आप इसको कैसे देखते हो?
सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया न्यूज 18 राइजिंग भारत का यहाँ पे इनवाइट करने के लिए. आरजे रौनक, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. ये बहुत पुराना रीयूनियन हुआ है हमारा 2 आरजे प्रोफेशनल्स का जिनको बहुत प्यार है. और मैं भी ये बात बोलना चाहूंगा कि आरजे रौनक को मैंने बहुत ही शिद्दत से रेडियो करते हुए देखा है.
सुना है, देखा नहीं रेडियो.
हाँ, सुना है. नहीं, हमने तो देखा भी था स्टूडियो में बैठ के. सबसे पहले बस एक छोटी सी एक चीज मैं बोलूंगा कि मार्केट बहुत बड़ी है, और मेरे को हमेशा से लगता है कि इस दुनिया में ना हर कोई जरूरी है. सिर्फ कॉमेडी करने वाले नहीं, सिर्फ डांस करने वाले नहीं. और ये आपकी बात ने सिद्ध कर दिया, क्योंकि कॉमेडियंस हंसा तो देते हैं लेकिन कई बार उनकी खुद की जेबें उनको रुला देती हैं. तो उस टाइम पे हमारे पैसे को सही जगह कहाँ लगाना है वो आप बता सकती हैं. तो इसकी वजह से हर किसी को प्लेटफॉर्म मिल गया. रौनक, जैसे बहुत पहले हुआ करता था, एक सिंगर म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर साहब के पीछे भागते थे उनकी गाड़ी की, सर मेरा गाना सुन लीजिए. आज की डेट में किसी को जरूरत नहीं उस चीज की. आपके पास इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है, आप सीधा ऑडियंस के सामने आते हैं और वहां से आपको अगर बेशुमार प्यार मिल जाता है, अगर आप वाकई में शिद्दत से काम करें, अच्छी नीयत के साथ काम करें, वाकई में टैलेंट है, तो एकदम से मिल जाता है. रही बात ऑडियो से वीडियो की, क्योंकि रेडियो में बहुत अच्छे से कर लेते थे और बस ये था कि हमारी नौटंकियां किसी को नजर नहीं आती थी. फाइनली कैमरा ऑन हो गया तो आप वहां पे भी निभाने लग पड़े. तो ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं था, लेकिन मजेदार बहुत है. हाँ, रेडियो के साथ प्यार बहुत है, लेकिन एक थोड़ी सी एक रहती थी उधर कि रेडियो में किसी को चेहरा नजर नहीं आता. अब वहीं इतने सालों से रेडियो कर रहा है तो भी आप किसी को बता दें कि मैं वो आरजे आशीष हूं तो बोलते हैं अरे हाँ. लेकिन वहीं अगर आप वीडियो कर लें और मात्र 2-3 साल में अगर वाकई में आपकी वीडियोस बहुत अच्छा कर गई हैं, लोगों के दिलों में घर कर गई हैं, तो आपको पहचान जाते हैं. तो वो एक अलग सी बात हो जाती है, बिकॉज अरे यार इसकी तो वीडियो देखी है. सो वो एक अलग चीज है.
एब्सोल्युटली. मायो,
यस,
हिंदी में कितना कंफर्टेबल हैं आप?
हिंदी में हिंदी में बोल सकते हो.
बोल सकते हो. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
for joining us. Tell us about language as a barrier. Do you think language is a big barrier for international creators who are coming to India and creating content?
बिग बैरियर है कि नहीं पता नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे हिंदी आती है. मैंने हिंदी में बीए किया है, कॉलेज में 4 साल पढ़ाई की है.
So कभी आपने ऐसे किसी ने रैगिंग किया कि आपके सामने कुछ बोला है और उसको लगा हो कि आपको हिंदी नहीं आती है? She'll not understand, let's say something in Hindi.
I did that. अभी हम मिले ना.
अच्छा, you just did that, oh?
हाँ, होता है. पर आजकल तो ये साड़ी पहन के चलती हूँ तो लोगों को हैरान हो जाता है कि मैं इंडियन नहीं हूँ ऐसे. तो वो भी दोनों की तरह से होता है. पर सवाल क्या था वो? बैरियर. अच्छा, लैंग्वेज. सो शुरुआत से मैं हिंदी में ही वीडियोस बनाती हूँ. वीडियोस बनाना शुरू करने से पहले मुझे हिंदी आती थी, तो इसलिए बैरियर तो पता नहीं, पर एडवांटेज तो जरूर है. क्योंकि जब मैंने यूट्यूब शुरू किया था तब जापान के ऊपर हिंदी में वीडियोस बनाने वाले नहीं थे, मैं ही थी. तो इसलिए हिंदी जापानीज कल्चर, जापान के ऊपर बात करने के लिए, इंफॉर्मेशन देने के लिए आई थिंक हिंदी वाज अ बिग एडवांटेज. तो आई थिंक दैट वाज अ गुड चॉइस फॉर मी टू लर्न हिंदी इन कॉलेज. ऐसा ही.
थैंक यू मायो, थैंक यू. आगू, हाउ आर यू डूइंग?
बढ़िया भाई.
बढ़िया भाई. So what is the formula to go international with content and be relatable outside also and Bharat में भी? मैं आपकी कंट्री के बारे में ही पूछूंगा कि आप वो क्या फॉर्मूला है दैट वहां पे भी आपको उतना ही प्यार मिल रहा है जितना भारत में भी मिल रहा है? व्हाट इज दैट वन थिंग?
फॉर्मूला के बारे में मुझे तो वैसे जानता ही नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा करियर यहाँ से शुरू हुआ इंडिया में, और मतलब अगर मैं देखा जाए यहाँ वहाँ की कंटेंट जो चलता है, रेलिवेंस, रिलेटिविलिटी और रिपीट वैल्यू होना ही चाहिए। मतलब जो आप कंटेंट जो आप पोस्ट कर रहे हो, जो आपको लोग देख रहे हैं, क्या रेलिवेंस लाता है लोगों की लाइफ में, ठीक है। और एक रिलेटेबिलिटी, जैसे कि अगर हम लोग जैसे गार के कंटेंट बनाते हैं, उसमें तो बहुत रिलेटेबल हो जाता है, लोग कनेक्ट कर पाते हैं। मतलब वो रिलेटेबल रहना ही चाहिए कंटेंट में अगर आपको कंटेंट बनाना है। और रिपीट वैल्यू मतलब शेयरेबिलिटी, आपका कंटेंट देखकर वो शेयर करने का मन होना ही चाहिए। तो ये 3 चीजों हर कंटेंट जो मैं बनाता हूँ, मैं लाता हूँ हर कंटेंट में।
सो आपको लगता है आपका कंटेंट आपके फ्रेंड्स हैं जो शेयर नहीं करते हैं बट बाकी लोग करते हैं?
हाँ, वो तो जरूरी है, आपका दोस्त तो शेयर नहीं करेगा बिल्कुल बट हाँ, बाकी लोग जो देखते हैं, जैसे ऑडियंस लोग, वो लोग शेयर करते हैं। और जैसे मैंने कंटेंट चालू किया यहाँ पे, मैं वायरलिटी के लिए नहीं कर रहा था या फॉलोअर्स के लिए, बस मुझे एक रेस्पेक्ट था भाषा के लिए। और मतलब एक इमोशन है, मतलब जब मैं आया था, मैं यहाँ पे पढ़ाई करने के लिए आया था, और 4 साल रह के यूपी में, और मेरा बहुत दोस्त बनाया वहाँ पे, परिवार है भी मेरा वहाँ पे, मेरा इंडिया का माँ भी है यहाँ पे। सो मतलब ये सब चीज करके, तो मैं ये सब चीज लोगों को दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ कंटेंट में। सो मैं ये सब चीज लाता हूँ अपने कंटेंट पे।
Absolutely, a very important point which you mentioned, virality. So I tell my people, my team, और अभी मैं नेहा से भी बात कर रहा था कि वायरल होने से अच्छा है कैंसर होना। वायरल 7 दिन में चला जाता है, कैंसर रह जाता है in that context. So in terms of content, the next question is to Abhishek. इससे पहले कि हम वर्षा से बात करें, टाइमलेस कैसे बना जाए? You know, I don't want to use the word cancer again, but हाँ, कि वो बनाओ जो लगा रहे। कई एक्टर्स हैं जिनके हम फैंस थे, they were super creative people, super entertaining, but they're not there. But शाहरुख खान अभी भी हैं. So how to be शाहरुख खान of content category or content industry?
Yeah, I think timeless का एक वो है कि you have to appeal to core human instincts, core human emotions, right? आपको 1000 साल पहले का कौन सा आर्टिस्ट याद है जो लिखता था, राइटर्स, राइट? You don't remember actors, comedians of like 1100 AD, right? You don't remember dancers of that era. You remember what you remember is writing. Those who wrote stuff. And which people whose writings actually tug to your heart, right? वो emotions जो आज भी relevant है. See, humans are very simple creatures, by the way. And they haven't evolved much in the last 2000, 3000 years. They have been the same. वही प्यार करते हैं, वही दिल टूटता है. तो वो जो राइटिंग है, वो जो क्रिएटर्स थे उस समय, कालिदास हो गए, जो भी हैं, उन्होंने वो इमोशंस पकड़े जो कि आज भी रेलेवेंट है, एक हार्ट ब्रेक कर। तो पॉइंट इज कि अगर आपका जो कंटेंट है वो अपील कर रहा है कोर ह्यूमन इंस्टिंक्ट्स पे, जो कि रेलेवेंट रहेगा हजारों सालों तक, तो आप टाइमलेस रहोगे, ठीक है। हो सकता है कि कोई क्रिएटर होगा उस टाइम पे जिन्होंने उस समय की पॉलिटिक्स पे कुछ लिखा होगा, बट दैट इज नॉट रेलेवेंट राइट नाउ, राइट? बहुत अच्छा एनालिसिस लिखा होगा, लेकिन वो लोग जिंदा रहे हैं, वो लोग याद रहे हैं आज भी, कालिदास, सूरदास, जो लोग थे जिन्होंने रिलीजन पे रहे। रिलीजन आज भी वैलिड है कि नहीं? प्यार आज भी वैलिड है, हार्ट ब्रेक आज भी वैलिड है। तो जिन्होंने कोर ह्यूमन इंस्टिंक्ट्स पे लिखा वो आज भी जिंदा है।
ब्यूटीफुल, थैंक यू वेरी मच। वर्षा, व्हाट इज मोर डिफिकल्ट और चैलेंजिंग, क्रिएटिविटी और कंसिस्टेंसी? आपने क्या एक्सपीरियंस किया?
सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर। सो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कंसिस्टेंसी इज मोर डिफिकल्ट। आपको हमेशा रोज या जितनी बार भी आप अपना पोस्ट करते हैं कंटेंट, आपको हर बार प्रेजेंट होना है और इस प्रेशर के साथ प्रेजेंट होना है कि आप लोगों को पसंद आए। लोग एक तो ना लोग आपको एक तरह से इमेजिन कर लेते हैं, वो आपको वैसे ही देखना चाहते हैं। कुछ नया आता है तो वो आपको एकदम से एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पाते, तो वो भी प्रेशर आपके ऊपर हमेशा रहता है कि आप लोगों को पसंद आने चाहिए और आपने जो भी आप पोस्ट कर रहे हैं वो अच्छा होना चाहिए और रेगुलर होना चाहिए। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कंसिस्टेंट रहना एंड रेलिवेंट रहना ज्यादा टफ रहता है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। वी जस्ट हैव a few minutes left, so quick answers only. Varsha, Neha, we'll start with you. How difficult or easy it is to monetize your content in 2026?
Again, if you are true to yourself and you're focused on building community instead of building followers, So it's very, very easy. A lot of money can be made in very short period of time.
Ashish, you think you will be trying in multiple categories also, like podcast करेंगे आप? And how do you see, अभी तो 2026 है, आप कुछ तरीके के कंटेंट करते हैं. You think what is the future? आपका next strategy क्या है? और कौन से कंटेंट में लेकर आएंगे आप?
लोगों को मेरे कैरेक्टर में इतना विश्वास है कि मैं जेन्युइनली उसको थोड़ा सा बड़ा करना चाहता हूँ. तो आगे आने वाले टाइम में शॉर्ट फिल्म्स और उसके बाद एक थोड़ा सा और अच्छी खासी ट्रीट, और जैसे कि उन्होंने बोला थोड़ा सा ना कोर पकड़ लेना. तो वाकई में जिन्होंने लिख दिया, कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे लोगों का काम है कहना कब गाया था, कब लिखा था, लेकिन आज तक वो गाना जो है बिल्कुल रिलेटेबल है. तो कुछ ऐसा बनाना चाहूंगा जिसको कॉमेडी के साथ साथ कुछ ऐसा भी जो दिल को छुए और छुए.
ऑल द बेस्ट मायो. इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन, आपका वीजा कब तक का है?
एक
सॉरी, मैं क्वेश्चन चेंज करता हूँ.
अच्छा, चेंज कर दीजिए.
What is the strategy to go international? What do you like? आपको देख के बहुत सारे और आगू को देख के बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल क्रिएटर्स भारत आकर कंटेंट क्रिएट करके भारत में भी रेलेवेंट बनना चाहते हैं और अपने रिस्पेक्टिव कंट्रीज में भी. So what is your advice to them?
I think international content creation is getting bigger and bigger क्योंकि AI आ गया ना. भाषा के अभी पहले भाषा की बैरियर की बात कर रहे थे. 5 साल पहले बैरियर्स थे, इसलिए मेरे लैंग्वेज स्किल एडवांटेज हो गया. पर आजकल तो AI की वजह से कोई भी देश के लिए बना सकते हैं, and then you can translate it to like 100 languages or something. Not 100, like 20, 30. So I think the competition is getting bigger and bigger. So my work is that I feel like I should be really tap into Indian culture, show that how much love I have and how much understanding I have towards Indian culture. I think that would be the very important thing for the next 5 years.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Agu. आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि ये if not content, then what is next in your mind? Like अगर content नहीं होता है और social media बंद हो जाता है और suppose 1 साल के लिए बंद हो गया, बाद में नहीं. So do you have another strategy for?
मैं एक athlete हूँ. I'm an athlete. I play basketball. I'm training boxing. I've tried tackle football also. I'm a sprinter. I'm a high jumper. So I play sports. Yeah.
So किसी और country का content pattern आपको and the consumption behavior of people in India vis-a-vis people outside, have you experienced anything कि वो लोग कैसे content को देखते हैं, आपके content को outside India?
What's the question?
So what you make in India, जो हिंदी में आप बनाते हैं, बाकी countries के लोगों का उस पे क्या reaction होता है?
मेरा ऑडियंस तो कोर इंडियन ऑडियंस है, बाहर और अंदर. क्योंकि मैं पूरा कंटेंट हिंदी में बनाता हूँ, तो उनका रिएक्शन तो सेम ही है जैसे यहाँ की.
So कभी आपको लगा किसी और कंट्री में भी जाके वो लैंग्वेज को सीख के ऐसे बनाना चाहिए या कुछ?
तो नहीं यार, नहीं. अब तो मेरा नेक्स्ट प्लान है कि मुझे अभी बॉक्सिंग सीख रहा हूँ, देखते हैं कि आगे जाके क्या करूँ बॉक्सिंग के साथ.
ओके. और आपको भी एक्टिंग में जाना है, फिल्म्स में जाना है?
एक्टिंग तो कर रहा हूँ
अभी भी कर रहे हो आप, बट फुल फ्लेजेड एक्टर बनना होगा और कंटेंट छोड़ना होगा. छोड़ोगे आप?
कंटेंट तो नहीं छोड़ेगा क्योंकि वहां से चालू किया, तो कभी नहीं छोड़ूंगा.
बट आशीष भी बोलता था मैं रेडियो नहीं छोड़ूंगा, और वो देखो रेडियो छोड़ के बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे.
वो तो आशीष है ना.
ओके, ठीक है. वर्षा, एक सवाल मेरा आपसे भी रहेगा. क्वालिटी एंड क्वांटिटी का एक बहुत बड़ा डिबेट होता है. व्हाट डू यू थिंक, अगर क्वालिटी नहीं भी है तो भी आप क्वांटिटी को डंप करो एज अ कंटेंट. स्पेशली पीपल क्रिटिसाइज व्लॉगर्स अ लॉट दीज डेज कि वो कुछ भी बना रहे हैं, अंडे उबलते हुए भी 10 मिनट तक दिखा के वो वीडियोस बना देते हैं. इफ इट इज वर्किंग फॉर देम, इट इज वर्किंग फॉर देम. या बट व्हाट डू यू सजेस्ट, लाइक व्हाट डू यू फील, लाइक डू यू एज अ व्यूअर आल्सो एंड एज अ क्रिएटर आल्सो, क्वांटिटी इंपॉर्टेंट है या क्वालिटी मेंटेन रखना चाहिए?
सो मैंने भी ऐसा बहुत मतलब कई बार ऐसा किया है कि नहीं आज मेरा रील डालने का दिन है, तो आज मैं ना नहीं बना पाई हूँ, तो मैं आज कोई ट्रेंडिंग सॉन्ग उठा के डाल देती हूँ. बट लॉन्ग रन में इट डजंट वर्क. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आप 4 दिन में एक बार डालो, बट अच्छा क्वालिटी कंटेंट डालो, और उसमें वैल्यू होनी चाहिए, रेलेवेंस होना चाहिए, रिलेटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, और जो आपका जॉनर है वो होना चाहिए उसमें. सो आई डोंट बिलीव इन क्वांटिटी. आई थिंक क्वालिटी ओवर क्वांटिटी.
फाइनल क्वेश्चन अभिषेक भाई आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा. एल्गोरिथम कल्चर शेप करता है या ऑडियंस डिसाइड करती है वायरल क्या होगा? व्हाट डू यू सी?
आई थिंक एल्गोरिथम लुक्स एट क्रिएटर्स एंड क्रिएटर्स लुक एट एल्गोरिथम. दोनों का सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशनशिप है. Algorithm learns from creators, creators learn from algorithm, and they both try to outsmart each other. Algorithm wants newer creators to come up, right? And the existing creators want them to get longer, right? And to survive longer. So I think it's a YouTubers, I know product managers in YouTube, they constantly host creators to learn from them. So yeah, I think it's a symbiotic relationship. Yeah.
Thank you very much everyone for joining here. और जितने भी लोग हमें देख रहे हैं अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमें देखने के लिए. राइजिंग भारत पे बुलाने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नेटवर्क 18 का, न्यूज़ 18 का. एंड हैव अ ग्रेट इवनिंग. थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग.
थैंक यू.
Thank you everyone. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for such a lovely session. और ये बताने के लिए कि इंडिया का कंटेंट इकोनॉमी सिर्फ क्रिएटिविटी नहीं दिखा रहा है बल्कि देश विदेश में अपना डंका भी बजा रहा है. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन. इसके साथ ही राइजिंग भारत के इस शानदार पहले दिन का समापन होता है. आज हमने यहाँ सिर्फ अलग अलग सेशंस नहीं देखे बल्कि विचारों का एक बड़ा संगम भी देखा है. आज की चर्चाओं में जो बात सबसे खास रही है वो थी गहराई और देश के लिए जुनून. न्यूज़ 18 नेटवर्क की तरफ से मैं सभी मेहमानों और आप सभी का दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करती हूं. We would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you, our presenting partner, Geo Financial Services, our co-presenting partner, PhonePe and DS Group, and our powered by partner, Parno, Rika India, and our Bharat Growth partner, ITC. Your support has been invaluable. We also appreciate the contributions of our driven by partner Kia Seltos, our state partners, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Uttarakhand governments, our workspace partner, We Work India, our logistic partner, DTDC, our energy partner, Vikram Solar, our transformation partners, SR, and our associate partners, NSC, M3M Foundation, and Reliance Industries Limited for being an integral part of the News 18 Network's Rising Bharat Summit. हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you everyone.